Shinobi Undercover, a world where modern-day ninjas hide in the shadows to fight evil. Chapter 1: A Ninja's Work. The scene opens with a tense confrontation. A young ninja with intense eyes holds a man from behind. With a swift and brutal movement, the ninja snaps the man's neck, neutralizing the threat. He then drops the body to the checkered floor below, leaving a trail of defeated enemies. This is Yudaka, a modern-day ninja. These shinobi exist even now, operating in the shadows to eliminate threats to the nation's peace as part of the ninja public safety force. Having cleared the building, Yudaka approaches the man he was sent to rescue, a kidnapped politician who is shaken but alive. Yudaka reports into his earpiece, his codename revealed as Yudaka, the Nightjar. His superior confirms the mission is complete and thanks him. His orders are to wait 5 minutes for the recovery team to arrive and then return to base. Yudaka is left alone with the rescued politician. 5 whole minutes? Yudaka panics internally as the grateful politician begins to thank him profusely, saying he owes the ninja his life. The politician offers to repay him, but Yudaka, clearly uncomfortable with the social interaction, awkwardly dismisses the offer. Suddenly, a picture frame falls over, distracting the politician. When he looks back, Yudaka is gone, having vanished into thin air. From a ledge outside the window, Yudaka gets an earful from his superior. He used a stealth retreat ninjutsu to escape the awkward conversation, much to his boss's annoyance. Leaping across the moonlit city, Yudaka reflects on how hopeless he is at human interaction. The thought of spending 5 minutes with a stranger was just too much to bear. The next day, Yudaka is perched on a rooftop in a school uniform, apologizing for his behavior. His superior, still annoyed, tells him it's fine and moves on to the next mission. Yudaka looks out over a large high school. This will be the location of his next assignment. For the foreseeable future, he'll be on a bodyguarding mission. His assignment, at first glance, appears to be just an average high school girl. Yudaka is horrified. He sputters into his comms, reminding his superior that he's awful at talking to girls. If he can't talk to men, who can he talk to? He continues to panic, stating that this mission goes against everything he was taught about being stealthy. His boss tells him to lower his voice as a car pulls up to the school gate. From the back seat, a cheerful blonde girl in a school uniform announces she's heading out. Her driver reminds her to be careful. She laughs it off, saying she's not a little kid. All the while, other students, including a boy with spiky blonde hair, watch her arrive. As she steps out of the car, she immediately trips, hitting her head on the door frame and stumbling out onto the pavement. She lands in a heap on the ground, her school bag flying open and scattering books, papers, and her lunch all over the place. Watching from a distance, Yudaka is stunned into silence by the chaotic scene. The girl lies sprawled amidst her belongings, right next to the car. Lying on the ground, the girl looks up and wryly admits that maybe she should watch her step after all. Her driver simply replies, "Indeed." Back on the rooftop, Yudaka's superior delivers the final blow. That is your assignment for this mission. Oi Muka. He's then told that she has been classified as among the most challenging wards to protect, a fact Yudaka screams he could have guessed. Down below, Aoi continues to gather her things. As her driver gives her some final words of caution, she wonders aloud if her lunchbox survived the fall. The driver bluntly informs her that it has assuredly not. As Aoi Mukai walks away with a smile, Yudaka notices she dropped a small keychain. His superior immediately sees this as a great opportunity and orders him to give it back to her. Yudaka panics, planning to stealthily return it later without her knowing. But his superior shouts through the earpiece, "No stealth. Go talk to her," an order that goes against his very nature. Forced into action, Yudaka awkwardly approaches Aoi, stammering as he holds out the tiny panda keychain. She looks over, surprised, and confirms that it's hers. Aoi thanks him, and Yudaka flinches from the simple interaction. She asks if he's a new student, and he nervously stammers out a confirmation. With a bright smile, Aoi reveals that she's a first-year student too, and says it's nice to meet him. After that surprisingly pleasant interaction, Yudaka is filled with a sudden, misplaced optimism. I think this mission is going to go fine, he thinks, much to his superior's disbelief. As they walk through the school's entrance, Yudaka is reminded that the higher-ups are fully aware of his unique personality. He's told to focus on what he excels at: combat. His superior explains that other ninjas are also present at the school. Yadaka already knew he'd impressively picked them out from the crowd earlier, noticing a scary look in their eyes that he didn't like. The most important rule of the mission is reiterated. It must be accomplished without the assignment, Aoi, ever finding out that she is being guarded. Because of this requirement, Aoi has no idea that her school has been infiltrated by deployed ninja, who pose as the people all around her, her neighbors, friends, and even her teachers. Yadaka's specific role is to act as the final safety net. When none of the other ninja can help, he is the one who must ensure the assignment's safety. He panics, worrying that if he fails, the other ninja will hate him. Yadaka enters his new classroom as his superior tells him to take a look around. He sees Aoi already chatting with two other students who ask if she's okay after her tumble. One of the students, a girl with glasses, is introduced as Kana Fujimiya, codenamed Hibari, the Skylark. She kindly asks Aoi if she was hurt or needs to go to the nurse's office. The other, a boy with spiky blonde hair, is Taki Utsumi, codenamed Ominiko, the Gull. These two, along with another named Unozoki, are the other undercover ninjas Yadaka needs to be aware of for now. The long-term plan is for Kana and Taki to become Aoi's best friend and boyfriend, respectively. Hearing this, Yadaka feels relieved, thinking he has the easy role since he doesn't have to get close to her. The superior confirms the plan. Kana and Taki will eventually become her friend and boyfriend to gain full control over the assignment school life. Yadaka watches from his desk as the others talk to Aoi, realizing this means she'll be living a completely fake life, orchestrated to guarantee she has excellent friends and a good life without ever knowing the truth. But the thought of this curated life strikes a chord with Yadaka. He breaks down, slamming his fists on his desk, thinking how much he wants that, even if the friends are fake. High above the school, the superior muses on the scale of the operation, noting how many of their few teenage ninja are assigned here. He tells Yadaka to simply follow orders as usual. A teacher announces the start of the entrance ceremony, telling students to head to the gym. Taki tells the group he's sticking with the guys, and Kana gives Aoi Roger that, as they prepare to leave. Aoi tells Kana to go on ahead, as she needs to use the bathroom first. Kana kindly offers to wait so they can walk over together, but Aoi insists it's fine. Kana worries she was rushing things and not acting natural. She decides to go ahead to the gym, figuring Aoi will be along shortly anyway. As Aoi heads to the bathroom, the classroom empties out, leaving Yadaka alone at his desk. He miserably asks his superior if he really has to go to the ceremony, and gets a firm yes in response. Yadaka's social anxiety flares up as he imagines walking down the center aisle with hundreds of people staring at him. He really doesn't want to go. Unseen by him, Aoi peeks into the classroom from the hallway. Aoi suddenly appears, having returned from the bathroom, and surprises Yadaka. She catches him alone in the classroom and asks if he's ditching the ceremony. He frantically denies it. Meanwhile, at the gymnasium, Kana Fujimiya reports in, her codename revealed to be Hibari. The assignment, Aoi has not arrived. Kana realizes she messed up by letting her go alone. Taki Utsumi, however, isn't worried. He's received a report that Yadaka has eyes on her. This piques Kana's interest. She's heard rumors that Yadaka is the best ninja in their age cohort and is curious to see if they're true. Back in the hallway, Yadaka is getting an earful from his superior for not approaching Aoi yet. Yadaka yells back, arguing that they haven't reached a stage in their relationship where he can just talk to her, much to his superior's exasperation. The argument continues, with Yadaka frozen by the fear of being seen as creepy. His superior yells that something could happen while his eyes are off her, but Yadaka dismisses the concern, thinking she couldn't possibly run into trouble that fast. Famous last words. Yadaka peeks around a corner just in time to see that Aoi has impossibly tripped and gotten a trash can stuck on her head, surrounded by a mess of empty bottles. Never mind, he thinks, retracting his previous statement. He rushes out, wondering how this could have happened in a split second. Is it an enemy? Meanwhile, Aoi, stuck in the trash, bemoans her fate, wondering how messing up her shoelaces led to this absurd situation. Yadaka rushes to her side, asking if she's okay. Aoi, seeing that he finally came, sarcastically asks if he can't tell her condition by looking. Yadaka can only stare at the bizarre scene before him. With the trash can still on her head, Aoi insists she is completely fine. Yadaka can only think, could have fooled me, but he's relieved she's not actually hurt. After helping her clean up the mess, they walk down the empty school hallway. Aoi thanks him for his help, and he asks if she's sure she doesn't want to go to the entrance ceremony. Yadaka pathetically explains that he doesn't want to go because if he walks in late, everyone will look at him. Aoi astutely picks up on his core issue, asking, "You don't like attention?" Just the thought of being the center of attention sends Yadaka into a fit of trembling. He compares himself to a supercharged washing machine, shaking uncontrollably from head to toe. Aoi bursts into laughter at the ridiculous sight. "How are you shaking so bad?" she exclaims, pointing out that his dramatic shaking is actually drawing more attention to him. As they continue walking, Aoi grows thoughtful. She confesses that she sometimes feels like things are too convenient, or that people do dumb things for her benefit. Yadaka wonders if she's starting to notice the truth of her situation. Unbeknownst to her, the public safety ninja have been watching over Aoi since she was young, fabricating a normal life for her. She may be subconsciously picking up on how artificial it all is. Yadaka silently considers her words. Perhaps Aoi's strange behavior and desire to skip the ceremony stem from a wish to escape that artificial sense of normality, to be different. Aoi then asks Yadaka why he's telling her all this. She reveals that this is the first time she's ever told anyone these feelings. Absorbed in the conversation, Yadaka is surprised when she points out he's stopped shaking. Yadaka manages a small, genuine smile. Aoi seems a little disappointed that the show is over, calling it funny while it lasted, but a real connection seems to be forming between them. Aoi tells a worried Yadaka not to be so loud, reassuring him they won't get in trouble. She confidently states she isn't walking around without a plan, just as she runs off ahead of him. Just as Aoi boasts about paying attention to her surroundings, she slams face first into a teacher rounding the corner. Yadaka flinches as the man's clipboard goes flying. Aoi falls to the floor while the teacher, an imposing man with a beard named Nakamura, scolds her. "You scared me," she retorts, telling him he should pay attention. He asks what 2 first years are doing here when the ceremony has started. Yadaka awkwardly pats Aoi's head. Nakamura orders them to go to the ceremony and report to the staff office after asking for their names. Aoi confidently gives her name and class. Yadaka nervously gives his cover name, Yunozoki, and his class. As he takes down their names, Nakamura's sinister, true intentions are revealed. His plan is to knock out the target, Aoi, and get her in his car. He clicks his pen, preparing to strike. In a flash, as Nakamura turns, he attempts to jab Yadaka in the neck with a pen. But Yadaka's ninja reflexes are faster. He catches the pen and delivers a powerful strike to Nakamura's neck, instantly neutralizing the threat. Yadaka feels a small prick in his neck, realizing the pen's tip was a syringe. As his superior immediately demands an update, Yadaka already begins to analyze the new threat. He coolly reports that he was injected with a tranquilizer, but that drugs won't work on him. Nakamura, stunned on the floor, can only stare in disbelief at Yadaka's resilience, confirming he is not an ally. Yadaka quickly confirms with his superior if there are any public safety ninja disguised as a teacher named Nakamura. The answer is no. Yadaka sweats, realizing it's painfully obvious this man is an enemy. The order comes in loud and clear through his earpiece. Eliminate him before the assignment notices, Yadaka. Yadaka gives a nervous Roger that, as he sizes up the threat. Nakamura, recovering from the first blow, gets to his feet and demands to know who Yadaka is. Instead of answering, Yadaka lunges forward, launching a powerful open-palmed strike directly at Nakamura's chest, his eyes wide with intensity. With incredible control, Yadaka stops his palm just centimeters from Nakamura's face, the force of his intended blow rippling through the air. Before Nakamura can even process the feint, Yadaka pivots, swinging his arm around for a swift and decisive karate chop aimed at the back of his neck. But once again, Yadaka halts the attack just before impact. His eyes dart nervously over his shoulder as Aoi calls out from down the hall, "Hey, are you coming?" Nakamura stares in disbelief as Yadaka rushes past him with a quick, "Oh sorry," hurrying to catch up with the oblivious Aoi. Aoi wonders why the teacher suddenly stopped. Nakamura, however, understands perfectly. Yadaka is trying to hide his identity from the girl. Yadaka frets, caught between his mission and his target's presence. Yadaka's eyes narrow with focus. He understands the gravity of the situation. An enemy has made a move, and he must act without revealing his purpose to Aoi. Nakamura tries to press his advantage, but Yadaka blocks his path. The enemy ninja realizes he's safe as long as the girl is watching. Yadaka trembles with anxiety, while Aoi cluelessly asks him what's wrong. Seeing his opportunity, Nakamura tries to make a break for it, yelling at the two students to head to the ceremony. But Yadaka sees right through the act, knowing the enemy intends to escape. While Aoi thinks they're off the hook, Yadaka quickly makes an excuse, telling her he needs to make a pit stop at the bathroom. It's the perfect pretext to pursue his target. As Nakamura flees down the hall, he curses his luck. This was supposed to be a simple kidnapping. He recalls the rumors he's heard about the public safety force and the monsters they employ. His escape is cut short as Yadaka suddenly appears perched silently above the doorframe in front of him. Nakamura realizes he's cornered by one of the monsters he'd heard about, a ninja. Stunned, Nakamura asks how he got up there. Yadaka nonchalantly apologizes for running in the halls and tells Aoi, who is now in the washroom, that he's not a real teacher, so she can ignore the school rules. Cornered, Nakamura tries to reason with Yadaka, telling him something isn't right with Aoi. He reveals that she has a price on her head in the underworld and has no parents or siblings. The enemy ninja drives his point home. Aoi is completely on her own. Nobody will help her. The words hang in the air as Yadaka listens intently. Yadaka finally understands. It's because of people like Nakamura that Aoi feels her life is artificial. He flashes back to his own lonely past, surrounded by defeated foes, and empathizes with what it's like to be on your own. Nakamura changes tactics, resorting to bribery. He asks how much Yadaka is being paid and offers to double or even triple it if he joined his organization. Yadaka calmly raises a finger to his lips, silencing the enemy. It's not about the money, he states simply. In a blur of motion, Yadaka throws the tranquilizer pen past Nakamura's head, embedding it in the wall as a distraction. He vanishes from sight, leaving the enemy confused. You probably wouldn't understand, Yadaka's voice echoes. Appearing from above, Yadaka delivers a powerful, flying kick directly to Nakamura's head, ending the confrontation for good. As he lands, Yadaka reveals his true, comically selfish reason for refusing the offer. If he joined a new organization, he'd have to meet new people and answer questions about where he came from. He couldn't handle the social pressure. Looking down at the unconscious Nakamura, Yadaka reflects on his duty. It's not just about avoiding social pressure. It's about his conviction that nobody is truly alone. The nation has our backs, he concludes, reaffirming his commitment. After the eventful entrance ceremony, the first day of school comes to a close, and students begin to head home. Back in the classroom, Kana asks Aoi if she wants to walk home together. Aoi politely declines, explaining that she's getting picked up. She then spots Yadaka packing his bag and calls out to him. Aoi calls out, "Hey," making the already anxious Yadaka flinch. It seems she has something to say to him before she leaves, as Kana and Taki watch with interest. In the hallway, Aoi gets straight to the point, asking Yadaka if he's interested in making friends. Caught completely off guard, he can only stammer out a flustered, maybe. Closing the distance between them, Aoi looks him in the eye and asks an even more direct question. "Then want to be friends with me?" Yadaka is so shocked he can barely process the words. Watching from the classroom doorway, Taki whispers to Kana that there must be something seriously wrong with Aoi for her to be so forward. Aoi tells Yadaka that it's fine if he wants to be a loner, giving him an out. Yadaka is internally conflicted. He thinks, "I'm not." His entire life has been dedicated to being a shinobi living in the shadows, and making friends goes against everything he's been taught. He panics, frantically asking his superior for guidance. His ninja training taught him to forge no ties, but just as he's about to refuse, a new shocking order comes through his earpiece: befriend her. Caught between his lifelong training and a direct order from his superior, not to mention Aoi's expectant face, Yadaka is completely overwhelmed. He finally stammers, let me think about it, leaving his future relationship with Aoi uncertain as the chapter comes to a close. Bokwa title panel. Continuing from the last chapter, we see Yadaka, a public safety ninja, perched on a skyscraper. His current mission is so secret that he must not even reveal it to the person he is assigned to protect. However, Yadaka faces a problem. The person he must protect, a girl named Aoi Mukai, has just asked him to be friends. For a skilled ninja, this should be simple. But Yadaka is hopeless when it comes to human interaction, and all he can do is stammer that he needs to think about it. As he walks away, his operator, a mysterious woman known only as Number 9, immediately scolds him through his earpiece, questioning why he didn't just say yes and befriend Aoi. The pressure mounts on Yadaka. He wonders if he can really pull this off, but number 9 is relentless, asking him bluntly if he really thinks failure is an option. Number 9 continues to press him, asking if he'd rather spend his few days off hanging out with her. From Yadaka's perspective, this is clearly not a desirable alternative. He retorts that spending a day with her sounds exhausting. Number 9 is taken aback by his directness, but Yadaka insists she's just being mean now. Number 9 gets back to business, reminding Yadaka that this is a mission because Aoi is in constant danger. Just then, Aoi herself appears, cheerfully greeting Yadaka. Yadaka is shocked to see Aoi looking like a mess, with leaves stuck in her hair. She waves nonchalantly, explaining she had a little brush with a bush and even put her shoes on the wrong feet. Yadaka can't believe how clumsy she is. Aoi smiles and says she's fine. Yadaka tries to convince himself to not get involved, thinking she must be all right. She says she's heading to the nurse's office, but Yadaka, against his better judgment, can't help but ask again if she's really sure she's okay. Aoi turns back, then suddenly invites him to eat lunch together in the yard. As she says this, number 9's voice in his ear tells him this is the perfect chance to deepen his bond with the assignment. Yadaka is completely stunned into silence by the unexpected invitation. He descends into a full-blown panic. To him, having lunch with a girl is a disaster, made even worse by the fact that his lunch is just leftovers from the previous night's dinner. Yadaka waits alone in the schoolyard, remembering Aoi's instructions to go ahead while she buys drinks. The pressure is almost unbearable for him, and number 9's voice chimes in, painfully pointing out what a lonely life he leads. He sinks into his thoughts, admitting that he's afraid of bonding with others because he's terrified of eventually disappointing them. He concludes that if he keeps his distance from the start, then no one can get hurt. It's a sad justification for his isolation, driven by his personality and inability to talk to people. The scene flashes to an image of him in his ninja gear. He tells himself that even without friends, he still has his job. This is the life he knows. Number 9's voice cuts through his thoughts, calling him conceited. She argues that he can't disappoint anyone because he's never gotten to know anyone well enough, and no one has any interest in him anyway. Yadaka is left confused. She tells him to stop worrying about disappointing people and just focus on his job as a ninja, which is to make a friend in the first place. Her words snap him back to reality. He remembers Aoi asked him to find a spot for them to eat. As he wonders where to go, he clumsily knocks over a bottle on the ground. The bottle belongs to a group of delinquents. Yadaka immediately panics and starts apologizing profusely, which only seems to amuse them. Sensing an easy mark, the delinquents surround Yadaka. Their leader demands to know how he'll make it up to them, then throws out an outrageous number, 30,000 yen. He leans in menacingly, asking if Yadaka is going to pay him back. Yadaka is trapped in a social nightmare. In his ear, number 9 warns him not to engage with civilians, adding that he's about to disappoint her. Too timid to just walk away, and terrified of the confrontation, Yadaka meekly asks if they would consider taking payments in installments. The bullies demand to see his wallet. Yadaka explains that as a strategy, he doesn't carry cash precisely so no one can steal it. The bullies check and, to their surprise, find his wallet is completely empty. Just as the tension escalates, Aoi comes into view, holding the drink she bought. Yadaka is horrified. His internal monologue screams at him to hide, terrified of how disappointed his assignment will be to see him in such a pathetic situation. But it's too late. She's spotted him surrounded by the delinquents. For Yadaka, this is the worst possible moment, and he internally laments that he didn't want her to see him like this. Stepping forward, Aoi calmly tells the bullies to cut it out, declaring that Yadaka is her friend. The delinquents laugh, mocking him and asking Aoi why she would ever want to be friends with such an embarrassment. Yadaka flinches at the insult, but Aoi looks the bully dead in the eye and, to Yadaka's utter astonishment, states firmly, he's not embarrassing. She even giggles slightly, adding, I think he's funny. The lead bully is stunned into silence, unable to process her confident defense of the timid Yadaka. The bully, angered by her response, starts to get aggressive. But Aoi, with a nervous smile, seems to accidentally bump into him as she passes by. The impact causes the bully to stumble and knock Aoi's lunchbox into the air. Yadaka can only watch in shock as the food she prepared goes flying. The bully and his friends erupt in laughter, mockingly apologizing and saying his hand slipped. They think it's hilarious, callously remarking how cruel it is to treat a first year that way. Oi looks down at her ruined lunch. She quietly says that this doesn't bode well, as she had made it specifically because she wanted to eat with someone today. Seeing this, something inside Yadaka snaps. Onlooking students begin to whisper, wondering if they should call a teacher. The lead bully, enjoying the attention, menacingly leans toward Aoi and asks if she's got something to say. Before the bully can intimidate her further, a hand clamps down firmly on his shoulder. It's Yadaka, his expression now completely serious. The bully is shocked by Yadaka's sudden change in demeanor. He tries to shrug off the hand but finds that Yadaka's grip is like steel, he's not budging an inch. As the bully cries out in pain, Number 9's voice echoes in Yadaka's mind, reminding him not to butt heads with civilians. But Yadaka's resolve is firm. His mission is to become friends with Aoi, and he decides he can't back down now. With a newfound determination in his eyes, Yadaka declares that in this case, this is his duty as her friend. The bully is enraged, and even Aoi tells him to stop, fearing a fight is about to break out. But instead of throwing a punch, Yadaka does the unexpected. He bursts into a loud comical wail and starts running away like a coward. As he runs, he accidentally trips the lead bully, sending the larger boy tumbling forward. The bully hits the ground hard, and as he falls, a loud ripping sound is heard. The other students are confused by what just happened. The onlookers erupt in laughter, mocking the bully for getting taken down by a first year. Yadaka explains his ninja technique, the art of all assault, where he uses anything on hand as a weapon. His weapon of choice? A simple plastic divider from a lunchbox. He reveals that he used its sharp edge to slice the seam of the bully's pants right open. Quick thinking, though perhaps a bit unhygienic. By exposing his underwear, the bully has lost all dignity, and the fight is over before it even began. Humiliated, the delinquents make a hasty retreat. Yadaka reflects that he didn't butt heads with him directly, he just made him the butt of a joke. Aoi rushes over to Yadaka, asking if he's okay. Startled, he stammers a yes as she apologizes, feeling responsible for the trouble he got into. Looking at her spilled food, Aoi casually invokes the 5-second rule, preparing to eat it off the ground. Yadaka is internally horrified. But as they sit together, he finally lets out a genuine laugh, wondering why he was so scared before. As they sit on the grassy hill together, Aoi looks over at Yadaka and says plainly, "I want to be friends too." She clarifies that she's answering his non-response from the previous day. Yadaka is flustered, but she simply says bet, sealing their new friendship. For her, it's no longer about any mission, it's a genuine connection. As they sit together, Yadaka keeps trying to stop her from eating the dirty food, but Aoi keeps asking if it's okay, even if she washes it. And as he answers her, Yadaka realizes that his mission has changed. He doesn't just have to protect her anymore. Now, he genuinely wants to get to know her. The chapter begins with a menacing figure noting that the heroes aren't the only ones with undercover agents. In another room, a captured man learns that his target, Oi Mukai, is being protected by public safety. At school, Yadaka, currently undercover as Nozuki, is reminded of the warning from the man apprehended on his first day. "We've got some too. You'd best watch yourselves." Yadaka is consumed by worry. The thought that enemies could be hiding anywhere, ready to strike at Aoi, is a struggle for him. But his social anxiety twists this into a different fear. Anyone could start talking to him at any moment. He quickly shuts the classroom door, stealing his resolve. He tells himself not to worry, and that he will protect the assignment by acting as Aoi's friend. Just then his target, the cheerful Oi Mukai, startles him by calling out his undercover name, Nozuki. She excitedly tells him that a group of them are planning to go to karaoke. Yadaka immediately refuses, but Aoi laughingly informs him it's too late. She's already told everyone that the two of them are going together. Being dragged into a group social event is Yadaka's worst nightmare, and he lets out a silent, internal scream of terror. As they walk, one of Aoi's friends, Kana Fujimiya, notes how well Aoi and Yadaka have blended in. Aoi boasts that she'll dazzle everyone with her tambourine skills, but all Yadaka can feel is absolute terror. Another classmate startles Yadaka, asking how he got so close to Aoi. He reveals that when Aoi was invited, she didn't hesitate to ask if she could bring Yadaka along. Hearing this, a horrifying realization dawns on Yadaka. He believes Aoi is toying with him, intentionally putting him in this uncomfortable situation just to watch him squirm. His handler informs him via earpiece that this is a great opportunity. The other ninjas protecting Aoi have already integrated into the group. Taki Utsumi, codename Omaniko, and Kana Fujimiya, codename Hibari. The handler advises him that going it alone will be difficult. He needs to attempt to get closer to his new teammates, even if the connection is only superficial. Yadaka panics over what to talk about, ruling out top-secret ninja stuff. Just then, Taki Utsumi starts a conversation, asking if he goes to karaoke a lot, which only makes Yadaka more flustered. Taki casually mentions he hasn't been in a while because of tests. Kana also joins in, asking Yadaka if he has any good songs ready. As Yadaka stammers, Kana cheerfully decides to make her song choice a surprise for when they get there. The others continue their lighthearted chat about competing for the best score, but Yadaka feels completely left out, unable to keep up with the conversation despite his teammates' efforts to include him. As the group walks along the sidewalk, a large truck suddenly speeds past them, narrowly missing them. The three ninjas, Taki, Kana, and Yadaka, all glance back with suspicion. Inside the truck, a group of thugs led by a man known as Black Pig has spotted their target. They plan to tail Aoi and grab her when she's alone. The group arrives at the karaoke bar. While Aoi is excited about using the tambourine, Yadaka sits miserably with a pair of maracas, clearly not enjoying himself. Aoi heads to the bathroom with a friend. Taki watches them go and turns to Yadaka using his real code name for the first time. Yadaka, you sensed an enemy too, didn't you? Taki quickly formulates a plan. He instructs Yadaka to pretend to get a towel from the front desk after he creates a diversion, and then join Kana. As planned, Taki accidentally knocks over a glass of water, creating a commotion and apologizing loudly for the mess. Playing his part, a flustered Yadaka volunteers to go to the front desk to get a towel, giving him an excuse to leave the room. As he walks down the hall, Yadaka marvels at how different his teammates act in their civilian personas. He realizes they are true experts at infiltration, completely concealing their deadly skills to seamlessly blend in with the class. He contacts his handler, his thoughts turning to Kana's situation. At that very moment, the thugs from the truck are lying in wait outside the women's restroom. With Aoi accompanied by another girl, they decide to capture them both to ensure there are no witnesses. Inside the restroom, Kana Fujimiya confronts the thugs. Her demeanor shifts entirely as she takes off her glasses, an intimidating grin spreading across her face. She coldly informs the intruders that they have entered the little girl's room. Laying her hair down, Kana unleashes a wild, taunting laugh. She dares the thugs to come at her, effectively challenging them to a fight. Yadaka finally arrives at the hallway outside the restroom, but he stops dead in his tracks, shocked by the intense scene unfolding before him. As Kana single-handedly takes down the thugs, Yadaka's handler explains over the comms that this is the real Hibari, a ninja specialized for combat whose transformation surprises even him. With the threat neutralized, Kana furiously turns on Yadaka, yelling that he's late and asking if he wants to end up like the unconscious thugs on the floor. A terrified Yadaka can only apologize. Kana calmly orders Yadaka to open the window to air the place out. Through his earpiece, he gets an alert that their assignment, Aoi, is on the move, meaning she is approaching their location. To Yadaka's astonishment, Kana effortlessly disposes of the evidence by throwing all three unconscious thugs out of the open window. Just as the last thug is tossed out, Aoi appears in the hallway. Yadaka, seeing the fight is already over, wonders what he's even supposed to do now. Aoi innocently asks if he's going to the bathroom too. Yadaka panics, realizing in his haste he never put down the maracas from the karaoke room. Aoi mentions that it sounded like there was a commotion. Still shaking from the adrenaline, Yadaka frantically denies hearing anything, trying to play it cool. After composing himself slightly, Yadaka finally works up the courage to ask Aoi a question that's been bothering him. Why did she invite him? Aoi smiles warmly and gives her honest reason. She explains that she doesn't know anyone and would be lonely by herself, confessing that she needed him there with her. Yadaka is stunned by her sincerity. He admits that he thought she had invited him just to watch him squirm, a thought Aoi seems to have had about herself as well. Down on the street, Kana looks at the pile of thugs she threw from the window, annoyed that there were only 3. She realizes she left one of them, the leader, back up in the hallway. His handler warns him that they aren't in the clear yet. Having seen the remaining thug, Yadaka confirms he's noticed the lingering threat. Hiding down the hall, the last thug is terrified of Kana, calling her a monster. He decides to take out Yadaka and just make off with Aoi. The thug makes his move, charging down the hallway. Yadaka realizes he's too close to Aoi to engage in combat safely and needs a decoy to draw the enemy's attention. Right on cue, Taki Utsumi appears, nonchalantly claiming he spilled a drink and needs to wash it off. His sudden arrival provides the perfect distraction. As the thug charges, Taki calmly intercepts him. He presents the neutralized enemy to Aoi as if showing off a messy stain, leaving her and Yadaka speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Yadaka uses his maracas, shaking them violently right beside the thug's ears to incapacitate him with the jarring sound. Yadaka awkwardly explains to his confused teammates that he was just practicing his maraca serenade. Meanwhile, the last thug is sent flying out the window, joining his comrades below. Completely oblivious to the danger she was in, laughs, thinking it's all a game. She tells Yadaka that he can't beat her tambourine skills, while her 3 ninja protectors look on. As the group heads back to their karaoke room, Taki praises Yadaka, telling him it was great job working together for the first time. He looks back at his comrades and declares, "You make a good team." The new chapter begins in the classroom, where Oi Mukai cheerfully suggests a trial. Her classmates mention that it's the trial period for school clubs. For the socially anxious Yadaka, however, the word trial takes on a completely different meaning. He internally panics, thinking of it as a trial of loneliness. Aoi tries to calm him down, explaining they're just talking about school clubs. But Yadaka is already spiraling, convinced he'll never be accepted in a club built on relationships. Later, Yadaka is back on duty, secretly communicating with his handler. He watches a classmate put up a poster as he gives his report on the assignment surroundings since the karaoke attack. He spots a concert band club poster. His ninja instincts kicking in, Yadaka expertly flicks a pushpin, sticking it perfectly to the poster, while concluding his report that he hasn't seen any suspicious people. His handler immediately scolds him for the unnecessary display of skill. Yadaka is shocked, realizing he treated the pushpin like a kunai, a move that is obviously not allowed while undercover. Yadaka ignores the scolding and continues his report, asking his handler who is after the assignment. The handler replies that the information is confidential. The handler explains that even in the ninja world, there are fugitive ninjas who sell information or defect. There's no telling who might defect or when. Unfazed, Yadaka declares that he would never defect and comically pleads to keep his job forever. His handler tells him to just stop. Just then, Oi appears, having just come from the student store. She asks Yadaka if he wants to go home, catching him off guard. He mutters about her not being serious about the club trial. As they stand together, a commotion occurs. A boy with messy black hair drops his bread and cries out in anguish. The boy, surprisingly cheerful, introduces himself as Miyake, a classmate. He explains that he's in the soccer club but is stuck doing errands. He offers them a candy. An aggressive upperclassman with blonde hair appears, kicking a ball at Miyake and yelling at him for being late and crushing the bread. Yadaka is still upset about the bread, while Oi looks on with a determined smile. As Miyake is dejectedly led away by the upperclassman, Oi tells a stunned Yadaka that it's time to go home and that he shouldn't get involved. The upperclassman explains their system of hazing new members with a rigged game. Aoi steps forward, confronting him and asking if he thinks he's better just because he's an upperclassman. Yadaka panics, trying to stop Aoi from escalating the situation and creating more work for him. Aoi retorts that if they have a problem with it, they should just stop losing. While Yadaka cries out in distress, Aoi ignores him and challenges the upperclassman directly, demanding they be allowed to join the club on a trial basis and have a match with her. Aoi gives the upperclassman a confident, almost menacing smile, ready to see if they've really got the stuff to stand at the top. Now changed into gym clothes, Oi rallies Yadaka and Miyake, declaring they'll make the upperclassmen eat their turds. Yadaka, caught in the middle, nervously tells himself to keep a low profile. The 4-4, first Gerwin's soccer match begins. Immediately, an upperclassman shows his poor sportsmanship by blasting the ball directly into Miyake's face. Yadaka staggers back, apologizing to a dazed Miyake. The upperclassman just mocked Miyake for his poor reaction. Aoi walks past them, unimpressed, and comments on how bad the upperclassmen are. Yadaka watches her, still flustered. The game continues. An upperclassman goes in for a rough tackle against Aoi, who deftly controls the ball. The upperclassman commits a blatant foul, tripping Aoi hard. As Yudaka rushes to her side, the bullies start arguing, trying to claim it was a clean play. Brushing off her scraped hands, Aoi insists she's completely fine. Yudaka, however, anxiously reminds her of the serious stakes. If they lose, they become the upperclassmen's servants. Aoi gets up determined. She refuses to lose to anyone so stuck up. Hearing this, Yudaka sighs and makes a decision. He can be a ninja as long as no one notices. Yudaka realizes that Aoi getting hurt has put the assignment in danger. With his eyes glowing with intensity, he decides to intervene, just once, and targets one of the upperclassmen. Yudaka unleashes his skills, kicking the ball hard into the bully's face. As the ball ricochets into the air, Aoi gets into position, ready for the follow-up. Aoi skillfully kicks the ball towards Make, who dives for a header. Unfortunately, he completely misses the shot, and the upperclassmen laugh at his failure. But with a wild look in his eyes, Yudaka declares that it's not over yet and sprints into action. Miyake dives for the ball again. As it nears his head, it suddenly gains a mysterious, powerful boost, streaking past him with incredible speed. The supercharged ball blasts past the goalie and smashes into the net. Goal. Aoi and Miyake celebrate their victory, but they are both confused as to why the ball suddenly sped up. Miyake, still on the ground, is in disbelief. Miyake asks Yudaka what he did. Yudaka holds up the candy Miyake gave him earlier, explaining that the basic principles are the same as throwing a kunai. He reveals his secret. He hit the ball with a piece of candy to give it a speed boost. Miyake is horrified when Yudaka says he'll wash the candy and eat it later so the gift doesn't go to waste. The team celebrates their win with a high five. Yudaka watches his happy teammates, a small smile on his face. Miyake calls Yudaka a simple guy. For a brief moment, Yudaka thinks to himself that clubs might not be so bad after all. After the game, a cheerful Miyake celebrates that the upperclassmen had to eat turds. Now that they've won, Aoi decides they should quit the club. As Miyake waves goodbye, he thanks Yudaka for the help. Then, his expression changes as he says chillingly, "Yes, there really was a ninja." Miyake's internal monologue reveals his true thoughts. He thinks that public safety must be involved, which explains their failures. He scoffs that Yudaka is bottom of the barrel and was easy to approach. All the while, Aoi and Yudaka walk away, completely oblivious to the danger. The chapter ends with a shocking reveal. Miyake's face twists into a sinister grin, his eyes glowing. He reveals that ninja slaying is a fugitive ninja's specialty and that they can just kidnap the girl later. On a rainy morning, a mysterious figure walks down the street, musing that there are 3 ninjas protecting his target, Oimukai. He relishes the downpour, considering it perfect whether to pick them off one by one and complete his mission to kidnap her. The scene transitions to the front of a school, where students are arriving under their umbrellas. The same mysterious figure stands before them, thinking to himself that this is the best kind of day for an assassination. Inside, Yudaka stares out the window at the rain. His friend Nozuki greets him, remarking that Yudaka seems to enjoy the gloomy weather. Just then, a cheerful first-year student with glasses, Kana Fujimiya, pops in to say good morning. Suddenly, Kana Fujimiya's friendly demeanor vanishes. Her face turns intensely serious as she grabs Yudaka, telling him to come with her for a second. Her code name is revealed, Hibari. As Hibari leads a confused Yudaka away, he internally reflects that she's here on the same mission as him, but he shouldn't need to interact with her. Elsewhere, Nozuki wonders what she could possibly want. As Kana Fujimiya walks down the hallway, she is greeted warmly by other students who compliment her hair. She seems flustered by the attention, wondering what someone like her could possibly want with her. Hibari takes Yudaka to a quiet staircase landing. As she prepares to speak, they are interrupted by Nozuki, who awkwardly greets them. With a determined look, Hibari turns to Yudaka and makes a startling request. She needs him to teach her how to connect with other people. Yudaka is utterly shocked, exclaiming if she has lost her mind. Hibari claims that Yudaka is a natural at socializing, a statement that only flusters him more. He reflects on the nature of undercover ninjas, who may excel at infiltration but can only maintain superficial relationships. Yudaka has a horrifying realization. Since Oimukai is Hibari's one and only friend, it means that this constitutes the best personal relationship she has managed to form as a ninja. Hibari desperately lists her social achievements, from finding gifts in her shoe cubby to going shopping with friends and even being recommended as class rep. Yadaka can only remark that it sounds like she's living the high school dream, oblivious to her distress. Yadaka is incredulous, demanding to know how she even got close to Aoi. He clenches his fist in frustration, lamenting that his job is to protect Aoi as her best friend, yet she doesn't seem to care about him at all. Completely lost, Yadaka admits he has no clue how to build relationships. He flashes back to various moments with Aoi Mukai, where she seems happy and engaged with him. Hibari, growing more desperate, repeats her plea with intensity, begging Yadaka to teach her his ways. Yadaka can only respond with a stunned, Just then, another classmate, a girl with dark hair, approaches and asks Kana if she's free after school. Hibari lets out a sigh of relief. Hibari struggles to respond, forcing a strained smile as she says she's free. The other girl looks concerned, noting that Hibari doesn't seem like herself and asking what's wrong. The classmate asks if Hibari wants to try a limited edition item she mentioned before. Hibari agrees, though she seems uninterested. As they walk off, Hibari desperately whispers to Yadaka, asking if she's doing it right, leaving him to lament about his strange predicament. A moment later, Aoi Mukai herself appears and asks Yadaka if he's free after school. Stunned, Yadaka replies that he is. Aoi explains that she needs to attend a chemistry refresher course since she hasn't done the homework and asks Yadaka to come with her. He is left speechless for a moment before she adds that she will be assigned to one anyway. Overjoyed, Yadaka thinks to himself that Aoi is the best. He mimics Hibari's earlier line, agreeing to go with her even though he's not particularly interested. From the staircase, Hibari watches them go. Yadaka glances back, thinking that he wishes he could be like her, with lots of friends, and questions if she really needs a change. Hibari shatters Yadaka's perception, stating that their classmates are not really friends and could even be enemies. Yadaka is shocked and angered by her cold logic, retorting that a ninja's job is to protect people and that she could never leave them to die. Back in the classroom, the girl from before reminds Kana that she's on duty to turn in assignments. Hibari is thrown into a panic, wondering which persona is the right one. She snaps aggressively at the girl, who recoils in fear. The classmate looks terrified and asks if Hibari is okay. Forcing her friendly mask back on, Hibari quickly reassures the girl she's fine, takes the assignments, and hurries off toward the science room. Upon arriving, Hibari finds the science room door is locked. Just as she wonders what to do, the very same assassin from the beginning of the chapter appears, casually holding up the key. He claims he was on duty and just remembered he had to submit his own work. The assassin unlocks the door, and as Hibari steps inside wondering where to leave the papers, he quietly locks it behind her. The sound of the click alerts Hibari, and she turns around with a start. The assassin lunges, grabbing at Hibari from behind. She reacts with shock, twisting away as he attacks. Yadaka, who had followed her, watches as Hibari narrowly dodges the attack, which shatters a window. The assassin wonders if she was on guard, while Yadaka is stunned that this enemy was so good at blending and that neither of them noticed him. The assassin throws a powerful punch at Hibari, who ducks just in time. The force of the blow pulverizes the wall behind her. Hibari realizes the assassin is much faster than he looks. With her left arm busted, she decides to retreat and let the other ninja handle him. As she makes a run for it, the assassin mocks her for being quick. To her horror, Hibari stops in her tracks. The classmate who asked her out earlier has followed her into the room and is now standing there, completely bewildered. Hibari panics, wondering what her classmate is doing here. The assassin, annoyed at the complication, reveals a set of sharp claws, complaining that he now has another mess to clean up in a place he chose for its seclusion. Hibari feels hopeless, believing she can't possibly fight the assassin and protect her classmate. She thinks she has to leave her behind. The oblivious girl, however, simply points out that Hibari's nose is bleeding. Yadaka's voice rings at her memory, and you could never leave them to die, Hibari. As this thought crosses her mind, the assassin lunges forward to attack. In a split-second decision, Hibari abandons her plan to escape and instead shoves her terrified classmate out of the path of the assassin's attack. Hibari shields the girl, apologizing that she had to see this. She blocks the assassin's claws with her bare hand. The assassin is taken aback, questioning why she didn't just abandon her. Hibari checks on her classmate, who is dazed but safe. Realizing she can't just pick her up and run, she grimly states that apparently, protecting others is part of the job. Then, something in Hibari snaps. She takes off her glasses, and her entire demeanor changes. A bloody, psychotic grin spreads across her face as she tells the assassin this will make things more interesting, and that she'll take him on with just one arm. The assassin looks on in disbelief. With a crazed look in her eyes, Hibari taunts him, asking if he seriously thinks they're even on the same playing field. To be continued. In the school hallway, a tense confrontation unfolds. Hibari, with a crazed look in her eyes, scoffs at Kana, questioning if they're even in the same league. In response, Kana, with a defiant glare, confidently declares she could take Hibari on with just one arm. Bokwa ditope. As Kana leaps back to create distance, Hibari's thoughts race. She plans to report the situation, but her mind is already on a greater threat, believing an enemy is present to eliminate the bodyguards before going after the main assignment. Hibari deftly plucks the communicator from Kana's ear, asking mockingly if she can borrow it. Kana looks on, completely caught off guard by the sudden move. Elsewhere, Yadaka talks on the phone, expressing his concern about Hibari's anger. He questions his contact about whether other ninjas use similar communication devices. Yadaka is informed that the communicators are mandatory for tracking locations during emergencies. He panics as he realizes the implications, asking if his contact was even listening to his concerns. Back in the hallway, Hibari stands over a rattled Kana, revealing that she knows about their communicators and directly asking if she's a ninja. Hibari then adds a twist, stating she herself was a ninja until she got out. The weight of the situation crashes down on Kana. She realizes she's in a terrible position, unable to contact anyone, injured, with a civilian to protect, and facing a formidable fugitive ninja. Hibari mocks their attempts at blending in, calling their acting painful to watch. Confident that she has the upper hand, she announces it's time to end things quickly. Kana, now completely flustered and offended, questions what exactly was so painful about her acting. A flashback shows Kana's over-the-top, cheerful greeting to her classmates, a prime example of her unnatural performance. Hibari continues her scathing review, comparing Kana's persona to a character from a children's educational program. The critique continues with another flashback. Hibari recalls when Kana playfully gave a classmate a forehead poke, an act that clearly disgusted her. Hibari isn't finished. She brings up the time Kana tripped during gym class, noting that her attempt to be adorable didn't seem realistic at all. In another flashback, Kana is seen striking a cutesy tee-hee pose after tripping in the gym, playing up the clumsiness. Humiliated, Kana collapses to the floor as Hibari demands she stop. Hibari, now holding a set of claws, mockingly repeats Kana's tee-hee, questioning how she's supposed to know how to act cute. Hibari throws a shuriken that narrowly misses the civilian girl Kana is protecting. She coldly informs Kana that her method of protection is also wrong. With a menacing look, Hibari declares Kana a failure as a ninja. She insists that for the sake of the mission, Kana should have abandoned the civilian and run. Refusing to back down, Kana shouts back defiantly that she is allowed to save whoever she wants, rejecting Hibari's ruthless logic. Hibari lunges forward, not at Kana, but past her, throwing another projectile with incredible speed. Kana's mind flashes back to her training. She remembers her master's stern words. Completing the mission is the absolute priority, and she must not act outside its confines. The memory continues, with her blindfolded master explaining that ninjas work for a greater cause, and therefore must ignore minor details like individual lives. A young Kana listens, confused. In the present, Yadaka's voice cuts through, expressing a completely different philosophy. It's a ninja's job to protect people. Slumped against the wall, Kana tells Yadaka to save the lecture. She bitterly admits that she already knew she couldn't win while protecting the girl. However, a fire reignites within her. Pushing herself up, Kana declares she's fine right where she is, fighting for a bigger goal without sacrificing the details. As Hibari scoffs that ideals won't help her advance, Kana readies herself for another clash, retorting, "Then who cares about advancement?" In response to Hibari's taunts, Kana lunges forward. She blocks a strike from Hibari, who is now wielding a pipe. Thinking fast, Kana grabs a stack of papers and throws them into the air, creating a chaotic scream to mask her next move as she unleashes a powerful scream. For a moment, Hibari is blinded by the flurry of papers, realizing too late that Kana has used them to obscure her vision for a stealth attack. Kana bursts through the paper cloud, throwing a powerful punch. However, her target isn't Hibari. To Hibari's surprise, Kana tackles Yadaka instead, taking him completely by surprise. Yadaka effortlessly stops Kana's attack, telling her it's enough before tossing her to the ground. As Kana pleads that she's at her limit, Hibari coldly remarks that her ideals couldn't save anyone. Yadaka confirms, one down. As Yadaka stands over the defeated Kana, a rattling sound comes from a nearby restroom door. The civilian girl inside says the door is locked and asks if they can break it open for her. Before Yadaka can react, a new figure with orange hair suddenly appears, sending Yadaka flying with a powerful kick and yelling, "Not like that." The newcomer then immediately seems to question his own aggressive action. Yadaka lies stunned amidst the wreckage of the wall, wondering what just hit him. From the floor, Kana remarks on how quick the attack was. A close-up reveals the newcomer is speaking into his communicator, reporting that he has arrived at the location where Hibari's own communicator stopped working. A flashback reveals the truth of the situation. The fight was a coordinated deception. Kana's tackle was a distraction, allowing Hibari to snatch the communicator from Yadaka. He finally understands that the device was her true target all along. As the realization dawns on Yadaka, he looks over at Kana, who has dropped her serious demeanor. She gives him a playful wink and a tee-hee, cheekily confirming her role in the elaborate ruse. The newcomer announces that he has eyes on the situation and is officially taking over from Hibari. Yadaka looks up from the floor, understanding that the mission has just taken another dangerous turn, and he's the next target. Shinobi Undercover, Chapter 7, as a ninja. Continuing from the last chapter, the fight begins. Yadaka first mistakes the attacker for someone named Nozuka, but then recognizes him as Miyake. From the side, Hibari shouts a desperate warning that Miyake is an enemy. With incredible force, Yadaka sends Miyake flying through the classroom's glass door. Below, Hibari recovers from the initial chaos while Yadaka lands gracefully after his powerful attack. Miyake stands up amidst the broken glass, pulling out two short blades. He coolly admits that with this commotion, his assassination attempt is now a failure, as all the ninja in the area have likely been alerted. With a crazed look in his eyes, Miyake turns his attention to the two students. Since his main mission has failed, he decides he'll just take care of Yadaka and Hibari instead. Panicked, Hibari uses her communication device to contact her operator. On the other end, the operator, hearing Hibari's frantic calls, asks what's happening. Hibari reports to her operator that an enemy has been hiding among their classmates. She confirms it was Miyake, and that he is a fugitive ninja. As Miyake prepares to fight, Yadaka's main concern is the state of the classrooms, wondering what they'll do when classes start after lunch. Miyake mocks him, stating that if there's one thing a third-rate ninja is good at, it's dodging. Miyake lunges at Yadaka, taunting him for his composed act and asking if he really cares more about the classrooms than his own life. The two boys face off. Miyake sarcastically calls Yadaka the cream of the crop. Meanwhile, Hibari explains to the operator that deserting is the greatest ninja taboo, and only the best, most troublesome ninjas can successfully go AWOL. Yadaka decides to get this over with. He lunges at Miyake, demanding to know who his target is and who gave him his orders. Miyake casually dodges Yadaka's attack and tells him to ask Oi Mukai herself, suggesting she knows more than he does. Yadaka argues that Hibari was at a disadvantage while protecting a student, but Miyake dismisses it, saying it was her own weakness that prevented a fair fight. He asks Yadaka if making excuses for her isn't embarrassing for a ninja. Yadaka, with a serious expression, retorts that Miyake's words don't mean much, coming from a fugitive ninja who abandoned his own duties. Realizing he got too heated, Yadaka sheepishly apologizes. He explains that hearing a fugitive ninja talk about what a ninja should or shouldn't do just made him do a double take. Miyake seems annoyed by the apology. Miyake lectures Yadaka, asking if he understands how impressive it is that he survived as a fugitive ninja until now. He states that a normal ninja wouldn't be able to do that, and that Yadaka should take good advice no matter who it's from. Having lost the war of words, Yadaka looks downcast and simply says that he understands. Watching from the side, a girl comments that surprisingly, Yadaka seems to be winning their argument. This observation clearly irritates Miyake, who insists that Yudaka definitely doesn't get it. Done with the conversation, Miyake declares that talking is a waste of time and leaps in for another attack. Yudaka realizes that while Hibari managed to prevent any deaths earlier, someone is about to die now. The voice from the operator cuts in, telling Yudaka that eliminating the enemy is his priority. Hearing this, Hibari makes a decision and tells the operator to switch the comms to speaker mode before declaring, "So be it." Hibari shouts to Yudaka not to worry about anything else. Seeing Yudaka momentarily distracted, Miyake spots an opening and lunges forward, yelling, "You're wide open." But Yudaka wasn't distracted. In a flash, he drops to the ground and unleashes a powerful kick from a breakdance-like stance, striking Miyake squarely in the jaw. As Miyake falls, the operator's voice explains Yudaka's nature. As a ninja, he is useless at anything except combat. His ability tanks when he's trying to multitask. Yudaka panics, internally screaming about his conflicting duties, keeping Hibari safe, preventing damage to the classroom, and figuring out what Miyake wants. The operator calmly tells Hibari to watch, noting that this is how they would have used him if the assignment hadn't approached him first. Miyake, bleeding and on his knees, acknowledges Yudaka's power, but says he is wrong. Yudaka calmly replies that the better ninja was Hibari, who followed through with her duties. The statement leaves Miyake utterly stunned, just moments before Yudaka's final move. With the fight concluded, Yudaka looks down at the mess he's made, his hands still poised from the final blow. Yudaka's attack sends Miyake flying backward through the shattered classroom window and out into the rain. As another ninja watches from a rooftop, Yudaka and Hibari look on in shock. Miyake lands hard on the wet ground below with a thud, sending a splash of water and dirt into the air. Lying on the ground, bloodied and soaked by the rain, Miyake gasps for air, his eyes wide with the shock and pain of his utter defeat. Yudaka peers out of the broken window, but the operator quickly warns him not to stick his head out, as he might be seen by other students. Still on the ground, Miyake panics, realizing that Yudaka was not the weakling he appeared to be. Staring up at the window in terror, he vows to kill him the next time they meet. Miyake stumbles to his feet and runs off into the rain. Yudaka prepares to give chase, but the operator stops him, telling him his job is done and that other agents in the city will track the injured ninja down. The operator tells Yudaka this is why she usually stops him from going all out. He apologizes, looking at the wrecked hallway. As he puts his jacket back on, he marvels at his opponent, saying Miyake is on a completely different level. Hibari watches him silently. As Yudaka turns to check on Hibari, she thinks to herself how, despite being so skilled in combat, he's useless at everything else, and yet they still put him on missions. Switching completely from his combat persona, Yudaka gives Hibari a warm, gentle smile. He apologizes for being late and tells her he's glad she is okay. Completely caught off guard by his sudden kindness and sincere apology, all Hibari can do is stare back with a blush, wide-eyed in surprise as the chapter comes to a close. Shinobi Undercover, Chapter 8, The Two After School. The scene opens in what appears to be a school infirmary or hospital room. Hibari, resting in bed, holds up an apple and asks Yudaka to peel it for her. Yudaka agrees. In a flash, he deftly wields a knife, peeling and slicing the apple with incredible speed before it even has a chance to fall. Hibari looks on, stunned by his swift movements. The apple slices, perfectly shaped like little rabbits, are presented on a plate. Yudaka explains with a smile that this is the ninja art of kamaitachi, a strike so fast no one can see what happened. He figured she'd want to eat them soon. The scene provides context. The school has been closed for days. The official story, courtesy of public safety, is that gas cylinders in the science room exploded, but this was just a cover-up for the recent ninja battle. Back in the room, Yudaka asks Hibari how she feels. Despite her arm being in a cast, she brushes it off, saying she'll heal up in a few days. Yudaka smiles, genuinely relieved. He tells her he's glad she's okay, admitting that she was the better ninja for following through with her duties. Hibari becomes flustered, trying to bring up the topic of what happened earlier with Yudaka. She explains that they found intelligence about Miyake. He left a trail at public safety. She adds that he was a ninja under her command until a year ago, codenamed Tsubame, or Sparrow. Yudaka pulls up a graduation photo of a much younger, geekier-looking Miyake on his phone. He jokes that the picture is like blackmail and that they should spread it everywhere. As Yudaka wonders why Miyake was after Aoi, Hibari tells him that since he's already faced a fugitive ninja, she'll tell him. She suggests he just ask Aoi Mukai herself. In a somber tone, Hibari reveals a shocking truth. The assignment's family, Aoi's family, was killed by a ninja. The revelation hangs heavily in the air, leaving both Hibari and a stunned Yudaka speechless. Yudaka processes the information, immediately wondering if Miyake is somehow tied to the murder of Aoi's family. Overlooking the city, Hibari voices a grave concern. If the fugitive ninjas have joined forces in the shadows, they have a big problem, as their power is well documented and completely outclasses Miyake. The scene shifts to a park, where a disheveled man in a suit sits on a bench, smoking. He sighs, lamenting that luck isn't on his side, and idly wonders if pulling on his earlobes will make them fat and lucky like Buddhas. A hooded figure, Tsubame, appears. The man on the bench, annoyed, tells Tsubame not to eavesdrop on his monologue and asks for the getaway car. Tsubame points towards a wrecked van that has crashed into a pole, stating the obvious: the getaway vehicle is totaled. The man reacts with shock. The man angrily asks what Tsubame was doing. Tsubame apologizes, explaining that Oi Mukai got away while he was distracted lighting his cigarette. Tsubame offers to report the screw-up to their higher-ups, but then adds that since the mission is already a bust, his wrecking the car doesn't matter. The man looks on in disbelief. Tsubame questions this logic, finding it wrong. This enrages the man, who looms over him menacingly, demanding to know what's wrong about it. In a display of power, a gust of wind swirls around them, sending leaves and trash flying into the air as the man asserts his dominance. He gets right in Tsubame's face, making it clear who's on top in their relationship. He declares that for fugitive ninjas, it's a ninja-eat-ninja world out there. This fugitive ninja is identified as Hachikuma. He sternly reminds Tsubame that an underling's job is to cover for his superiors, a statement Tsubame finds completely wrong, before telling him to get going. The scene cuts back to the school, where Yudaka is seen cleaning a classroom by himself after hours. He happily explains that he's covering for a classmate who had to rush off to his club activities. Yudaka seems thrilled that someone is counting on him. Through an internal monologue or a communication channel, Yudaka confirms the location of his assignment. Oi. Hibari has seen her off to the shoe cubbies, where someone is scheduled to pick her up. Yudaka's thoughts darken as he recalls the terrible news. Oi's family was murdered by a ninja. He worries about what she would think of him if she ever discovered his own identity as a ninja. He spots Aoi from a distance, walking with a friend. At the same time, he overhears two other students gossiping about him and Aoi, wondering what the deal is between them. Yudaka continues to listen to their speculation, wondering if they think he's her servant or perhaps a human shield she's using to keep creeps away. While Yudaka is lost in thought, relieved they haven't assumed anything stranger, there's a loud crash behind him. It's Hibari, who has clumsily tripped and now has a bucket on her head. Oblivious to her own state, she asks if Yudaka needs any help. As they clean up the mess together, Yudaka apologizes for making her help. Hibari explains that she overheard the baseball club members feeling guilty about leaving him with their duties, so she came. She nonchalantly adds, "Of course I'd help when you're in trouble." Leaning in, Hibari tells him she helps because they're friends. Yudaka laughs, realizing Hibari must have overheard the other students calling him a human shield earlier. He seems amused by the situation. Suddenly, their moment is interrupted as a stray baseball comes flying through the classroom window, shattering the glass pane. Reacting with his incredible ninja speed, Yudaka instantly moves to shield Hibari from the spray of broken glass, using his own body as a barrier. The immediate aftermath shows the baseball lying amidst the debris. Yudaka quickly checks if Hibari is okay, but she seems bewildered, asking what just happened, not having processed the speed of the event. In an internal report, Yudaka explains his actions. He used a small broom and dustpan to catch the flying glass in midair before it could hit his assignment, Hibari. He then spread the shards on the ground to make the scene look natural. His handler commends him for making the right call. The baseball players who hit the ball rush into the classroom, calling out to Nozuki to see if he's okay. They find Yudaka already beginning to sweep up the mess. Later, Yudaka and Aoi are seen walking home together along a riverbank. He thanks her for helping with the cleanup, though she notes that everyone ended up pitching in. He then hesitantly tries to bring something up. Mustering his courage, Yudaka earnestly promises Aoi that if she's ever in trouble, he will be there to help her. Always smiles brightly, waving as she cheerfully accepts his offer. As they continue walking, she playfully asks if she can see his math homework, bringing a light-hearted end to a tense day. Chapter 9, titled Uminiko's Shopping, begins with the students of Class 1A buzzing with excitement. Aoi Mukai throws her hands up in the air, exclaiming her love for high school life as a sports festival is announced. Below, her classmate, the undercover ninja Yadaka, looks on with a reserved expression. Aoi happily chats with their teacher, Mr. Nakamura. Since the first period is PE, the girls get to pick their events first. On the blackboard, the options are a mixed-gender three-legged race, a relay, tug-of-war, and a chicken fight. A classmate asks Yadaka if he's not going to complain about the sports festival, knowing his usual reserved nature. Yadaka gives a cryptic answer, stating he is merely grass that bows the direction the wind blows, meaning he'll just go along with things to not stand out. His classmate just thinks he's a fool. Aoi decides to sign herself and Kana Fujimiya up for the mixed-gender three-legged race. Meanwhile, another girl with blonde hair named Mukai doesn't have a preference. After they're signed up, Mr. Nakamura tells the girls to go get changed. Now it's the boys' turn to sign up. Mr. Nakamura tries to get volunteers for the obstacle race and the relay, but gets no takers. However, when he announces the mixed-gender three-legged race, nearly every boy in the class eagerly raises his hand. A classmate urges Yadaka, calling him the grass, to raise his hand, but Yadaka is frozen with anxiety. The thought of having to practice with a girl after school is too much for him to handle, and he breaks out in a cold sweat. Yadaka panics internally, imagining all the other boys glaring at him with murderous intent if he were to be paired with Aoi. He thinks they'd hate his guts, though an inner voice reminds him they never liked him anyway. The other boys are already playing rock, paper, scissors to settle on a partner. Suddenly, a new, highly touted student is introduced. The first-year winner, Taki Utsumi, whose code name is Uminiko. He poses confidently, ready to make his mark. Later, Yadaka and Taki are dressed in their gym clothes. Yadaka seems ready to call it a day, but Taki confidently tells him to leave the sports festival to him, implying he'll handle everything. As they walk through the school hallway, Yadaka contemplates Taki. He sees him as a cool, well-balanced guy with no shortcomings, but also recognizes that as an accomplished ninja, Taki's true thoughts are impossible to read. Inside the locker room, Taki changes his shirt, revealing a toned physique. Yadaka watches him, thinking to himself that Yadaka is supposedly the strongest ninja of their generation. He then feels a small, personal victory in the fact that he managed to talk to the great Taki for a whole 20 seconds. Yadaka is so overcome with excitement from the brief interaction that he can't hold it back, breaking into a celebratory samba-like dance in the hallway. Taki looks on, deadpan, and tells him that's enough. The scene shifts to a large shopping mall. Taki leads Aoi and a few other classmates, trying to figure out what supplies they need to buy to make a splashy banner for the sports festival. Yadaka, ever the spy, peeks around a corner, wondering what's going on. He overhears that the group is there to buy decorations, and that Taki is using the trip as an opportunity to get to know his partner for the three-legged race. Taki formally approaches his partner, Aoi. She asks him if he's fast. He coolly replies, "I'm not bad," and that he's looking forward to the race. Watching from a floor above, Yadaka feels a sudden sense of being watched himself, thinking that Yadaka, referring to his own ninja persona, is being observed. Down below, Taki also seems to notice something, thinking to himself that he wants to show his good side. Disaster strikes as one of the girls, holding a tray with drinks, is bumped into by another. The tray and cups go flying, about to make a huge mess. In a display of incredible reflexes, Taki dives down and, with ninja-like precision, catches both cups perfectly upright, trapping the water against the floor before a single drop can spill. The girls are amazed. As the group rides an escalator, one of the girls compliments Taki on his impressive save, which he dismisses as nothing. But just then, Aoi loses her footing and starts to fall forward. In a moment of pure slapstick, Taki's baggy pants get snagged on the escalator's handrail, and he's sent tumbling helplessly down the moving stairs. Despite the brutal-looking fall, Taki lands at the bottom, immediately striking a pose with a thumbs up and a dazzling smile. He assures his worried classmates that he's perfectly okay. Seeing his dramatic recovery and over-the-top pose, Aoi can't help but burst out laughing, completely amused by the spectacle. Taki thanks her, a bit flustered, while Yadaka watches from a distance, still in awe of Taki's ability to handle the situation. Yadaka, meanwhile, is internally struggling with his own constant troubles, especially with his ninja self, Yadaka, on watch. Taki tries to refocus on his mission, but his thoughts are interrupted by Yadaka, who suddenly shouts in excitement over a new distraction. Taki sternly tells the fool to get back down and stay hidden. As the group continues through the shoe store, the seemingly normal shopping trip is about to take a dark turn. The final panel closes in on Yadaka's eyes, wide with shock and alarm as he senses imminent danger, a premonition of the violence about to erupt. Yadaka's fears are realized as a sudden, violent explosion rips through the mall, sending the students, including Taki and Aoi, flying. Amidst the dust and confusion, Taki gets up, annoyed at the constant interruptions to his assignment. The other students are in shock. Taki yells at them to hurry and get out of there. Taki looks up and is shocked to see a man with messy dark hair and a scar sitting casually on a railing above. The man seems unimpressed by the chaos he's caused. Taki is stunned into silence. The mysterious man, Hachikoma, lets out a sigh while smoking, wishing the tobacco tax could be his salary. Taki, still in shock, wonders how the man got there so quickly and silently. From Hachikoma's hand, a destructive force erupts, tearing through the sports shop below him. The blast is powerful enough to destroy the concrete pillars of the building, filling the air with debris and screams. Hachikoma casually tells Taki that a job is a job, and he doesn't care how many people die in the process. It's not his problem. From his hiding spot, Yadaka gets an urgent message from his handler. She informs him that an enemy has appeared and orders him to help Ominiko, Taki. Yadaka immediately dashes into action. As Yadaka runs towards the danger, Aoi spots him, calling out his school alias, Nozuki. Yadaka, caught completely off guard, is horrified that Aoi, his protection target, has come directly over to him in the middle of a dangerous situation. The scene marks the beginning of the next chapter, what the two look forward to. Aoi, oblivious to the true danger, asks Yadaka, as Nozuki, what he's doing here. Yadaka is still frozen in shock. Amidst the wreckage, Aoi explains that she thought she saw Yadaka and ran over to him. Yadaka looks on, still flustered by her sudden appearance. The villain, Hachikoma, looks down from his perch, his gaze falling upon Aoi, who is now standing beside Yadaka. Yadaka grabs Aoi's hand, telling her they have to get out of here. But his handler's voice cuts in, telling him to leave Ominiko to fight and focus on taking the assignment. Aoi, to safety. Hachikoma notices Aoi Mukai has vanished from sight. Taki confronts him, stating that Yadaka will protect the assignment while he stops the enemy. The fight begins. Taki closes the distance instantly, launching a powerful kick at Hachikoma's head. Hachikoma narrowly dodges the blow. The two exchange blows in a flurry of motion. Hachikoma reveals a hidden blade in the toe of his shoe, but Taki manages to block the surprise attack. Hachikoma smiles sadistically as he lands a punch. Hachikoma grabs Taki's jacket, commenting that he's quick and has hidden weapons, a model ninja. However, Hachikoma follows up by saying that he despises ninjas who are by the book, like Taki. With a menacing glare, Hachikoma claims that by-the-book ninjas don't have the guts for a do-or-die situation. He then unleashes a powerful attack that sends Taki flying backward. Taki is shocked that Hachikoma destroyed the concrete with his bare hands. He contacts his handler for information, describing the enemy as being in his 30s or 40s. Hachikoma taunts Taki, telling him to stop dodging. On the phone with his handler, Taki confirms the enemy's description, taller than 180 centimeters and apathetic. He's amazed, wondering if the handler is reading his mind. Based on the description, Taki realizes the enemy must be Hachikoma. He notes that Hachikoma has always been incredibly lazy, so he wouldn't bother with normal, heavy weapons. Hachikoma mutters nonsense to himself, complaining about AI taking jobs. Taki is now certain it's him. His handler advises him to retreat, but Taki refuses, saying his orders were to stop the enemy, not run away. Hachikuma finally reveals his weapon of choice, thin, barely visible threads. He mockingly asks Taki if he's only just noticed them, revealing he wasn't hiding them at all. Using his threads, Hachikuma unleashes his full power, causing a massive section of the mall's second floor to collapse entirely. Taki is caught in the devastation, falling with the rubble. Meanwhile, Yudaka urgently pulls Aoi by the hand, trying to get them to safety. Aoi calls out his alias, Nozuki, asking him to wait. Aoi tells Yudaka that he's going too fast, and her feet are starting to hurt. Yudaka, still in a panic, quickly apologizes. With a surprising calmness, Aoi advises Yudaka that you shouldn't rush in an emergency, and that panicking won't help. Yudaka is shocked that she's completely right. Aoi then adds that she's surprised he's so fast. Yudaka is completely dumbfounded when Aoi, in the middle of all the chaos, cheerfully brings up the sports festival, exclaiming that she's really looking forward to it. As they walk, she continues, explaining that she couldn't enjoy these kinds of events with anyone during middle school, which is why she can't wait for the sports festival now. Yudaka listens, and then confesses his own feelings, that he actually feels down during big events because he's afraid of ruining the mood and just tries to stay out of the way. Aoi is surprised to hear this. In a heartfelt moment, Yudaka looks at Aoi and tells her that if she's looking forward to it, then he will too. He says that from now on, he'll have a reason to. Aoi's eyes widen, touched by his sincerity. Aoi beams with a bright, genuine smile. She tells Yudaka that it would have been nice if they could have done the three-legged race together. Their quiet moment is violently interrupted as Hachikuma and Taki crash through the wall right behind Aoi, still locked in their brutal fight. Hachikuma's eyes widen as he spots his target, Aoi, standing right in front of him. In an instant, Hachikuma incapacitates Taki with a chop to the neck and grabs Aoi, telling her it would be a bother if she struggled. He throws her over his shoulder and bids them farewell. As Hachikuma turns to leave, Yudaka dashes past him with incredible speed. Using his threads, Hachikuma warns him that the section of floor Yudaka is running on is also about to come down. Yudaka leaps across the crumbling floor, landing on the other side of the chasm. Hachikuma looks on, confused as to what Yudaka is possibly planning. Suddenly, Taki, though battered and exhausted, grabs onto Hachikuma's leg, refusing to let go. Hachikuma is annoyed, questioning how Taki can still move after the hit he took. With a furious roar, Taki throws Hachikuma's own words back at him. It's do or die, so how's this for guts? With a surge of adrenaline, he yanks Hachikuma off balance. Having successfully cleared the gap, Yudaka lands and turns to face the villain. A new look of determination shines in his eyes, his fear replaced by resolve. Hachikuma, still holding an unconscious Aoi, scoffs at Yudaka, telling him to just hand her over since it's just a job. But Yudaka stands his ground, firmly stating, I can't let you have her. Not Aoi. The confrontation is set, marking the beginning of Chapter 11, Tangling Threads. Hachikuma lectures Yudaka that the world is all about give and take, but Yudaka doesn't back down. In a quick flashback or explanation, Taki is on the phone with Yudaka, who reveals his clever tactic. He explains to a shocked Taki that he saw Hachikuma was using threads, so he quickly rubbed them between his palms to tangle them into a useless scramble. In the middle of the shopping mall, the assassin Akira looks at the tangled mess of threads in his hands with annoyance. He complains about how inhumane his own technique is, realizing it will be a major chore to undo. Deciding it's too much work, Akira gives up and throws the tangled threads away, admitting the diversion didn't work. In the background, the chaos causes Aoi to collapse, but she is quickly caught by her classmate, Ominiko. Yudaka arrives on the scene, seeing the danger. He tells a shocked Ominiko to please take care of Aoi, preparing to confront the threat himself. Akira, the assassin, warns Yudaka not to move, wanting to end things quickly. With a determined look, Yudaka retorts that he feels the same way. Taking charge of the situation, Yudaka, while holding the unconscious Aoi, instructs Ominiko to get her out of here. He declares that he will handle the assassin, Hachikuma. Ominiko agrees and prepares to leave. Akira leaps onto a railing and yanks his thread, launching a swift attack. The thread flies through the air towards Yudaka, who watches its approach with intense focus. The attack shatters the glass displays around the mall. Akira flies through the air, propelled by his threads, as shards of glass explode outwards. As Yudaka dodges, he analyzes the situation. He knows that without a place to hide, he's at a disadvantage due to Akira's range. He realizes he needs to find a way to neutralize the powerful threads, something even stronger than them. Akira mockingly asks if Yudaka is afraid of getting his fingers chopped off as Yudaka leaps across the wreckage to close the distance. Akira taunts Yudaka, saying he's too focused on the threads. As Yudaka is distracted, Akira uses another thread to attack from below, causing the floor to erupt. The attack misses Yudaka, instead hitting a mannequin behind him. Akira looks on in disbelief, surprised that his attack failed to connect. Yudaka takes advantage of the opening, swiftly closing the gap between them. He lunges past Akira, who is still off balance from his failed attack. Standing over a fallen Akira, Yudaka questions his anger. Akira, looking up from the ground, asks if Yudaka is upset that he attacked his ward, Aoi. Yudaka confirms that he is. Yudaka passionately declares that he is angry because he is supposed to be Aoi's protector. His sudden passionate declaration leaves him flustered. He quickly tries to backtrack, saying it doesn't mean she's special to him or anything, as Akira looks on, sensing his embarrassment. Akira stands up and offers some cynical advice from an older and wiser person. He tells Yudaka to cut the juvenile crap, stating that anything one considers precious just becomes a shackle. A flashback shows a younger Akira, codenamed Hachikuma, being praised by his clan. They called him their hope, telling him he was so good they had nothing to worry about. Akira's monologue continues. He reflects that the weak naturally gravitate towards the strong, but he sees them all as nuisances. He realized that after abandoning his entanglements, he felt great. He concludes that he doesn't actually need anything or anyone. He advises Yudaka to try it, to just toss aside anything that's annoying. Yudaka clenches his fist, disagreeing completely. Yudaka yells back, rejecting Akira's philosophy. He shouts that he wants friends. It's just that he can't make any. He tells Akira not to shout such an embarrassing epiphany. Yudaka thinks of Aoi, who is smiling happily. He recalls that he promised someone he would look forward to things, even if they seem like a lot of work, remembering their conversation about the three-legged race. Akira scoffs, asking if Yudaka is referring to the girl he's only with because of a mission. Yudaka lunges forward, declaring that his motivation is not because of the mission. Yudaka explains that he made the promise as her classmate and friend. As he speaks, Akira looks up in shock, realizing one of the threads attached to him feels different. It's the first one he threw out, now held by Yudaka. A horrifying realization dawns on Akira. Yudaka has been untangling the thread throughout their entire fight. Believing his longer experience gives him the upper hand, Akira pulls, confident he can break the single strand loose. But the thread doesn't snap. It holds firm. Stuttering in pure disbelief, Akira stares at the line, his eyes widening as he processes the impossible truth. Yudaka didn't just untangle it. He braided the damn thing. As Akira demands to know why Yudaka would do something so inefficient, Yudaka smiles, holding the now braided thread. He states that it actually worked out better than he expected. Yudaka yanks hard on the braided thread. Akira, caught off guard by its strength, is pulled forward, realizing that sometimes being tied to others means getting tangled up in unexpected ways. Using the braided thread as an anchor, Yudaka swings forward and delivers a powerful flying kick, smashing Akira into the ground amidst shattering glass and debris. Holding the broken ends of the thread, Yudaka delivers his final point. A single thread on its own will never be as strong as threads that are braided together. The battle is over. The story jumps forward to the beginning of Chapter 12, Mimizuku's mission. After his battle, Yudaka reports that the rogue ninja Hachikuma didn't pursue the assignment. Ready for his next move, he asks for Hachikuma's current location, planning to join him. Meanwhile, in the now empty shopping mall, Hachikuma is panting and sweating, aware that there might be more surprises lurking. Hachikuma runs, carrying an unconscious Aoi. He plans to slip in with the evacuating customers, knowing the enemy can't use their full power in a crowd. From a distance, Yudaka receives a report that Hachikuma has been neutralized and that he is to rendezvous. Suddenly, a new enemy, the masked ninja Tsubame, appears with sharp claws, pursuing Hachikuma and Aoi. Tsubame lunges, claws extended, trying to strike Hachikuma, who desperately dodges while still carrying Aoi on his back. Hachikuma slips and falls to his knees. Tsubame, seeing an opening, stomps down hard, incapacitating him. Just as Tsubame is about to finish the job, Yadaka intervenes from above, throwing a weapon that forcefully blocks Tsubame's strike and sends him flying backward. A new ally arrives, a man with glasses who observes that Hachikuma's leg is busted but that he did a good job. From a railing above, Yadaka reports that the enemy, Tsubame, has taken Aoi and that he's going to go faster. In the empty plaza, Tsubame now holds Aoi. He turns as the man with glasses approaches, wondering if someone missed the evacuation order. Tsubame asks if the man is a ninja. The man, drawing two swords, coolly replies, "Obviously." The swordsman moves with incredible speed, appearing instantly before Tsubame, who is shocked by his quickness. The two ninjas clash. The swordsman relentlessly pursues Tsubame, their battle a blur of motion across the mall floor. The swordsman questions Tsubame's hesitation, noticing he isn't pressing the attack. Tsubame is terrified, realizing the immense skill gap between them. Yadaka looks on from above as Tsubame suddenly flees without putting up a real fight, leaving Aoi behind. Yadaka is stunned that the enemy ran away. Yadaka drops down from the railing to check on Aoi and the swordsman. He recognizes him and asks for an update on the enemy. The swordsman adjusts his glasses. A text box identifies him as code name, Mimizuku, the Horned Owl. He reports that the enemy has escaped, but his priority is now Miss Aoi. Aoi, now conscious, recognizes Mimizuku as her driver from her first day of school. Mimizuku, carrying an injured ninja, confirms Yadaka's identity and asks Number 9 for permission to take Yadaka with him to the hospital. In the car, Yadaka has a moment of panic due to his social anxiety, realizing he's alone with a stranger in an awkward situation. Mimizuku informs Yadaka that Miss Aoi won't wake for some time. He then introduces himself properly, stating that while he is Mimizuku, he acts as her guardian and protector at home under the name Usami, and has done so for 8 years. Mimizuku confirms his understanding of Yadaka's mission, to maintain Aoi's safety at school. Yadaka confirms this is correct. Mimizuku thanks Yadaka for his work, acknowledging the ordeal he went through. Yadaka apologizes, saying he was upset when he heard the report that the enemy had temporarily taken Aoi, even if it was his fault. Mimizuku is annoyed that Yadaka is apologizing, clarifying that he isn't the one in trouble. He is actually impressed that Yadaka held out despite the harrowing conditions, subverting Yadaka's expectation of being reprimanded. Mimizuku explains their strategy. They purposefully sent Aoi to high school to draw out their adversaries. He reveals that the previous operator, before Number 9, took a conservative approach and kept Aoi on a short leash during middle school. He recalls how Aoi was looking forward to the sports festival, as she couldn't enjoy it with anyone in middle school. Seeing her so confined and isolated felt cruel to him. Bringing the conversation back to the present, Mimizuku delivers some news. Ominiko broke his leg in the fight and can no longer participate in the three-legged race. A horrified Yadaka realizes what's coming next. He has to take his place. The scene shifts to the sports festival. Yadaka is in his tracksuit, still processing the shock of being in the race. Aoi, completely focused, tells him, "Let's aim for first place." From the sidelines, an injured Ominiko on crutches apologizes to Yadaka for having to drop out, while their classmates cheer them on. As other pairs link up, Aoi enthusiastically puts her arm around a terrified Yadaka. He panics internally as she tells him, "Let's do this." The starting pistol fires and the race begins, with the crowd cheering loudly. From a distance, Mimizuku watches them, observing the mission's progress. A flashback shows Aoi sadly asking Mimizuku, as her guardian, Usami, for permission to go on a school trip. He denied her, stating that they couldn't take risks. Aoi dejectedly notes that she doesn't have any friends to go with anyway. The flashback continues, showing Aoi's loneliness. While her classmates excitedly gather to look at photos, she stands apart, isolated. In another flashback, Mimizuku is briefed by his superior. He is told that he will be the new Number 9 and Aoi's new strategic advisor for her high school assignment. When asked if he's concerned about giving Aoi more freedom, Mimizuku says not to worry. He reveals that as part of the new strategy, they are sending in Yudaka to protect her, calling him his secret weapon. Back in the present, Yudaka and Aoi cross the finish line of the three-legged race. Yudaka has a look of bewildered victory while Aoi cheers. After the race, Aoi playfully asks Yudaka if he's still feeling down about sports festivals. Overcoming his anxiety, Yudaka sweats but admits with a genuine smile, "I had fun." Hearing his reply, Aoi breaks into a radiant, joyful smile and exclaims, "Me too." Mimizuku watches this interaction from afar. As Yudaka and Aoi share a happy moment after the race, Mimizuku looks on with a satisfied expression, affirming to himself that Yudaka is a great secret weapon, indeed. The chapter comes to a close. In the classroom, as students chatter about the upcoming school camping trip, Nozaki Yudaka overhears that boys and girls will be separated. He realizes with dread that this means he'll be completely on his own. He turns to the girl next to him, Aoi Mukai, and awkwardly asks if there are any girls he's even remotely close to. While eating his lunch, Yudaka stares into the distance, having a sudden realization. He thinks to himself that he has finally reached the phase where he needs to start making more friends. Outside, his teammates Ominiko and Hibari approach him. Yudaka seems confused as Ominiko, with a confident smirk, tells him to consider the camping trip a prime opportunity. Hibari explains their new assignment, to expand Aoi Mukai's circle of friends. Ominiko adds that they can use this as a chance to get close to her and strengthen her protective detail. Yudaka, flustered, asks what he should do. Ominiko declares it's a wonderful opportunity for him to become friends with Hibari's group and make contact naturally, while Hibari chimes in, saying she'll ensure Aoi joins her group of girls. Hibari then suggests that Yudaka should join Ominiko's group. Ominiko is momentarily surprised, noting his group is quite athletic, but then a grin spreads across his face as he exclaims, "Yudaka is going to be my friend?" Woohoo! The suggestion sends Yudaka into a panic. He dramatically collapses face first onto the ground, shouting that he's doomed. He laments that being a ninja should make him athletic, but that's not the case. As Yudaka kneels on the ground in despair, Ominiko casually tells him he doesn't know the first thing about athletes. With that, Hibari declares, "Mission start." Meanwhile, Aoi Mukai is standing outside classroom 1-3 when a group of girls approach her, asking if she wants to head to the next class with them. She readily agrees. Elsewhere, Yudaka is surrounded by Ominiko's friends, who are discussing that since there's no afternoon basketball practice, the gym should be free. Yudaka, sweating nervously, feels overwhelmed, thinking to himself that he can't relate to anything they're saying and that they're all so tall. One of the boys turns and invites Yudaka to shoot some hoops with them. Yudaka is utterly bewildered by the invitation. Ominiko, seeing his friend in distress, whispers that he's got this. Ominiko confidently tells the group to prepare to be blown away, boasting that Yudaka has excellent hand-eye coordination. He then mutters to himself, "Not like that." Yudaka is left speechless as one of the other boys, Utsumi, asks Ominiko when he and Yudaka became friends. To everyone's surprise, Ominiko nonchalantly replies, "Who said we're friends?" Before anyone can react, Ominiko throws an arm around another boy and declares that he and Yudaka are best brothers. Yudaka can only think that this situation doesn't bode well at all. From a distance, Yudaka watches as Aoi easily gets along with her new group of friends, even joining them in a strange pose. He laughs to himself, but notes that while he doesn't get it, they seem to love it. A wave of panic hits Yudaka as he realizes he's the only one who can't make friends. He overhears some guys talking about how hard it would be to ask Aoi to join their group for the trip, since other guys like her too. Watching Aoi laugh happily with her friends, a dreadful thought crosses Yudaka's mind. He wonders if Aoi only talked to him before by chance and panics, asking himself what will happen to him if she makes more friends. As both groups of students walk down the hallway, Hibari seems to sense something is amiss and looks back with a questioning expression. Meanwhile, the boys decide to go ask Aoi to join them now. Disaster strikes in the stairwell. A girl carrying a large, heavy-looking bust statue trips and begins to fall down the stairs, losing her grip on the statue. Reacting with incredible speed, Yudaka and Hibari spring into action. Hibari leaps down the stairs to catch the falling statue, while Yudaka jumps towards the railing. Omaniko watches in shock, exclaiming how close that was. In the chaos, Aoi Mukai rushes forward, reaching out to catch the girl who tripped and is now tumbling down the stairs. Omaniko comes to a sudden halt at the top of the stairs. He sees that Aoi has successfully caught the falling girl, breaking her fall. Hibari, having secured the statue, looks on with concern. Suddenly, with a loud thump, Yudaka crashes into the wall beside the other students. He had vaulted over the railing to push the heavy statue out of the way, preventing it from hitting anyone. Aoi and the girl she saved look up in surprise to see Yudaka sliding in beside them. He gives Aoi a reassuring smile, remarking, "I know you'll go out of your way to help in times like this. I'm used to it now." Lying on the stairs, Aoi looks down at Yudaka and smiles back. "Oops," she says playfully. "You've gotten to know me too well." In that quiet moment, the two share an understanding, oblivious to the surprised students around them. In the aftermath, the girl who fell apologizes profusely to Aoi, who reassures her. Nearby, Omaniko and Hibari recover the statue. The other students are in awe, with one exclaiming how amazing Nozaki was for springing into action, and another praising Kana for catching the heavy statue. Omaniko simply says he just got lucky. One of the athletic boys approaches Nozaki, telling him, "That was awesome." Nozaki is left stunned and speechless by the unexpected praise. After the commotion dies down, the girl who fell and her friend bow thankfully to the group before heading off. Later, as the group walks down the school hallway, they discuss their after-school plans. Aoi turns to Nozaki and asks if he managed to get to know everyone better, to which he shyly agrees. Feeling a bit more confident, Nozaki turns to Aoi and asks a question that's been weighing on him. "Even when you make more friends, can you still stay friends with me?" Aoi looks at him, surprised by the question. Nozaki looks away, continuing his heartfelt plea. "Since I'd be lonely otherwise." Aoi's expression softens as she listens. Aoi responds without hesitation, "Yeah, duh." She then admits with a slight blush, "I'd feel lonely without you too." Nozaki is taken aback by her sincere reply. Sometime later, as the group of friends walk together down the hall, Aoi glances back at Yudaka, commenting that his recent actions were pretty good. A caption notes that it's been 2 months since their first day, and the students have gotten used to school life. In a separate location, 2 figures are seen discussing the mission. One of them voices a concern. If the assignment, Mukai, gets a boyfriend, it will throw a wrench in the entire operation. Yudaka receives a shocking new directive through his earpiece. The voice explains that the persona Omaniko adopted wasn't a good match for Aoi. Therefore, Yudaka will take on the mission in his place, play the role of her boyfriend. Yudaka screams in utter disbelief. The day of the school trip arrives. Students eagerly board the bus, excited for the camp. Inside, Yudaka sits quietly next to Omaniko, while Aoi and Hibari sit across from them. A voice in Yudaka's earpiece announces it's time to brief him on his mission. The mission is clarified for a stunned Yudaka. He is to use the school camping trip as an opportunity to become Aoi's boyfriend. Yudaka can't help but burst into laughter, declaring the mission impossible. Omaniko, sitting next to him, is shocked by his reaction, while Yudaka insists he stop laughing. Across the aisle, Hibari tells Aoi that she thinks this is going to be a disaster. Aoi turns to her and asks, "You too?" The voice from headquarters speaks again, saying it will be fine, as Yudaka formed his current bond with Aoi all by himself. He instructs that the 3 of them, Yudaka, Omaniko, and Hibari, will work together, but warns them not to forget to keep an eye out for enemies. The students arrive at the campsite, where an instructor tells them to prepare dinner in their groups. Another student walks by and comments on how impressive it is that the 4 of them, Yudaka, Aoi, Omaniko, and Hibari, all managed to get into the same group. Omaniko smirks, boasting that manipulating a random drawing is a piece of cake for him. Yudaka says he'll go get the utensils and ingredients, and Aoi quickly offers to come with him. Omaniko tells Yudaka he's the one he can count on most. Omaniko approaches Hibari, asking why she's so unhappy about the situation. She says it's nothing, just her opinion. He presses further, asking what will happen to the mission if they do nothing and Aoi finds a boyfriend on her own. Hibari explains her pessimistic view, stating that with high school students, It's always the ones who claim not to care about romance that end up in a relationship. She nervously admits that blindly believing someone wasn't interested is what led to her own broken. She trails off, flustered. Hibari admits that while it doesn't have to be Yudaka, she wanted to thank him, but he acts suspicious and is a downer. She seems conflicted, but Yudaka overhears and thinks she understands him the most. Suddenly, Hibari grabs both of Yudaka's hands, startling him. She exclaims that he gets that she thinks he's hopeless, then asks if he has no shame. Just then, Aoi walks up, asking why they are holding hands. Hibari quickly comes up with an excuse, laughing it off and explaining that her nails have grown out, so she was just asking Yudaka to check if they were too long. Aoi, taking the excuse at face value, innocently holds out her own hands to Yudaka. Then here, she says, asking him to check her nails too. Yudaka is completely flustered by the unexpected request. Blushing furiously, Yudaka looks at Aoi's hands and stammers that he thinks they look nice. He internally panics, thinking that's not what she was asking and that this should be fine. Aoi gently takes Yudaka's hand to inspect it herself. She notes that his nails look fine, but adds that his fingers are rougher than she expected. Omaniko tries to delegate tasks, asking Mukai if she can light the stove. Hibari grabs her arm and says they should get the matches, and Aoi agrees. Hibari and Yudaka share a knowing look. Later that evening, the girls head to the onsen, the traditional Japanese hot springs, to relax after setting up camp. Aoi and another girl sink into the steaming water with a sigh of relief. In the hot spring, Aoi and Hibari relax. Hibari complains about being tired, but internally she thinks about Yudaka getting all nervous over a mission. She then catches herself thinking Aoi is pretty, almost as pretty as herself. Mortified, Hibari wonders if she accidentally said that out loud. Trying to cover, she asks Aoi how she really feels and what she's truly like. Another girl in the onsen asks Aoi what she thinks of Nozaki. Aoi smiles and replies without a moment of hesitation, "He's a good friend." Aoi elaborates, explaining that Nozaki always works hard at everything, but he gets overwhelmed right away. She adds that even though he's awkward, he's considerate, and that's why he never lies. With a gentle smile, Aoi finishes her thought, saying, "That's what I like about him." The other girl playfully asks, "You like him? As a friend?" Obviously, Hibari looks on, a blush creeping onto her face as she processes Aoi's heartfelt words. Hibari reflects on the conversation. She realizes that Aoi has no idea about Yudaka's incredible skills as a ninja. Theoretically, all she knows are his flaws. She wonders if Aoi truly likes the things that make him seem pathetic. Under the full moon, Hibari's thoughts continue to spiral. She considers the complicated situation. Yudaka is Aoi's guard, and now his orders are to try to be her boyfriend. She questions what would happen if Aoi ever found out about his mission. Later that night, outside the main building, Omaniko's friends ask Yudaka if he's scared of the upcoming haunted walk. Yudaka calmly replies that he's not, since he doesn't have to talk to ghosts. His deadpan logic scares his new friends more than any ghost story. Yudaka pulls Omaniko aside and apologizes, feeling guilty that the boyfriend mission was originally supposed to be his. Omaniko brushes it off, saying that since Yudaka and Hibari helped him out earlier with the falling statue, they're even. With a serious expression, Yudaka tells Omaniko that he's relying on him. Omaniko, surprised by his intensity, replies, "You bet," while thinking to himself that he's just glad to be alive after Yudaka's previous social blunders. Yudaka confesses his inner turmoil to Omaniko. He knows that playing the role of Aoi's boyfriend is his job, but admits that he hasn't been able to separate his personal feelings from the mission, suggesting that he feels responsible for holding things up. Before the haunted walk, the teacher in charge makes an announcement. With a sinister grin, he states that there will be no ghost actors on the walk, which means if they see anything out there, it's real. The students groan, while Yudaka thinks to himself that the teacher is definitely trying to make this entertaining. The students draw lots to determine their pairs for the walk. When Aoi reveals she drew number 3, Yudaka shows that he has the matching card. Aoi smiles, saying it's kind of like fate. In the background, Omaniko gives a thumbs up, proud of his work rigging the draw. As they begin their walk through the dark woods, Aoi asks Yudaka if he's going to be okay. He confidently replies that he doesn't believe in ghosts anyway. The mood between them is decidedly unromantic. As they walk, Yudaka's ninja senses kick in. A blade comes flying through the air, and he instantly reacts, deflecting it with his arm just before it can hit him. Further down the path, a ghostly, glowing white figure appears in the darkness. Both Yudaka and Aoi freeze in their tracks. Aoi nervously points, exclaiming that someone is over there. The figure steps forward, revealing himself to be a man with long, light-colored hair and a braided lock, identified as Taki Utsumi, also known as Toby. He greets them with a casual good evening. Yudaka realizes with a jolt that this is no actor and they are in real danger. The scene opens in a dark forest where a man with long, braided white hair suddenly appears behind Yudaka and Aoi, startling them. He introduces himself as Toby, the kite, a name he no longer uses. With a calm but unsettling demeanor, he announces that he has come to take one of them away, leaving Yudaka to realize their cover has just been blown. Aoi, completely unaware of the real danger, mistakes the tense situation for part of the school's haunted walk. Holding her phone, she exclaims with excitement that the event is intense and she's never heard of a ninja ghost before, feeling as if she's been saved by the situation. Yudaka's face hardens with determination as he receives a directive to protect Aoi on his own until another ninja can be sent to him. Meanwhile, Toby confronts them, mentioning he's heard of Yudaka and his victory over someone named Kuma. As the moon disappears behind the clouds, Toby looks up and pities his opponent's fate. With a chilling smile, Toby taunts Yudaka, saying he won't even get to see the moon during his last moments. Yudaka grimly notes to himself that only people with the power to back it up would make such a bold and terrifying threat. Toby continues his unsettling monologue, casually talking to his sword as if it were a person. He declares that simply cutting Yudaka in half wouldn't be fun, revealing his nature as someone who enjoys a good fight. Yudaka internally begs him to stop as Toby turns his attention back to them, calling out with a simple hey. Mistaking the confrontation for an act, Aoi enthusiastically asks not to be left out of the fun. Yudaka is exasperated by her naivety. Toby, maintaining his polite facade, calmly tells Aoi that he will kidnap her after he defeats Yudaka, turning her down and refusing to fight her directly. Aoi poutingly asks why Toby won't fight her. Trying to rationalize the situation, Yudaka suggests that Toby must live by a cliché code where he can't kill women or children. To Yudaka's surprise, Toby confirms this very code. He states that he will never lay a hand on women or children, a principle Yudaka now begins to understand more and more about his opponent. With his principle stated, Toby tells them to move back. His expression turns serious as he draws his sword, announcing, "Let's begin this." Yudaka can only stare in shock as Toby prepares for their duel. In a flash, Toby lunges forward. He doesn't attack them directly, but instead slices upward, sending Aoi's smartphone flying into the air. Both Yudaka and Aoi are stunned by his incredible speed. As the phone, their only light source, tumbles away, they are plunged into darkness. Yudaka realizes Toby is using the blocked moon to his advantage, but reasons that Toby won't be able to see them either. Yudaka's assumption is instantly proven wrong. Toby appears directly behind him as if from nowhere, ready to strike, and coolly states, "No, I can see you." Yudaka's eyes widen in disbelief and terror. Toby's blade swings true, and in a violent slash, he decapitates his target in the darkness of the woods. However, the body that Toby struck dissolves into nothing. It was merely an afterimage or a clone, a testament to Yudaka's quick thinking and skill. Toby compliments Yudaka's good reflexes, but warns that next time he'll slice him down the middle. Yudaka, now bleeding, is shocked that Toby could hear his pained gasp. Toby reveals his inhuman sense of hearing, claiming he can hear everything from Yudaka's whispering to the rustle of his clothes against dry leaves. Yudaka desperately contacts his operator, Hibari, asking how much longer until she arrives. He realizes they are not dealing with just one enemy. Toby confirms this, revealing that hitmen are hiding throughout the woods, placed there specifically to slow down any reinforcements. Before Yudaka can react to one of the hidden assassins, Toby intercepts the attack himself, effortlessly cutting the hitman down. He casually remarks that it looks like he didn't even need to bother with them, showcasing his overwhelming superiority. Another hitman is sent flying with a powerful kick from Toby. Yudaka, struggling to keep up, hears the crash and calls out in concern. Aoi, still oblivious, answers from a distance that she's okay, believing the victims are just actors and their screams are part of the haunted walk script. Aoi asks if Yudaka is sure he's okay. Despite being visibly injured and dirted from the fight, Yudaka grits his teeth and insists that he is. Cornered and injured, Yudaka's mind races. Reinforcements aren't coming. He has to protect Aoi, and he's worried about what will happen if anyone sees that he's hurt. He steels himself for the next phase of the fight against Toby. Yudaka uses his agility to dodge and create space, kicking up a cloud of leaves and debris from the forest floor as he evades an unseen attack. Despite Yudaka's efforts, Toby appears before him in an instant, a small crater forming where he lands. He looks down on the battered Yudaka and repeats his earlier statement with chilling finality. "I told you that I can see you." Standing over the exhausted Yudaka, Toby calmly walks away from his defeated foe. He amends his earlier principle, stating he does not wish to harm women, children, or the weak, implying Yudaka now falls into that last category. Yudaka can only gasp for breath on the ground. Defeated and on his knees, Yudaka realizes there's no point to his struggle if Aoi gets captured. As Toby turns his back on him and begins walking towards the girl, he coldly announces, "Now, I will take the girl." Just as all hope seems lost, a new resolve fills Yudaka's eyes. He tells Toby to wait, determined to focus on taking him down. However, Toby's attention is diverted. He stops, surprised, as another figure who looks identical to him appears in the woods. "You're earlier than expected," the original Toby remarks, sensing a shift in the battle. Reinforcements arrive, leaping through the trees. Toby recognizes them not as mere hired hands, but as a couple of elite members. He watches one land with impressive force and acknowledges that since Yudaka needs help, the cannon fodder he hired won't be enough to slow these new arrivals down. The new arrivals are Yudaka's teammates, Umineko and Hibari. While Hibari apologizes to a fainted Aoi, the spiky-haired Umineko declares he's suddenly motivated. Toby smiles, liking the idea of a 3-against-1 fight. Umineko instructs Hibari to take cover and protect Aoi, stepping up to support Yudaka. With his allies now protecting Aoi, Umineko tells Yudaka that there's no need for multitasking anymore, which should make his job easy. Yudaka, hunched over but resolute, quietly agrees. With his focus completely renewed, Yudaka stands up and mockingly turns Toby's earlier threat back on him, declaring that Toby will be the one to see the moon in his last moments. Enraged by this defiance, Toby snarls that now he feels like cutting Yudaka in half. The chapter ends on this cliffhanger. The story continues with the start of a new chapter. Toby, facing Yudaka, reiterates that he can't take much time with him, so it's time for Yudaka to be split in half. Now fully confident, Yudaka replies, "That's what I'm planning," signaling his readiness to end the fight. Toby observes his surroundings. He notes that even though the moon is out, the night is still upon them. He believes he is the only one who has a full picture of everything, seeing himself at an advantage in the darkness. Toby advances aggressively, already anticipating that Yudaka will try to dodge again. He adjusts his stance, preparing to counter Yudaka's evasive maneuvers. Toby lunges forward with a powerful thrust. The narration explains that his sword has a reach of 2 meters in all directions, and he fully intends to keep Yudaka within this deadly range. However, things have changed. With Aoi safe, Yudaka no longer has a reason to hold back. As Toby's sword thrusts forward, Yudaka effortlessly sidesteps the blade, which whistles past him, much to Toby's confusion. Unleashing his full power, Yudaka pivots and delivers a powerful roundhouse kick that connects squarely with Toby's side, shattering the ground beneath his feet. The force of Yudaka's kick sends Toby flying backward through the forest. Toby cries out in pain as he is thrown off his feet. Toby collapses to the ground, panting and asking in disbelief what just happened. From a distance, Umineko coolly explains that Yudaka did nothing out of the ordinary. His kick is simply faster than Toby's sword swing. Watching Toby struggle on the ground, Umineko continues his explanation. He makes a hand sign and states that it said a ninja's hand signs help them focus their mind, a concept Toby can't believe. The scene flashes through Yadaka's focused thoughts. This is the ninja art of mind and soul. By using hand signs, he can achieve a state of pure focus. The thought concludes that no one is a match for Yadaka when he has his undivided attention on them. On the ground, Toby watches as Umineko and Hibari escape with Aoi. He admits to himself that he won't be able to catch up to them now. It's revealed that his mission was only to gauge the power of the ninja who beat Kuma, Yadaka. So technically, his job is done. Despite his mission being technically complete, Toby is filled with rage. A wide, crazed smile spreads across his face as he thinks about what really gets on his nerves. How Yadaka arrogantly assumes he's already won the fight. Toby's sensitive ears pick up Yadaka's voice from a distance. Yadaka taunts him, asking if he's the only one who becomes more powerful when not working under restraints. He confidently states he'd never lose to a ninja without a kekai, a type of barrier technique, further infuriating Toby. The battle reignites. Now driven by pure anger, Toby and Yadaka dash through the forest, their figures blurring as they clash among the trees. Yadaka is struck in the head by a thrown branch. Toby, now fighting without restraint, declares that since the target, Aoi, isn't here anymore, he is free to do as he likes. Yadaka tumbles into a pile of debris. As Yadaka tries to regain his footing amidst a shower of falling leaves, Toby taunts him from the shadows, asking if he can see the branches as they fall in the darkness, highlighting his own superior senses. Toby's eyes gleam in the dark as he declares that he is the only one who can truly see. He swings his blade, not at Yadaka, but at the trees around him, felling massive trunks to use as weapons. A falling branch pins Yadaka by the shoulder. Toby, having recovered his confidence, uses the environment to his advantage, leaping from a fallen log to press his attack. Yadaka realizes his opponent is now using every trick he has. Perched confidently on a log, Toby laughs and declares that the knight is his ally and no one else's. Below, a battered Yadaka grimaces, annoyed that his foe is back to spouting cool-sounding lines. Yadaka, looking up at his gloating opponent, has a sudden realization. He asks Toby if his line about the knight being his ally was an attempt at a cool line, then offers his own cynical retort. So, you're trying to paint the darkness red with fresh blood? Toby is delighted by Yadaka's retort, laughing as he riffs off of it. He agrees, declaring that tonight he will paint this fine evening crimson with Yadaka's blood. In the background, Umineko is seen carrying a large log, setting up their next move. The scene ends with Toby launching himself from the trees for another ferocious attack, aiming to end the fight. Toby's enhanced hearing allows him to sense that Yadaka is nearing his physical limit. He can hear his strained breathing. He internally admits that Yadaka is powerful, but claims to see a weakness. Meanwhile, Yadaka tells himself not to force it, spotting something in the darkness other than the moon, hinting at a plan. Toby reveals the weakness he's discovered. He tells Yadaka that he heard his heart rate slow down the moment his teammates escorted Aoi to safety, indicating Yadaka's emotional state is directly linked to her presence. Toby directly confronts Yadaka on a personal level, asking if he has feelings for Aoi, the girl he's supposed to be guarding. Yadaka is flustered and speechless. Toby internally plots to use this emotional weakness to his advantage, believing Yadaka doesn't have the right killer instinct for his level of power. Continuing his psychological assault, Toby's disembodied voice echoes through the dark woods. He questions if Yadaka can truly protect Aoi, arguing that he can't function without giving her his undivided attention and that she has too many enemies. He cruelly predicts Yadaka will inevitably make a mistake and disappoint her. Yadaka defiantly rejects Toby's taunts, declaring it's not a problem because Aoi even laughs at his shortcomings. As he speaks, he forms a hand sign. Toby, lunging for an attack, is shocked to realize Yadaka is using the art of mind and soul in the middle of a frantic battle. With newfound resolve shining in his eyes, Yadaka stares down Toby. He declares that this is not the correct hand sign, and with absolute conviction, he proclaims that he will ensure Aoi is never disappointed in him. With a final, sharp movement, Yadaka snaps his fingers. The action produces a blinding flash of light and a deafening snap that rips through the entire forest, overwhelming all senses. The blast disorients Toby completely. He initially mistakes the sound for a gunshot, but realizes it was several times louder. He clutches his head, his greatest weapon, his hearing, now rendered useless as his ears are ringing painfully. From the sidelines, a stunned Umineko asks what Yudaka just did. Yudaka calmly explains that he snapped his fingers with extreme force, creating a sound blast that deafened Toby, whose hearing likely won't recover for a while. Umineko can't believe a simple snap could be so powerful. Yudaka admits there was a cost. He had to break his own finger in the process. Umineko cries out in concern. Toby is shown stumbling blindly, his senses of sight and hearing completely gone, leaving him utterly vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Yudaka rushes the defenseless Toby and executes a perfect throw, slamming him to the ground. As he stands victorious, Yudaka reaffirms his goal. Nothing will get in the way of Aoi having a regular life. The chapter ends with Yudaka wryly admitting to himself that Toby's earlier line about painting the darkness red wasn't half bad. In the moonlit forest, the battle concludes. Yudaka's teammate confirms that a retrieval squad has been called to capture their defeated foe, Taki Utsumi. On the ground, Taki admits defeat, not because he was overpowered, but because his sword is broken. He is lost. The scene flashes back to the height of the battle. A powerful blow from Taki disorients Yudaka, affecting his hearing. Realizing he's outmatched, Yudaka makes a tactical decision. He gives up any thought of winning and dedicates himself purely to defense. Taki presses his attack, relentlessly kicking at the defensive Yudaka. He notes with some disappointment that Yudaka's movements are also starting to lag, making for an unsatisfying victory. He promises, however, that their next fight will be far more enjoyable. Yudaka screams that he has never enjoyed fighting, not even once. Taki scoffs at the outburst, calling it awful since fighting is Yudaka's only real talent. He acknowledges Yudaka has mastered combat for an ordinary person, but insists that a true ninja must go beyond that. The fast-paced exchange continues. Yudaka launches a desperate counterattack, flinging his broken blade, but Taki dodges it with ease. Yudaka can only watch, his eyes locked on his superior opponent. With a final, dramatic leap, Taki forfeits the match. He vows that in their next encounter, one of them will forfeit their life. As he vanishes into the trees, Yudaka internally remarks on his enemy's flair for a cool exit line. Back in the present, Yudaka's teammate asks if he can pursue Taki, but Yudaka collapses, admitting he's too injured to continue. The teammate observes that even though Toby had the environmental advantage, he still did a real number on Yudaka. Yudaka looks out at the forest, destroyed from their battle. He grimly asks his teammate if he'll have to keep fighting enemies this strong, and what will happen if he can't handle them on his own. His teammate lays out the harsh reality. If Yudaka fails, their mission to capture enemies will be abandoned. The priority will shift entirely to protecting Aoi. Her freedom would be restricted, and a new, more capable ninja would be assigned to the mission. Yudaka gets a call from their operator, Hibari. He's told that Aoi has been safely brought to their retreat location. Hibari then explains the cover story they've devised. Aoi fainted during the school's haunted walk, and Yudaka was injured in an accident, much to his surprise. The full weight of the situation crashes down on Yudaka. As a result of their fabricated story, the haunted walk has been canceled, and the teachers are now searching for him. He's horrified by the scale of the trouble they've caused. As his teammate runs off, Yudaka panics about the underclassmen hating them now. His teammate tells him Hibari is on the way with supplies, and to be patient. In pain, Yudaka cries out, lamenting that as a ninja, painkillers have no effect on him. Later, a weary Yudaka gives Aoi a piggyback ride. She asks innocently if he won the fight. He vaguely replies that he only got through it thanks to her and their friend's help. Aoi feels a wave of guilt, realizing how badly Yudaka was hurt and feeling miffed at herself for having to rely on him so much. Their friend tells her to wait there for the teachers, thanking her for her help. Aoi sharply turns away, stating she was just doing it for the mission and doesn't need any thanks. Her abrupt dismissal leaves her classmate utterly confused. Yudaka watches her, understanding her harsh words are just a sign of her social awkwardness. Just as he thinks this, a group of teachers with flashlights finally discovers him in the darkness. Back at the lodge, Yudaka is relieved that his classmates are concerned, not angry about the canceled event. A new, charismatic student, Makoto Yuki offers him a hot drink and tells everyone it's time to rest, much to their disappointment. Suddenly, Makoto's friendly facade drops. With a scary look in his eyes, he shoos the others away, telling them to leave the tired Yudaka alone and muttering that this is why he can't stand civilians. The students disperse, but Yudaka is surprised to see a lone figure walking toward him against the crowd. It's Aoi. Aoi walks up to Yudaka, explaining she couldn't get through the crowd of people until it parted for her. She begins to apologize for leaving him earlier, while he internally compares her to Moses parting the sea. In a simple, quiet gesture, Aoi reaches out and gently rests her hand on Yudaka's head, comforting him after the ordeal. The tender moment leaves their onlookers completely shocked. Yudaka, caught off guard and blushing, can only look down and stammer that he didn't mean to cause such a scene. Aoi smiles, sincerely happy to see him. "I'm so glad. You made it back," she says. Yudaka tries to brush it off, but he feels her hand trembling, realizing how truly worried she was. "Of course I did," she replies. As she continues to comfort the exhausted Yudaka, Aoi quietly reveals the deep-seated fear behind her worry, admitting her belief that she is jinxed. Yudaka peeks up at her, confused. Aoi explains with a sad expression that people around her have always had a tendency to drop like flies, alluding to her parents and previous ninja guardians. She then apologizes, assuming he has no idea what she's talking about. Yudaka recalls his teammates' words about how he would be replaced if he failed his mission. He turns back to Aoi and tells her that it'll be fine. With newfound determination in his eyes, Yudaka looks at Aoi and makes a heartfelt declaration. "I'll be fine," he says, "I promise." Aoi's worries melt away into a warm, genuine smile. "Well, when you put it like that, how can I not believe you?" she says. Yudaka realizes she was truly worried about him, and he doesn't want her to feel like she's on her own. Yudaka internally vows to protect her, no matter what situation they end up in, and no matter what enemies come after her. Elsewhere, the new student Makoto Yuki talks with another ninja, Nozuku. She's a serious-looking girl with glasses and a ponytail. Makoto asks Nozuku if she wants to know about Yudaka's injuries, noting he could tell how bad they were even with his clothes on. Nozuku is upset they couldn't even touch the fugitive ninjas. Makoto clenches his fist, stating that ninja don't let their feelings show, no matter how frustrated or useless they feel. From afar, he tells Nozuku to at least get on his level, to which she retorts, "And be as weak as you? Excuse me." The next day, the school trip ends. Students board the bus to go home. A teacher reminds everyone to take care, as the trip isn't over until they are all home safely. Yudaka and Aoi walk together, with Aoi remarking on how fun the trip was. As they part ways, Aoi gives Yudaka a friendly wave, telling him she'll see him in class. Yudaka watches her go, still feeling flustered. Once alone, Yudaka makes a call to his handler. He apologizes, saying he was supposed to get closer to Aoi for the mission, but things turned out surprisingly well anyway. He asks his handler to make a hospital appointment for him, admitting that his injuries hurt. Yudaka confesses that his injuries do hurt, but ever since he saw Aoi, his chest has been hurting too. He feels his face flush, thinking it might be inflammation from a fracture. He adjusts his tie, suspecting he might have a broken rib. His handler on the phone offers another possibility for his symptoms. Or maybe, you're in love? Yudaka is left to ponder this, a smile creeping onto his face. He thinks it feels a little warm, but then again, a broken bone might creak when he puts pressure on it. He concludes it's love, and he probably broke something too. From the other end, his handler thinks, "I know I told you to take on the role of her boyfriend, but I didn't tell you to fall in love." The story of the undercover Shinobi continues, with the title of Chapter 18 revealed as Precious Little Birdies. In a classroom, Aoi asks Yudaka how his injuries are. He tries to play it cool, saying they're not an issue, while she tells him they're paired with Class 2 for P. Aoi sees right through his act. "Did you figure it out?" she asks. Yudaka panics, thinking his cover is blown, and stammers in agreement. Aoi, however, was merely pointing out that his supposed non-issue definitely sounds like an issue. Yudaka decides to confide in her, admitting that his chest has been hurting lately, but only when he talks to her. Before Aoi can process this, his teammate from the forest appears, asking if he's sure he can fulfill the mission in his current condition. Yadaka's teammate chides him for yelling, pointing out a huge crowd of girls gathering nearby. They're fawning over a handsome student from Class 2, Makoto Yuki. One of Yadaka's classmates, Nakamura, points him out. The girls are completely captivated by Makoto Yuki, wondering if their eyes deceive them. One girl swears she saw a flurry of rose petals around him and wonders if he's a flower fairy. Yadaka's friends don't get the appeal. One of the girls swoons over Makoto. Yadaka's teammate urgently tells them to leave, warning them that it's too dangerous and they might fall in love. Yadaka is exasperated, wondering what they think Makoto is, a black hole? Just as Yadaka calls him a hole, Makoto turns and starts walking towards them, greeting Aoi with a smooth hello. Princess. Both Yadaka and Aoi are stunned by his amazing looks up close and his bold nickname for her. Makoto gives Yadaka a sharp glare, telling him not to forget his face. Yadaka is taken aback by his short temper, while also noticing his long eyelashes and long legs. Suddenly, Makoto staggers dramatically, calling out for his princess. Makoto stumbles towards Aoi, claiming her beauty is making him dizzy with vertigo. Yadaka thinks he's a confusing person, first angry, now dizzy. Makoto then asks Aoi for her name. Upon hearing her name is Aoi Mukai, Makoto declares it a beautiful name, though Yadaka thinks the compliment is a bit over the top. Immediately after, Makoto dramatically collapses to the floor. With a wink, Makoto claims he just hurt his back. He then asks Aoi and Yadaka if they would be so kind as to escort him to the nurse's office. Yadaka is bewildered by the sudden request. They escort Makoto to the nurse's office, but find it empty. With class about to start, Aoi tries to leave, but Makoto dramatically grabs her arm, begging her not to leave him all on his lonesome. Seeing Makoto clinging to Aoi, Yadaka intervenes. He pulls Makoto's hand away, telling Aoi she can go on to class and that he will stay with their new acquaintance himself. Aoi agrees to leave, but questions Yadaka's decision, noting it's not like him to want to be alone with someone he just met. After she's gone, Makoto drops his act. Sheesh, get a clue, he says, before revealing he knows Yadaka by name. Yadaka is instantly on high alert. He realizes Makoto is not just another student, but a fellow ninja. He questions if he's an enemy. Makoto playfully reveals a small bird emblem. And one of ours, he declares, introducing himself as Suzume. A title card officially identifies him. Codename, Suzume, the Sparrow, Makoto Yuki. His role is to join the same club as Aoi as part of the assignment. Yadaka points out that Aoi has never joined a club. Suzume agrees, calling it a travesty and explaining that's why his role is currently limited. Suzume says this is all the more reason he should take on the role of the assignment's beau. He points out that Yadaka, originally just a safeguard, got too close to Aoi and is now unable to unleash his full potential. Suzume declares that he is different from the other ninja who failed, because he is super-duper handsome. Yadaka finds it hard to argue with that fact. Suzume casually states that besides, he already likes Aoi. When Yadaka asks him what he likes about her, Suzume simply replies, her pretty face. Yadaka is furious at his shallow reasoning. Suzume confidently continues, saying he knows exactly how to handle a girl like Aoi. The moodier they are, the easier they are to deal with. She'll be mine soon enough, just like all the others. Enraged, Yadaka grabs Suzume. Aoi isn't a thing you possess, he growls. Suzume smirks, retorting that she'll be even easier to manage and will soon be dancing in the palm of his hand. Just then, the school nurse, revealed to be their teammate Nozuku in disguise, slides the door open. She finds the room completely empty and wonders where the students went, swearing someone was just in there. In the hallway, Nozuku turns to see Suzume has Yadaka in a chokehold high against the wall. You seem unhappy, Suzume taunts. Yadaka struggles in the chokehold as Nozuku yells at them to stop. They suddenly crash through the wall right in front of her. Nozuku is shocked, asking where they just dropped in from, as Yadaka profusely apologizes. Suzume immediately resumes his act, pressing a hand to his forehead and claiming he was just resting because he felt a bit dizzy. Nozuku, falling for the act, fawns over him. While Nozuku is distracted, Suzume drops the act and delivers a powerful, spinning kick directly to Yadaka's face. The force of the kick sends Yadaka flying down the school hallway. A group of girls who witnessed the scene are left in shock, wondering what just happened and if Yudaka is okay. Suzume once again plays the victim. "Are you safe, ladies?" he asks the onlookers, advising them not to get involved with Yudaka, claiming he's behaving strangely. He tells them to just look at him, reinforcing his innocent act. Using the students as a shield, Suzume launches another acrobatic attack, flipping through the air and landing a heavy blow on Yudaka. As Yudaka recovers, Suzume mockingly asks if he also asks his enemies to wait just because people are around. He then dismisses the girls, telling them he wants to have a nice, long chat. With the civilians gone, Suzume lays down his challenge. He states that whoever has the role of the assignment's significant other needs to always be by Aoi's side, ready to fight. And if Yudaka is weaker than him, then she's his. Yudaka's eyes burn with anger. He declares that when Suzume talks about Aoi in such a possessive way, he knows he can't trust him with her. Suddenly, Suzume is struck in the face by a pill Yudaka had flicked at him. He stumbles back in pain. His classmates wonder what just happened, as Suzume falls to his knees. Yudaka approaches, holding out a bottle of pills. He asks if Suzume is feeling okay, noting that the blood has drained from his face. Suzume looks up, a dangerous glint in his eye. "No," he says. "If anything, my blood's boiling now." The chapter ends, to be continued. In the school hallway, as the bell rings, a student named Suzume waves goodbye to a couple of girls. Nearby, Yudaka watches him. Suzume then approaches Yudaka, taunting him about who is more suited to be with a certain girl. However, Suzume dismisses the thought and grabs his own neck, as if stopping himself. Yudaka tells Suzume that he will see things differently once he understands. In a flash, Suzume flicks his fingers, sending a whip-like attack hurtling through the air with incredible speed. Yudaka is shocked, wondering if it was a whip, as Suzume isn't holding anything. Suzume explains that the attack is his kekai, called flexiform, which allows him to crack his arm like a whip. He then correctly guesses that Yudaka is not from a ninja family. The confrontation turns physical. Suzume slams Yudaka against the wall, explaining that most ninjas and public safety are part of families that can be traced back to the Muromachi period. Suzume continues his lecture while grabbing Yudaka's jacket. He explains that each of these families pass down a special characteristic called a kekai, and only those who have awakened it can truly call themselves ninja. With a confident flip, Suzume declares that he is one of those chosen geniuses who deserve the title, leaving Yudaka stunned by his arrogance and skill. Yudaka, confused, asks why Suzume would tell him such heavily guarded information. Suzume admits that even speaking about their existence can get a ninja disowned. Suzume smiles cockily, admitting he's only telling Yudaka this to brag. He then offers to give Yudaka a taste of what a real ninja is, much to Yudaka's disbelief. Without another word, Suzume launches himself into a powerful flying kick, which Yudaka manages to block just in time. Yudaka is shocked by Suzume's speed. Before he can react, Suzume has him by the neck, noting that they can't fight freely inside the school building before smashing through a nearby window. They crash outside onto the school grounds. Suzume lands gracefully while taunting Yudaka, saying he may have fought tons of criminals, but he doesn't know what it's like to fight an actual ninja. Suzume stands over the fallen Yudaka, telling him he has no qualifications to be by Aoi's side. He tells Yudaka to leave Aoi to him, cruelly adding that she'll be just like his doll. Yudaka glares back, enraged. His eyes burning with fury, Yudaka retorts that it's people who think like Suzume that are the very reason why Aoi feels so alone. Suzume scoffs, saying Yudaka has no right to say that when he's weaker. He unleashes his whip arm attack again, but this time, Yudaka catches it. Suzume is in disbelief, wondering how Yudaka grabbed his arm when it was moving at nearly the speed of sound. Yudaka calmly explains that since Suzume said he moves his arm like a whip, he just grabbed it the same way anyone would grab a whip. A statement that defies logic, as normal people can't simply grab whips. Yudaka clarifies that anyone can follow a whip's movements by concentrating, but adds that Suzume isn't normal people, he's just an oddball. Suzume struggles, realizing he can't shake Yudaka's grip. In a shocking display of strength, Yudaka slams Suzume headfirst into the ground. He states that it doesn't matter whether someone has a kekai or is a fugitive ninja. Looking down at the defeated Suzume, Yudaka declares with unwavering resolve, Because I'm going to protect Aoi. That's my job. Lying on the ground, Suzume has a moment of realization. He thinks about how Yudaka fulfilled the role of a boyfriend, and admits to himself that Yudaka is actually kind of cool. He recalls being slammed into the wall, and then the floor, feeling completely outmatched. Suzume lies on the ground, defeated and utterly bewildered by the turn of events and his own confusing feelings, muttering, "Damn it," under his breath. Yudaka begins to walk away but suddenly stops. He turns back to the still-dazed Suzume and says he has a random question to ask. The penny finally drops for Yudaka. He asks, "Is Suzume a girl?" He realizes that's why she tried to stop him, because she couldn't join the same club as Aoi. He chides himself for being so dense. Yudaka awkwardly apologizes for her torn clothes. Flustered and embarrassed, Suzume leaps to her feet, demanding a rematch and insisting she'll win next time using her actual ninja arts. With tears welling in her eyes, Suzume passionately reveals her true feelings. She shouts that she just wanted to do her part to help everyone and asks Yudaka if he has any idea what it feels like to be left out. She continues, venting her frustrations about her terrible timing during past events. Yudaka, finally understanding her desperation, tells her she doesn't need qualifications and can just stay by Aoi's side. His unexpected words leave Suzume looking on in silent confusion. Continuing from their fight, Yudaka clarifies his previous statement, telling a confused Suzume that he would simply feel better with her around. Suzume is taken aback by his sincerity. Blushing and flustered, Suzume completely misinterprets his words, suspecting he might be trying to make her fall in love with him. She quickly dismisses the idea, exclaiming, "Not a chance." She calls Yudaka a pervert, which he immediately denies. Announcing that she needs to change clothes, Suzume walks away, still flustered by the conversation. Walking away, Suzume reflects with a smile. She thinks to herself that making people fall in love is supposed to be her specialty, yet Yudaka's earnest words made her heart skip a beat. The scene shifts. Now dressed in a girl's school uniform, Suzume stands confidently before Yudaka outside the girls' changing room. Having found her new purpose, she declares she will whip his romantic failures into shape by teaching him everything about romance. Yudaka can only react with stunned silence. The story moves to a new day, under the title, Chapter 20, Going Home in the Rain. Yudaka is on the school grounds, pondering a new piece of information. A captured ninja named Hachikuma has offered intel on their enemies. Yudaka is on the phone with his handler, who explains how they got the intel. Hachikuma, a former ninja, finally broke after being subjected to the tedious torture of completing 2,000-piece puzzles every single day. The handler continues, revealing that they have now identified 3 fugitive ninjas who attacked Aoi and are confirmed to be working together. The intel Hachikuma provided is the location of their base. The base is a coastal warehouse. An infiltration mission is set for Saturday, though they expect it might already be empty. Yudaka, who admits he's never had weekend plans, agrees to the mission. Back in the school hallway, Suzume, in her full female uniform, makes a grand and cheerful entrance, greeting her fellow ninja, Nozuku, with dramatic flair. Suzume informs Yudaka that she will take charge of his romantic education. As practice, she commands him to confess his feelings to her right then and there, leaving Yudaka utterly bewildered. Yudaka vehemently protests that he doesn't like her. Suzume argues it's necessary practice for expressing his true feelings, then cleverly asks if this means he likes someone else, causing Yudaka to blush. Suzume boasts that everyone adores her. Meanwhile, their handler informs them that all 4 ninjas at the school, including Suzume, will participate in the upcoming mission, much to Yudaka's dismay. As Yudaka panics over Suzume's romantic lessons, Aoi appears beside him and playfully asks who he likes, causing him to scream in frustration. Aoi mentions she's surprised to see Yudaka is now friends with Yuki, Suzume's public name. Yudaka is even more shocked that Aoi already knows Suzume is a girl. Suddenly, a girl with glasses named Hibana appears. She sees Suzume kneeling and showering another girl with compliments, wondering what is happening. Hibana angrily tells Suzume to get back to her own class, but Suzume is unfazed, continuing to praise the other girl's adorable face, declaring that no one can bring her down. Another student, Omaniko, approaches and tells Yuki, Suzume, to head back before morning assembly starts, warning her not to annoy Yudaka. Suzume decides she dislikes Ominiko simply because he's too handsome. She then informs Yudaka that another ninja, Mimizuku, is on a separate mission, so Yudaka must escort Aoi home that day. After school, it begins to rain. As Yudaka and Aoi stand by the exit, another classmate delivers a message from Suzume, while Aoi mentions she brought an umbrella. The message from Suzume is a piece of romantic advice. You don't need two umbrellas to walk home together. Yudaka panics as he realizes he can't find his own umbrella. Aoi smiles and tells him to be grateful she brought hers, offering to share it with him. Yudaka looks at her, touched by her kindness. However, just as Aoi opens her umbrella, a sudden gust of wind catches it, flipping it inside out and blowing it away, leaving them both stranded in the pouring rain. With their only umbrella gone, the two have no choice but to make a run for it through the downpour. They finally find shelter at a convenience store, completely soaked but laughing, relieved that they can now buy a new umbrella. Standing under the store's awning, Aoi cheerfully brushes her wet hair back from her face. She looks at the blushing Yudaka and, enjoying the spontaneous moment, playfully asks if they even need an umbrella anymore. As Aoi offers to buy an umbrella, Yudaka feels a sharp pain in his chest. Though his physical injuries have healed, he wonders why his heart aches whenever he's with her. At that moment, he spots a school ID card lying on the wet ground. He picks up the ID card and confirms it belongs to Aoi. His eyes widen in shock as he reads the details. Her birthday is on June 22nd, which is the upcoming Monday. Suddenly, Suzume appears holding her own umbrella, revealing she was tailing them all along. She triumphantly snatches the ID, overjoyed to learn that Aoi's birthday is in just 3 days. Suzume points out that this is a golden opportunity, as Yudaka is likely the only one who knows. She then does a terrible, dramatic impression of Aoi being lonely on her birthday, much to Yudaka's irritation. Unfazed, Suzume passionately outlines her grand romantic plan. Yudaka must approach Aoi with a bouquet of 16 roses. Yudaka is horrified, telling her she can't be serious. Suzume continues, instructing him to then declare the words, "I will love you forever." Yudaka immediately dismisses the entire idea as incredibly tacky. Her tone suddenly serious, Suzume urges Yudaka to act. She reminds him that since he's the only one who knows, this is his one chance to become someone special to Aoi, and he can't let it go to waste. Back at the convenience store entrance, Aoi notices Yudaka's strange behavior and asks if he was talking to someone. The store's exit chime provides a perfect distraction, and Yudaka announces it's time to leave. Now sharing a newly purchased umbrella, they walk home together. Aoi remarks that walking in the rain with a friend isn't so bad, admitting she never had the chance to do something like this in middle school. Yudaka reflects on Suzume's words and has a realization. Perhaps Aoi never mentioned her birthday because it didn't even occur to her that her new friends would want to celebrate it. As they part ways, he lets her keep the umbrella. Watching her leave, Yudaka starts to think Suzume's suggestion wasn't so bad after all. He considers getting her a birthday present, first thinking they could pick one out together, but then deciding it would be better if he chose it on his own. His thoughts are interrupted by the voice of his handler, reminding him that the mission is tomorrow and he must keep his priorities straight. Yudaka acknowledges the command. Night falls. The 4 ninja team, Yudaka, Suzume, Ominiko, and Hibana, gather on a bridge overlooking the target warehouse. Their mission is to infiltrate the active business and find intel on the fugitive ninjas without being noticed. Meanwhile, the captured Hachikomo warns his captors against sending Yudaka, calling him a valuable pawn that shouldn't be risked. The handler, however, dismisses the warning, stating with confidence that Yudaka would never fail. As the team prepares to move out, Yudaka is visibly exhausted and distracted, still agonizing over Aoi's birthday present. Ominiko notices his distraction, asking if he said something, but Yudaka denies it, clearly having been up all night thinking about it. The scene opens on a group of ninjas preparing for a mission. One of them, a boy with light-colored hair, is on the phone with his operator, looking flustered. He's having trouble understanding the complex instructions for their infiltration, which involve waiting for a power outage as a signal to move in and capture a fugitive ninja. The operator on the other end of the line sighs in exasperation, telling him not to come to work half asleep. They simplify the instructions. When I say go, look for anything that screams ninja. The light-haired ninja is distracted, agonizing over what birthday present to get for someone named Princess Aoi. His senior teammate, Yadaka, calmly suggests they think it through together, but the boy continues to panic, insisting that friends don't give friends gift cards. As they're about to start the mission, another squad appears. A cheerful blonde girl introduces herself as Kajira, the pygmy woodpecker, and her spiky-haired teammate states that their operator is number 18. The protagonist's teammates are confused by Kajira's strange codename, mishearing pygmy woodpecker as pygmy food puker and asking if she feels sick. She cheerfully replies that she's never been better. Kajira's spiky-haired teammate aggressively confronts the other squad, criticizing them for their lack of professionalism. The light-haired ninja, flustered, can only apologize, admitting that he hates wimps. Seeing their teammate being berated, the girl with glasses and the boy with two-toned hair from the protagonist's squad suddenly get angry, telling the spiky-haired ninja to back off and leave their friend alone. The ninja from Squad 18 explains that their number means they are ranked 18th out of almost 100 squads, implying they are superior. He tells the other squad to stay out of their way and leaves with his team, who suggest purifying the ground they walked on. Watching them leave, the boy with two-toned hair remarks on how cool the senior ninja, Yadaka, is. The light-haired protagonist agrees, saying that since the other squad is worried about them, they need to prove them wrong with results. It's time. The operator announces that they will enter through multiple locations and need to split into groups. Hizari and Yuminiko are assigned to location 4, while the protagonist seems pleased to be paired with someone named Suzum. Below, a man prepares to give a signal. The signal is given, and with a declaration of it's a go, all the assembled ninja squads leap into action, descending upon the target location. Inside the warehouse, Kajira calls out her teammate, Gara, for his aggressive attitude. She questions why he's so concerned about someone at half capacity potentially getting hurt on the mission. Gara retorts that she should have said that to him. Just then, the power in the warehouse suddenly shuts off, and they spot an employee on the phone, confirming the signal for the other teams. As they move to ignore the employee as instructed, the situation takes a sharp turn. The man on the phone pulls out a gun, causing one of the ninjas to cry out in shock. The employee fires his weapon. The bullet strikes Kajira in the leg. As she cries out in pain, her teammate Gara instantly reacts, disarming the shooter and rushing to her side. Suddenly, more supposed civilians appear from the shadows, all armed with guns. Gara is shocked as he realizes they're not normal civilians and quickly reports to his operator, number 18. Gara's eyes widen in horror as he understands the truth. They weren't waiting for the ninjas. It's a trap designed to hunt them down. As the gunmen take aim, the wounded Kajira tells Gara to leave her behind. Just as a gunman is about to fire, he's suddenly struck down. Gara looks up in shock to see the light-haired ninja from earlier, who has appeared out of nowhere to save them. In a stunning display of skill, the light-haired ninja single-handedly engages the entire group of armed men, moving with a speed and grace that leaves them completely overwhelmed. With the threat neutralized, a stunned Gara contacts his operator, number 18, asking who the mysterious ninja is. The operator informs him that the ninja who just saved them is from Squad number 9. Gara recalls hearing rumors about a legendary figure in Squad number 9, a monster who joined the ninja training center as a civilian and skipped through all the grades to graduation like an unstoppable force. The rumors spoke of a secret weapon with absolute faith from a single-digit operator. A close-up shows the light-haired ninja's intense gaze as his true identity is revealed. That's codename Yadaka. Gara and Kajira look on in disbelief, realizing the rumors don't even begin to do him justice. The once flustered boy now stands calmly amidst the chaos, sarcastically addressing his operator, confirming that yes, this is a trap. In a quiet moment after the fight, Gara and a wounded Kajira from Squad 18 are sitting on the ground. Their teammate with the two-toned hair arrives, relieved to see them alive as he asks if they're okay. Watching them from a short distance, Yudaka confirms to himself that they're fine, a small smile on his face. Meanwhile, Gaara looks down, completely humbled. He reflects on how he mocked and belittled Yudaka, realizing with a pang of shame that he was the pathetic one all along. In the aftermath of the battle, Gaara, the spiky-haired ninja from Squad 18, sits on the ground, humbled. He looks up at the protagonist and sincerely thanks him for the rescue, addressing him by his proper codename, Yudaka. Yudaka smiles and cheerfully replies, "No problem." Just then, his teammate, Suzume, discovers a pile of cute bunny plushies amidst the wreckage. He jokingly suggests Yudaka could give one to Aoi, causing Yudaka to flush with embarrassment as he's reminded of his earlier anxieties. Suzume asks if there's any sign of the fugitive ninja. As Gaara gets up, promising to get the injured Kadra out of there, Yudaka confirms that he and his team will continue the search. As Yudaka continues his patrol through the now-darkened warehouse, a nearby wall suddenly explodes inward with a loud BM, sending shrapnel flying. Meanwhile, the injuries Gaara sustained finally catch up to him. He suddenly slumps to the ground with a grunt of pain. Yudaka and Suzume turn in alarm. From the smoke and debris, a large, intimidating figure emerges, wearing a traditional Japanese demon mask. He complains that it took too long to get the lights back on, and that he has to clean up after his incompetent employees, noting the presence of the leftover ninjas. With a menacing grin, the man introduces himself. He is a fugitive ninja and a defector from their organization. His name is Ban, the Moorhen. The chapter concludes, marking the arrival of the true boss. The next chapter begins, titled A Boss from Hell. Ban repeats his introduction as he stands over the fallen members of Squad 18. An internal monologue wonders if their plan was leaked or if there is a traitor in their ranks. Yudaka stares intently at the newly revealed fugitive ninja, Ban, who looks down on him with a sadistic smile and asks a chilling question. "So, how would you prefer to die?" Yudaka's teammate, Suzume, tries to lighten the mood, telling Yudaka not to sweat it and making a pun about taking his breath away. Yudaka is shocked he can joke at a time like this, but Suzume notes that the other two ninjas are still breathing and can be saved. Suzume calmly reminds Yudaka that running into a fugitive ninja isn't a surprise, since that was the entire point of their mission in the first place. Yudaka agrees, stealing his resolve. While describing the enemy to their operator, Suzume notes that Ban has a very floral scent. Ban, overhearing this, states that if they won't come to him, he'll go to them, drawing his sword while lecturing them about professional etiquette and body odor. Suzume acts first, throwing a projectile that buzzes through the air. It impacts an invisible energy shield, a kekai, right in front of Ban. Seeing this, Suzume pulls out a knife, confirming his opponent has a barrier. Suzume lunges forward with incredible speed, but Ban effortlessly grabs his attacking arm. With a sharp kick to the face, Ban sends Suzume flying backward. As Suzume's body is flung through the air, Ban closes the distance to Yudaka in an instant, grabbing him by the mask. Ban callously throws the injured Suzume directly at Yudaka. Yudaka cries out his teammate's name as he is forced to catch him, the impact knocking them both back. Before Yudaka can recover, Ban is already behind him, warning him not to get distracted. He grabs Yudaka's head and slams him toward a wall, which explodes from the force. Yudaka sees Suzume collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Ban reveals that his own kekai has a special ability. It imbues his sweat and blood with poison. He calls this terrifying power Toxiflesh. Suzume, paralyzed, realizes the truth. The strange floral scent he detected earlier wasn't a scent at all. It was the poison he was exposed to the moment he touched Ban. Ban mockingly corrects him, saying the floral scent was just his fabric softener and that his real poison is odorless. He then kindly informs the paralyzed Suzume that the poison he's using is a paralyzing agent, sarcastically calling it a professional courtesy. Confident in his power, Ban declares that no one can remain standing after a dose of his poison. He looms over the helpless Suzume and turns to Yudaka, asking one final time, "How would you like to die?" To Ban's surprise, Yudaka doesn't seem panicked. Instead, he calmly replies that it's a difficult question to answer so suddenly. Ban is taken aback, wondering why the poison hasn't affected him. Yudaka meets his gaze, his own eyes clear and focused, and reveals a shocking secret. Poisons don't really work on me. With his immunity revealed, Yudaka explodes into a counterattack. He launches a powerful kick that connects squarely with Ban, sending the shocked villain flying backward across the warehouse floor. Ignoring Ban for the moment, Yudaka immediately rushes to his paralyzed teammate's side, catching Suzum before he collapses completely. He holds his friend, asking if he's okay, while Suzum can only look up in wide-eyed astonishment at what just transpired. Suzum looks at Yudaka in awe, exclaiming, "You're amazing." He asks if Yudaka is truly all right, but his teammate replies with a flustered "no," admitting that the poison is having a slight effect and that Suzum's earlier joke about taking his breath away almost came true. Meanwhile, Ban gets back on his feet. Realizing that Yudaka is far more powerful than the report suggested and that he can't handle him alone, he decides to retreat towards a nearby elevator. From afar, Yudaka receives an order from his operator. After him, Ban presses the call button, and the elevator doors begin to open. Just as he slips inside, Yudaka leaps through the closing doors in hot pursuit. But it's an ambush. As Yudaka lands, a new enemy, a young man with shaggy dark hair and glasses, delivers a powerful kick that sends him stumbling back. Yudaka looks up in shock and realizes there is no elevator. The doors were just a facade. The new arrival casually tells Yudaka to leave, stating he has the rest handled. He then turns to Ban, telling him not to touch him. When Ban asks why not, the new villain seems puzzled. The new villain breathes a sigh of relief, saying he thought Ban didn't like him. While Ban looks on, annoyed, he states that his own body is now filled with poison, implying that the newcomer will have to handle the fight. The scene shifts to show Yudaka, now trapped in what is actually a freight elevator, descending rapidly. He cries out to his operator that he's been separated from the others, his voice cutting out with static. The new villain suddenly appears in the elevator with Yudaka, smashing his communication device and declaring, "No more whispering in secret." He taunts Yudaka, saying he won't be getting a signal in there. With another powerful blow, the villain sends Yudaka crashing through the elevator's metal wall and out into the vast, empty warehouse below. As Yudaka falls, the villain looks down on him with a chilling smile. He says that since this is the end game, his job is to give Yudaka a final send-off. Yudaka desperately tries to contact his operator, but gets no response. The chapter ends on a cliffhanger. A vibrant title page announces the start of Chapter 23, Lost Contact, featuring a dynamic illustration of ninjas leaping across city rooftops. The story resumes with Yudaka trying to reach his operator, but only getting static. From across the warehouse, the new villain asks, "Would ya mind dying for me, Yudaka?" He then decides they should have a chat first and introduces himself. "I'm Kawasemi, the Kingfisher." Yudaka, mask off, recalls his standing orders for situations like this. With communication lost, he must follow 3 directives from his op. The first directive is clear: don't talk to the enemy. Without hesitation, Yudaka moves to the second directive: remove the enemy and rendezvous with allies. He launches himself forward, charging directly at Kawasemi. Yudaka unleashes a devastating attack that shatters the ground beneath Kawasemi. However, when the dust settles, Kawasemi is still standing, looking annoyed. "Impatient little tyke, aren't ya?" he asks, complaining that he just wanted to talk. Despite his taunts, Kawasemi suddenly coughs up a large amount of black blood, proving Yudaka's attack did significant damage. It did work, Yudaka thinks. Kawasemi sits down, wondering why Yudaka didn't dodge his earlier attack. Kawasemi nonchalantly explains that he just couldn't get out of the way in time. He admits he likes tough kids, and that it seems like a waste to kill Yudaka. Yudaka, still wary, points out that he's coughing up blood. Changing tactics, Kawasemi tries to recruit Yudaka. "Yudaka, my bro, you could quit public safety and come over to my side. What I say?" Yudaka's response is blunt and immediate. "I'd say no." Kawasemi's friendly demeanor vanishes. He warns that if Yudaka refuses, he'll be in the way, especially since they can't have him hovering all over Aoi. He brandishes a large axe, promising the ensuing carnage will be one-sided. Yudaka wonders if this is his enemy's full power. Kawasemi reveals his leverage. "We've got hostages." He calls Yudaka's bluff, saying it's playing dirty. From the background, the defeated band confirms that his next poison will be far deadlier than the last. Kawasemi elaborates on the threat, explaining that Ban is ready to use an instant death variety of poison. He claims he only told Ban to hold back so that he and Yudaka could have their little chat. The scene cuts to Ban, grinning sadistically as he looms over the paralyzed and helpless body of Suzum, a wicked-looking blade in his hand, ready to execute the hostage at a moment's notice. Kawasemi holds up a radio, boasting that unlike Yudaka, he is kept in touch with his buddies. He issues an ultimatum. If Yudaka is worried about his useless little friends, he should stay put, or they will be eliminated one by one. With Yudaka seemingly frozen by the threat to his friends, Kawasemi closes the distance, mockingly patting him on the nose with his axe blade. "What a good little boy," he taunts, promising to chop Yudaka's head in half lickety-split. Kawasemi continues his psychological torment, offering to pay Yudaka back for the earlier punch. With a sadistic grin, he puts a finger to Yudaka's mouth, preparing to strike. "Grit your teeth for me, will ya?" he sneers, confident that his opponent is completely cornered. Ignoring Kawasemi's taunts, Yudaka suddenly lands a solid punch, sending the villain stumbling back. Kawasemi is stunned, asking if Yudaka is really willing to do this and risk his friends. As he's sent flying, Yudaka recalls the final instruction from his operator, Directive 3. Bokwa, exact duplicate of the previous panel. Back where the hostages are being held, Ban is on the phone. He reports to someone on the other end that the line to Kawasemi cut out and that he wasn't successful in handling Yudaka. As Ban turns his attention back to the paralyzed Suzum, a new figure suddenly drops down from the rafters, a female ninja with a long ponytail, wielding a metal bat. The new ninja immediately engages Ban, her bat clashing with his sword. Ban asks who she is, impressed that bringing a weapon to fight her was worth it. With fierce determination, she declares, "I'm a ninja who's gonna kill you." She asks her operator if Yudaka is okay, refusing to believe he's been defeated. Ban mocks her, saying her enthusiasm exceeds expectations. The scene cuts back to Yudaka, who remembers his operator's instructions to focus on the enemy in front of him. Kawasemi adjusts his glasses, remarking that it sounds more like an insult than an instruction. Yudaka declares that his teammates are more important than him and that he believes in them, even without contact. He resolves to end his fight quickly so they won't have to worry about him. Vowing to deal with Kawasemi fast, Yudaka prepares to attack. Kawasemi, however, clutches his head, complaining about a splitting headache, much to Yudaka's confusion. As Kawasemi is distracted by his headache, Yudaka rushes in and lands a clean kick. Kawasemi stumbles back, his glasses askew, revealing unfocused, spiraling eyes. The impact creates another huge explosion. Kawasemi complains, saying he was prepared to take it easy. Yudaka senses that his opponent feels different than before. Kawasemi's demeanor shifts. He states that while he could have dodged, he didn't need to. He asks Yudaka if he really thought they'd sent a weakling after he had already defeated several other ninjas. In a blur of motion, Kawasemi appears behind Yudaka and lands a devastating blow. Yudaka is sent flying, realizing he needs to dodge, but is unable to react in time. Lying on the ground, bloodied, Yudaka listens as Kawasemi explains the obvious. They sent someone strong enough to handle him. He then declares that the carnage is about to be one-sided. Kawasemi's eyes glow with manic energy. With a crazed smile, he announces that he's getting serious, for real this time. The chapter ends, teasing the true start of their battle. The next chapter, Red Kawasemi, begins. Kawasemi's body radiates a red aura as he dashes toward Yudaka, leaving a trail of energy in his wake. Yudaka is stunned as a punch misses him. He realizes what he just saw was an afterimage. Kawasemi is moving so fast that it looked like he was attacking from the front, but he's already moved. Kawasemi appears above Yudaka, taunting him for not getting out of the way. Because Yudaka doubted what he saw, he was too slow to react to the real attack and is sent crashing to the ground. Kawasemi lectures the fallen Yudaka on the basics of stealth, explaining that one must move without disturbing the environment. As smoke fills the area, Yudaka loses track of him, wondering where he went. Appearing suddenly beside him, Kawasemi taps Yudaka on the shoulder. He says he knows Yudaka isn't aware of such petty tricks because he's simply too strong to need them. Landing another brutal blow that sends Yudaka reeling, Kawasemi asks a pointed question. Never fought somebody stronger than you, have you? Kawasemi delivers a final, crushing kick. As Yudaka falls, defeated, Kawasemi formally introduces himself as that very person. In which case, nice to meet ya. I'm that somebody. The perspective shifts back to the other fight. The female ninja screams die as she brings her bat down on Ban. He blocks the attack, commenting that her choice of weapon is rather crude. She retorts that a crude bat is the perfect weapon to bust up his flimsy sword. As she attacks again, Ban notes that her movements are stiff, and he wonders aloud if her blood is toxic. The scene cuts back to Kawasemi, standing over a beaten Yudaka. He pins him to the wall with his foot, explaining that in a high-stakes battle, Yudaka is effectively fighting against two opponents at once. Kawasemi gloats over the beaten Yudaka, explaining that ninja fights are won before they even start through psychological warfare. Yudaka admits his mistake, realizing he underestimated how much the drugs and poisons were affecting him. Lying on the ground, Yudaka takes stock of his injuries. He feels a broken tooth in his mouth and the taste of blood from a nosebleed running down his throat, making it difficult to breathe. He feels weak and overwhelmed, his body refusing to move as he wants. He's racked with pain and worry for his friends, and against such a powerful opponent, he has no idea what to do. Seeing his opponent broken, Kawasemi extends a final offer to Yudaka. Come join my side. Kawasemi tries to reason with him, stating that they both ultimately want to save Aoi. He then adds a pointed question, asking if Yudaka is protecting her without even knowing the real reason why. He reveals a shocking truth about their world. The ninja and public safety are not a united front. They are two separate organizations with their own respective interests, merely working together. Kawasemi continues, explaining that public safety doesn't truly trust the ninjas because they know how terrifying they can be. He claims that the very fact Yudaka was assigned to Aoi without knowing why is proof of this deep-seated mistrust. Then Kawasemi delivers the final, devastating blow. Aoi's parents were killed, right? That was by public safety's ninja. With the shocking revelation hanging in the air, Kawasemi makes his final appeal. If you really want to save her, come on, Yudaka. Join our side. Yudaka, still on the ground, asks if their side can guarantee Aoi a normal life. Pushing himself up with renewed strength, Yudaka demands to know if Aoi will get the normal life she wants with them. Kawasemi smirks, course not, but I can guarantee she'll live. In response, Yudaka's hand tightens into a fist. Defiantly, Yudaka declares, "That's not where I belong." He flashes back to a memory of Aoi smiling, telling him, "See you on Monday." The memory of that simple promise gives him strength. Kawasemi warns him this place will be his grave. The scene cuts to Aoi Mukai, safe in her apartment with a companion. She notes that her birthday is the upcoming Monday and realizes she should have told Nozuki, her name for Yudaka, in his civilian guise. Her companion asks why she wanted to tell him specifically. Aoi smiles fondly, holding a warm drink, and replies, "Because I just know he'd make celebrating it fun." Back in the fight, Yudaka spits a mouthful of blood directly at Kawasemi. The villain dodges, disgusted, only to see a small object flying out from the spray. It's Yudaka's broken tooth. Kawasemi realizes the blood was a decoy for the projectile tooth. He yells at Yudaka, asking if he knows when to stop. But Yudaka's resolve is firm. He declares, "I can't. Not when I decided to pick out a present for her." Yudaka stands tall, a newfound clarity in his eyes. He thinks to himself that whenever he thinks of Aoi, all his anxieties disappear, pushing everything else out of his mind and showing him exactly what he needs to do. Filled with purpose, Yudaka roars at his opponent. "Next Monday, I'm going to see Aoi, and you can't stop me." Kawasemi looks on, stunned by this sudden resurgence of strength and willpower. Suddenly, a massive piece of the warehouse ceiling crashes down between the two combatants. Looking up, they see that it was caused by Hibari, the female ninja who was fighting Ban. The operator yells her name in shock as Yudaka and Kawasemi stare, confused. The chapter ends on this chaotic cliffhanger. The chapter opens in the middle of a chaotic scene. Rubble is strewn everywhere. A young orange-haired boy named Yudaka, looking battered and bruised, calls out in concern to his comrade Vodaka, who is looking back at him with wide, startled eyes. In the background, the cause of the destruction, a man named Kawasemi, stands surveying the mess he's made, commenting on how violent it was. Kawasemi turns to a girl with a long ponytail, asking her about the shipping containers that were once piled high. Below them, a massive hole has been blown through the concrete floor. Yudaka, looking down at the crater, exclaims that Kawasemi didn't just kind of blow a hole, he blew a massive one. Kawasemi extends a hand to the fallen Yudaka, asking if he's okay. Meanwhile, he glances up at the damaged ceiling supports, noting that the place was built in a hurry and that the jammer seems to be busted as well. But Yudaka doesn't take his hand. Instead, it's Vodaka who reacts, recoiling and telling them to keep their distance. He shouts that he's toxic and bleeding, making him dangerous. This reaction surprises Yudaka, who had previously thought that Vodaka simply didn't like him. Suddenly, Yudaka and his female partner, Hibari, drop into a fighting stance. They address their operator, with Hibari asking if they're going to be told to run again. Yudaka declares that they're fighting together this time to capture the enemy. Kawasemi smirks, unfazed by their unified front. He mockingly asks if a doubled-up, half-dead ninja tag team is supposed to scare him. In a sudden outburst, Hibari insults Kawasemi's fashion sense, yelling that he can't pull off the ninja look with his dorky circle frames. Her bizarre insult leaves Yudaka completely bewildered. Kawasemi pauses, adjusting his glasses. He calmly replies to Hibari's insult, stating that the employee at the store said they looked great on him, and that her insult has no effect. Hibari turns her attention back to Yudaka, snapping at him to get his head in the fight and wipe the fear off his face. She helps him to his feet, telling him they're going to kick Kawasemi's butt. Yudaka, feeling the support of his teammate, feels a surge of bravery and agrees. With newfound resolve, Yudaka puts a finger to his lips, signaling he's ready and fully focused. Their opponent, Kawasemi, announces that the operators have arranged for reinforcements in 5 minutes, meaning they have to finish this fight quickly. He then charges forward, launching his attack. Hibari meets Kawasemi's charge, blocking his heavy axe with her bat. Kawasemi is surprised, noting that she has enough strength to block his blow. However, the impact causes Hibari's weapon to start cracking under the strain. As Hibari holds him off, Yudaka leaps into the air, using the opening to launch a surprise attack from above. Kawasemi looks up, spotting the incoming threat. Kawasemi effortlessly deflects Yudaka's aerial assault, sending him flying. Yudaka and Vodaka can only watch in shock, stunned by their opponent's overwhelming power and skill. Elsewhere, a female operator named Yuzura, who had been monitoring the situation, suddenly finds some crucial information. She exclaims that she's finally found intel on their mysterious enemy, Kawasemi. As Kawasemi stands menacingly over the two young ninjas, Yuzura's voice comes over the comms, delivering a shocking revelation. According to official records, Kawasemi died 8 years ago. Yuzura continues, explaining that he went missing when he was 11 years old after his family was slaughtered. Yudaka asks if there's any information about his skin changing color, but Yuzura says the records only mention that he was diligent and excelled at throwing objects. Kawasemi realizes they are talking about him. Undeterred by the new information, Hibari lets out a battle cry and swings her bat at him again. Kawasemi looks on, questioning if she really thinks a full-on swing will work. Kawasemi deftly dodges her attack and kicks off her body to create distance. He decides that he can't let this opportunity slip by and must, at the very least, kill Yudaka. He then smashes his foot into the ground, sending a shockwave of rubble forward. Just as Kawasemi is about to press his attack, Yudaka appears from the side in a blur of motion, landing a powerful kick. Vodaka is stunned, wondering how Yudaka's speed suddenly exploded when he was dog-tired just a second ago. Yudaka and Kawasemi exchange a flurry of blows. Vodaka realizes that Yudaka is getting much stronger from just a little encouragement, but he's letting his emotions sway him too much. Hibari watches from the sidelines, frustrated that she can't find an opening to jump in and help. Kawasemi blocks Yudaka's weapon and gets close, taunting him. He asks if Yudaka wants to see someone named Aoi, then venomously calls him public safety's dog, who only follows his master's directions. Enraged by the insult, Yudaka manages to land a solid kick, knocking Kawasemi back and creating some space between them. Both Hibari and Vodaka watch the intense exchange. Kawasemi continues his psychological assault, mocking Yudaka for not having the backbone to defy public safety to save Aoi. Yudaka, however, retorts furiously while picking up a piece of rubble, shouting that Kawasemi isn't on Aoi's side either. He's just trying to control her. Filled with righteous anger, Yudaka declares that they're the ones on Aoi's side. He screams that they're the ones who will protect her, hurling the piece of rubble at Kawasemi like a curveball. As Kawasemi's attention is fixed on the projectile, Hibari seizes the perfect opportunity. She lunges forward, bat held high, shouting, "Then how do you like this comebacker instead?" preparing to deliver the follow-up strike. Capitalizing on the opening Yudaka created, Hibari connects a powerful swing directly to Kawasemi's head. The force of the blow sends him reeling and shatters his glasses. As their opponent falls, Yudaka offers a half-hearted apology for the broken eyewear, knowing the fight is far from over. Picking up immediately after Hibari's attack, Kawasemi is sent flying. Yudaka, knowing it would take more than that to defeat him, commands his team to capture Kawasemi now that they have an opening. The battle continues under the new chapter title, "That's All." Suddenly, a powerful shockwave of force erupts from Yudaka, tearing up the ground around him. His teammates, Hibari, Vodaka, and another enemy ninja, a large man in a red demon mask named Ban, can only look on in utter shock at this unexpected display of power. Kawasemi, now on the ground and without his glasses, looks up in disbelief. He demands to know what Yudaka is, confused because he believed Yudaka was just a regular ninja, without a kekai, a special hereditary power. Yudaka stands firm, his purpose clear. He looks down at his opponent and declares, "I'm a ninja who protects Aoi." In that moment, he isn't just a soldier following orders. He's a guardian with a personal mission. Despite his injuries, Kawasemi suddenly pushes himself up and lunges forward, shocking Yudaka, who didn't think he could still move. At the same moment, Yudaka's body gives out. He collapses as he realizes a paralysis from a poison is finally setting in. The operator, Yuzura, radios in for help, stating that Yudaka is at his absolute limit. Yudaka, struggling, tells her not to panic and that help is on the way. He announces that Squad Number 2's Inuwashi, the Golden Eagle, is coming too. Kawasemi and his ally, Ban, overhear the communication. Realizing that elite reinforcements from Squad Number 2 are indeed on their way, Kawasemi grits his teeth, acknowledging what a hassle this has become. With time running out before reinforcements arrive, Kawasemi decides it's time to end things. He grips his axe, announcing that it's time to use his secret weapon. Kawasemi prepares to unleash his final attack, declaring it a ninja art. Yudaka and Vodaka watch from a distance, horrified, as they wonder if he's actually planning to swing his axe from so far away. With a powerful roar, Kawasemi unleashes his technique, Kamaritachi. He swings his axe, sending a massive, invisible blade of wind hurtling through the air. Yudaka, still weakened by the poison, desperately throws himself to the side, narrowly dodging the invisible projectile as it flies past him. The invisible slash hits the wall far behind Yudaka, causing it to crack. Kawasemi remarks that he should have known Yudaka would be able to dodge an attack aimed straight at him. However, the initial attack was just a setup. The impact on the wall shatters a massive water pipe, and Kawasemi smirks, stating that it looks like he still hit his mark. A tidal wave of water and debris erupts, washing over the entire area. As the deluge engulfs him, Yudaka shouts at Kawasemi, asking how he knows Aoi. Kawasemi stands above the flood and makes a shocking claim. "I'm her big brother." The revelation hits Yudaka with the force of the wave itself. Yudaka is tossed about helplessly in the powerful current, surrounded by rubble. He can't move his body the way he wants to and struggles to breathe. Despite the dire situation, he thinks of Aoi, promising her that he'll be fine. His strength fading, Yudaka continues to be thrown around by the water. His last thought before losing consciousness is of Aoi's name, as his body goes limp in the churning water. The scene shifts. An ambulance is shown, and then Yudaka is seen lying on a stretcher, having been rescued from the flood. His eyes are closed as he is tended to by the medics. Later, Yudaka awakens. He finds himself sitting with Hibari and another girl, the one Kawasemi was speaking to at the beginning of the fight. She reassures him, telling him not to worry and that everyone here is part of public safety. But the other girl doesn't believe it. With tears streaming down her face, she shouts that she can't believe them. The chaotic events and conflicting loyalties have clearly taken a toll on her. Vodaka explains to a confused Yudaka what happened. He reveals that Hibari dove into the raging water to rescue him. Hearing this, Hibari looks away, muttering that she was way too weak again and that Yudaka is making things hard for her. Yudaka looks at Hibari, who is trying to hide her face and her own vulnerability. He tells her that he wants to say thank you, but he can't when she's acting this way. He sincerely thanks her for what she did and for everything else. In response, an embarrassed Hibari snaps, calling him a Dumbo and telling him to just say thank you and get it over with, lightly hitting him. She says she already knew all that. Hibari turns away, trying to hide her blush as Yudaka rubs his head. She thinks to herself that she's happy he needed her help, revealing the true reason for her actions. As Hibari struggles with her own feelings, she presses a hand to her forehead, blushing. She thinks to herself that this feeling of happiness from helping him, that's all it should be, trying to suppress any deeper emotions from developing. The tender moment is cut short by the arrival of the promised backup. A new figure wearing a white jacket and a face mask appears before them. It's Inuwashi from the Elite Squad 2, looking down at Yudaka as the next phase of their mission begins. A close-up of Inuwashi's eye shows him analyzing the scene. As he watches Yudaka bow respectfully, one of his subordinates asks who the boy is. Inuwashi identifies him as Yudaka from Squad 9. Inuwashi's subordinate remarks that it's unlike him to ask for anyone's name. Inuwashi simply looks on, thinking to himself that Yudaka seems slightly interesting, a rare acknowledgement from the elite ninja. Meanwhile, another member of Squad 9, a boy with spiky hair named Omaniko, is on the phone giving a report. He explains that due to the illegal construction, the floor gave out and the walls collapsed. They found documents indicating the warehouse was used for weapons, smuggling, and trades. Omaniko concludes his report, stating they can track down more fugitive ninjas with the new records. He declares the original objective accomplished and the mission a success. Hearing this, Yudaka lets out a small, relieved yes. As the team packs up, Yudaka sees another teammate, a girl named Suzum, being carried away on a stretcher. Despite her injuries, she cheerfully tells him that his mission isn't over yet. He still needs to get a birthday gift for Aoi by Monday. Yudaka smiles faintly, reassuring Suzum that it's okay. A determined look comes over his face as he says he's just come up with an idea. The scene ends, hinting at the next, more personal mission. The scene shifts. A hand gently pats the head of Aoi Mukai, the girl Yadaka is sworn to protect. He asks her what she wants for her birthday. Aoi ponders the question. In a flashback, her father tells her she can have anything she wants. She considers asking for a dress, jewelry, or a picture book. But then, she thinks bigger. A castle? She realizes how greedy that sounds for a little kid. Lying in her bed, Aoi recalls her mother telling her not to overthink it, since they celebrate her birthday every year. It's a bittersweet memory. Aoi wakes up in her modern apartment. A man who appears to be her current guardian calls out that breakfast is ready. She looks at a broken picture frame showing her as a child with her dad, his image torn away. She muses that she must be dreaming of him because it's her birthday. The scene changes to a school campus. Yadaka is tying his shoes while talking with his operator, Yuzura. She asks how his injuries are. He says they still hurt, but the medic squad hid them. He also laments that the fugitive ninjas from the warehouse might have gotten away. Yuzura reassures him that with the records Ominiko found, they should be able to track the fugitives down. She then changes the subject, confirming that Aoi doesn't have any blood relatives and asks if Yadaka knows what Kawasemi meant when he claimed to be her big brother. Yadaka shouts back in frustration, saying how would he know why Kawasemi said that. The memory of Kawasemi's taunting words clearly still bothers him. Yuzura apologizes, explaining that even she hasn't been told the full story about what happened back then. She adds that the enemy knew about their infiltration plan, meaning trusting their side fully is dangerous. Her job is simply to make sure Yadaka never has to multitask. Despite the heavy topics, Yuzura praises Yadaka for his performance during the mission, telling him he did well. Yadaka is left momentarily speechless by the unexpected compliment. Yadaka reflects on the mission, admitting he barely made it out and could have died. But Yuzura reminds him that he still survived. Filled with a new resolve, Yadaka declares he's going to see Aoi next Monday, and no one can stop him. As he walks into school, a blush appears on his face. As he enters the school, he immediately runs into Aoi. She sighs that it's another Monday, and another day they have to go to school. Yadaka, still flustered from his earlier determination, can only manage a quiet. While walking by the lockers, Aoi notes that Yadaka looks kind of happy and asks if he actually likes school. Yadaka admits that lately he thinks he has just a little. Aoi then casually mentions that, by the way, today is her birthday. Yadaka is surprised. Aoi asks if he's surprised, and he stammers out a yes, very. He then wishes her a happy birthday, and she thanks him. Aoi explains that she only tells people on the day of her birthday because she doesn't want anyone to feel obligated to get her a present. She says it's her way of being considerate before saying she has to go because she's on chore duty. As Aoi walks away, Yadaka smirks to himself, clutching a gift bag. He thinks to himself that he already knew it was her birthday, thanks to Suzume's reminder. His operator, Yuzura, asks from the comms if he got her a present. Yadaka proudly presents his gift, an inner tube for swimming. Yuzura's voice from the comms cries out in disbelief, asking why on earth he would pick that. Yadaka explains his flawless ninja logic. After thoroughly researching presents for girls, he concluded it's best to pick something they wouldn't buy for themselves, and to never buy anything they would be selective about, like clothes or jewelry. Yuzura concedes that his logic isn't technically wrong, but that he's still totally wrong. Yadaka continues, pleased with himself, adding that he thought she'd like something in season. Yuzura sighs that his approach is right, but that's the only thing he got right. Suddenly, Suzume pops up out of nowhere, startling Yadaka. She declares his gift choice a genius move. An inner tube implies a swimsuit is in the future. Yadaka is just confused as to why she always seems to appear from nowhere. Ominiko advises Yadaka not to listen to Suzume and to ask him for advice instead. Yadaka agrees, but Ominiko, seeing the look on his friend's face, knows he has already made up his mind and trusts he will pick the right choice. Hibari, having heard enough, finally intervenes. She appears, looking utterly exasperated, and tells Yadaka bluntly that Aoi doesn't want the inner tube. She repeats it for emphasis, frustrated that Yudaka is even considering it. Umineko tells Hibari to stop being so logical, pointing out that Yudaka worked hard to pick the gift. Trying to salvage the situation, Hibari asks if he bought anything else. Yudaka admits that he did buy something else as well. As Yudaka reveals his second gift, the whole team agrees it's a much better choice than the inner tube. At the same time, Aoi walks away from school, reflecting on a horrible dream she had about her last birthday with her parents, where she couldn't decide on a gift. Seeing his chance, Yudaka runs to catch up with Aoi, calling out her name to stop her before she leaves. Now in his school persona, as Nozuki, he explains that he knew it was her birthday because he accidentally saw it on her school ID. He says that since she's helped him so much, he wanted to get her a present, even though he had no idea what to get. He nervously holds out his hand, revealing the true gift he chose, a small, cute keychain shaped like a smiling sunflower. Aoi stares at the simple keychain, her expression unreadable. His teammates, watching from the wings, worry that she doesn't want it. Aoi quietly asks what the heck the thing is, her tone causing Yudaka to panic. Aoi reflects on her past, realizing she was so focused on getting the best present that she overthought it, when she would have been fine with anything. She takes the keychain, commenting on how weird it is, as a flustered Nozuki apologizes and promises to get her something different. But Aoi simply thanks him. Aoi looks at the little sunflower keychain with a gentle smile. She says she thinks it will grow on her. As she walks away, she tells him she's looking forward to her birthday now. A flustered Nozuki thinks that this means he still owes her for everything. Aoi turns back with a bright, genuine smile. She tells him that if he wants to pay her back, then he should get her another present next year in return. Her words strike a chord with Yudaka. He promises her that he will. As he watches her walk away, he realizes that whenever he makes a promise to Aoi, he feels like he can become stronger. Watching the heartwarming scene from a distance, Suzume remarks that she thinks the inner tube would have worked just fine. Hibari, still exasperated, wonders why Yudaka even bought the keychain in the first place, asking if he got it for himself. Hibari dismisses the thought, saying, "Who even cares?" while Aoi laughs happily in the background. As Aoi and her guardian leave the school grounds, she waves goodbye to Nozuki. As Nozuki is about to leave, Aoi's guardian approaches him. He asks if Nozuki would like to have dinner with them, explaining that he bought a birthday cake, but it's too big for just the two of them. Aoi pops her head out of the car window, eagerly agreeing that it's a great idea and telling him he should come over. Nozuki is left completely shocked and flustered by the unexpected invitation as the chapter comes to a close. The story continues with Yudaka, a young ninja with orange hair, arriving at a massive skyscraper alongside his companions, the blonde-haired Aoi Mukai and the dark-haired Usami. Aoi cheerfully announces that this is home. Yudaka is clearly nervous, asking why their host, a man named Mimizuku, has invited him. He's scared that Mimizuku wants to talk to him. As they head towards the escalator, Usami warns Yudaka to be on his best behavior. From Yudaka's perspective, we see Aoi and Usami walk ahead of him, stepping into the building's vast and modern-looking lobby. Yudaka is taken aback by the seemingly ordinary people populating the lobby. Through his comm device, he learns the truth. This condominium is a protective facility for VIPs, and the majority of its residents are actually ninjas or public safety employees. He now understands that this building, the Amamori, is a sacred stronghold for public safety. He internally notes that almost everyone he sees is likely a ninja on a mission. Aoi cheerfully says they're home. She points out a resident ninja, a blonde man casually drinking coffee, confirming to Yudaka just how deep the undercover part of their job goes. At the front desk, two identical twin receptionists greet Aoi, welcoming her back as Miss Mukai. Aoi vouches for Yudaka, introducing him simply as her friend to get him access. The receptionists acknowledge her other friend, Usami, and present an entry authorization form while beginning to explain the facility's rules over the comms. The twin receptionists lay down the strict laws of the building. All combat is forbidden, and interacting with residents under protection is not allowed. Breaking these rules will have severe consequences. Yudaka is horrified as the receptionists declare that any transgressors will be considered dangerous and eliminated with extreme prejudice. His shocked reaction draws the attention of another ninja sitting nearby. To finalize the agreement, the receptionists ask for a signature of his code name in blood, terrifying Yudaka, who just wants to go home. In contrast, Aoi is completely unfazed and cheerfully starts down the hallway. Aoi formally bids them welcome as she opens the door to his stunningly spacious and luxurious modern apartment. As they step inside, Yudaka realizes this is where Aoi lives. He's visibly nervous and blushing, especially when Aoi admits that she's also nervous because she has never had a friend over before. Aoi announces she's going to get changed and finish dinner prep. Mimizuku, wearing an apron, emerges and asks Yudaka if he'd like to help, leaving the young ninja wondering what he should do. While helping out in the kitchen, Yudaka musters the courage to ask Mimizuku for the reason he was invited. Mimizuku bluntly states that he heard Yudaka missed an opportunity to capture fugitive ninjas and wanted to have a word with him. However, Mimizuku's tone quickly softens. He kindly tells Yudaka not to get depressed, advising him to have something warm to eat and keep that chin up, a gesture that clearly touches the young ninja. Mimizuku adds that Aoi had said Yudaka would make her birthday celebration more enjoyable. But before Yudaka can process this, the delicious smell from the kitchen distracts him, and he asks what they're having for dinner. Just then, Aoi reappears, having changed into a hoodie and shorts. While tying up her hair, she answers his question, beef stew. Yudaka watches her, his stomach already rumbling in anticipation. With her hair now tied back in a ponytail, Aoi turns to Yudaka with a smile and asks, "How do I look?" The question renders Yudaka completely speechless, his face flushing bright red. Yudaka is so flustered he can barely speak. Mimizuku amusingly tells Usami to redirect Yudaka's attention. With Yudaka still reeling from the fact that he's in Aoi's home, the group decides to officially begin the celebration. The scene focuses on the finished meal, a glistening bowl of rich beef stew, surrounded by side dishes, ready to be served. As they sit down to eat, Yudaka can't help but feel that having a regular dinner with them is a strange experience. Aoi looks at him with a warm, genuine smile and replies that just having him at their table makes the day feel special for her. Her sincere kindness is almost too much for the young ninja to handle. He internally panics, feeling that the overwhelming domestic bliss is going to break him, but he manages to force a smile and a weak agreement, getting through the rest of the meal. Later that evening, the celebration concludes. Yudaka stands at the doorway with Mimizuku and Aoi, wishing her a happy birthday one last time before preparing to depart. As the door closes, Aoi cheerfully waves goodbye, inviting Yudaka to come again. He enthusiastically promises he will, as Mimizuku tells him he'll drive him home. The moment the door is shut, the emotional toll of the evening hits Yudaka, and he dramatically collapses. He tells Mimizuku that something is wrong with his pulse and asks to be driven to a hospital, but Mimizuku drily replies that a hospital can't help with his current condition. The friendly pretense drops. Mimizuku admits he lied about taking Yudaka home, explaining that while he can't leave the condominium, he wanted to have a private chat. Mimizuku gets serious, bringing up the warehouse mission. He acknowledges Yudaka handled the assassins well, but because he didn't capture the fugitive ninja, public safety officially considers the mission a failure. Usami, who has been listening quietly, seems concerned and asks Mimizuku if he's truly going to tell him the consequences. Yudaka nervously braces for the bad news. Mimizuku delivers the devastating news. Public safety is considering replacing the number 9 squad entirely. He looks directly at Yudaka and tells him, "I'm afraid you're the reason why." He explains that Yudaka's original strength was his flawless ability to eliminate enemies on solo missions. But now, being assigned to protect Aoi requires him to multitask, which has negated his greatest strength. Mimizuku turns to Usami for his input. Usami confirms that Yadaka's combat abilities have lost their deadly precision lately. In the past, Yadaka was so singularly focused that failure was never even a possibility. Based on this assessment, Mimizuku tells a distraught Yadaka that since he is stronger on his own, he should leave this mission. But then, Mimizuku's entire demeanor shifts. With a grin, he declares that while that's the official opinion of the higher-ups, he wholeheartedly disagrees, leaving Yadaka utterly stunned. Mimizuku reveals his true intention. He personally wants Yadaka to continue on the mission and vows to make him so strong that the higher-ups will have nothing to complain about. He's going to toughen him up. Mimizuku promises to forge Yadaka into a warrior even stronger than when he worked alone. At that exact moment, an intruder alarm blares through the building. Mimizuku calls it perfect timing. Mimizuku calmly contacts the front desk. The twin receptionists report that they have a guest for him and are directing the intruders to his location. Hearing Mimizuku say, "We'll take care of them," Yadaka questions who he is. Mimizuku clarifies that Yadaka will be dealing with the intruders by himself. Yadaka is horrified, shouting, "Where's the we in that?" Confused, Yadaka asks why Mimizuku is the one giving orders. Usami explains that Mimizuku is the custodian of Amamori and, 8 years ago, was a member of the elite OP Squad No. 1. Mimizuku elaborates that he was allowed to stay on this long-term guarding mission in exchange for supervising the entire facility. He adds that according to his intel, the intruders, though skilled, are not ninja. This is a perfect test, Mimizuku explains, to measure Yadaka's true abilities. He reveals that someone from No. 9 managed to persuade public safety to hold off on reassigning the squad, but on one condition. The condition is that Yadaka can never make a mistake again. Mimizuku tells him that if he wants to continue this mission, he has no choice but to become stronger. With newfound resolve against the backdrop of the Amamori Tower at night, Yadaka desperately pleads for Mimizuku's help, affirming that he wants to continue the mission. Elsewhere in the building, the intruders, disguised as a maintenance crew, make their move. Despite the tight security, they successfully bypass a control panel and get the door open. The crew works quickly, as one of them monitors their progress on a screen, noting how fast they are moving. They proceed down a sterile-looking hallway. Unseen by the intruders, the twin receptionists have eyes on them. They report to Mimizuku that they have begun leading the intruders directly to his location, to which he calmly replies, "Roger." The intruders encounter a locked door, but quickly find another one that's open. They walk right through, unaware that they are being expertly herded towards a trap. Mimizuku leads Yadaka into a specific room, explaining their guests will be arriving shortly. As part of his new training, he hands Yadaka a glass filled to the brim with water, setting the stage for an unusual test. With the glass in hand, Yadaka receives his first command from Mimizuku. Under no circumstances is he to spill a single drop. The test is about to begin. Before Yadaka can even react, the hallway is suddenly filled with the groans of the intruders, who are now lying in a heap on the floor. Yadaka stares in confusion, holding the glass of water. Mimizuku calmly announces that the intruders have reached their final destination. The intruders, dazed and confused, wonder how they ended up falling into one of the condos and are shocked to see Yadaka, who they mistake for a simple resident. As Yadaka watches, Mimizuku lays out the bizarre rules for this test. He will not help. Yadaka is not to speak with his handler, and he must not capture the intruders. Furthermore, he is not allowed to sit down or drink the glass of tea. Mimizuku clarifies that Yadaka's sole assignment is to guard the tea. As Yadaka tries to wrap his head around the strange commands, the intruders decide they can't leave a witness and charge at him. As the intruders lunge, Mimizuku announces that the mission has begun. Yadaka instinctively dodges their attack, his body moving with precision to avoid spilling a single drop from the glass. One of the intruders swings wildly at Mimizuku, who effortlessly dodges the attack. The intruder is left confused as to how he missed. The intruder realizes his knife is gone, only for Mimizuku to casually hand it back to him, telling him to go ahead. Horrified, Yudaka watches as the now-armed man turns and charges at him once more. After deftly handling another attack, Yudaka proudly holds up the glass, exclaiming that he hasn't spilled it. Mimizuku, watching from the sidelines, suddenly asks a completely unrelated question. What did you have for dinner yesterday? In the middle of kicking away an attacker, Yudaka instinctively shouts the answer, fried horse mackerel and natto beans. He's immediately baffled as to why Mimizuku would ask that now. Mimizuku internally analyzes the situation. He never told Yudaka he had to answer his questions, yet he did. This reveals Yudaka's core weakness. He has no self-confidence in his own decision-making abilities and is incapable of prioritizing his tasks under pressure. Usami's voice is heard, likely over comms, observing that Yudaka is a top-class ninja. He notes that Yudaka can hold his own even against ninja with Kekai, and admits that even he can't compare to Yudaka in hand-to-hand combat. Mimizuku silently agrees. Yudaka is so skilled that at his full potential, defeat should be unthinkable. What he lacks, however, is the mental training to operate at his peak at all times. Mimizuku's strategy is now clear. By constantly throwing unexpected variables at Yudaka, he will force him to continually make decisions. The goal isn't just to not spill the tea today. It's to teach Yudaka how to make the right decisions on his own. Mimizuku believes that once Yudaka reaches that point of decisive action, he'll become a full-fledged ninja. As long as he makes the right decisions, he could become the strongest, and no one will be able to defeat him in a fight. Mimizuku reflects on his years as a ninja. He has seen too many become puppets who believe in nothing and stifle their emotions for the mission. He knows that to truly become stronger, a ninja needs a goal. He poses the critical question, so, Yudaka, what will you fight for? The test is over. Yudaka stands over the defeated intruders, breathing a sigh of relief. He turns to his mentor, beaming with pride, and holds up the perfectly still glass of water. I did it, Mr. Mimizuku. Yudaka won't spill the tea today. Usami is shocked by the outcome, but Mimizuku isn't. He explains that since Yudaka's assignment was to guard the tea, he would never let it spill. While Yudaka might be more effective on his own right now, there's a deeper potential. Mimizuku concludes his analysis. When Yudaka fights for someone else's sake, he has the potential to become even stronger than when he's alone. Because of his capacity for emotion and connection, Yudaka will never become a mindless puppet. Having found his answer during the chaos, Yudaka looks at Mimizuku with determination. He states he will give this mission everything he has, because he has found his goal. I want to be by Aoi's side forever. Hearing this heartfelt declaration, Mimizuku closes his eyes and gives a small, satisfied smile. Yudaka has found his reason to fight. So that's what your goal is. Mimizuku accepts Yudaka's resolve. He affirms that with such a strong goal, Yudaka will be able to overcome any obstacle. The training will continue. As the chapter ends, Mimizuku officially takes Yudaka under his wing to train him. Yudaka nervously awaits his test results, asking about the verdict. He's ranked 62nd out of 188 students. The end-of-term exams are over, and to Yudaka's delight, he didn't flunk anything, meaning no remedial classes for him. On the phone, Yudaka expresses his relief, admitting he was nervous due to lack of study time. He's told that his target, Aoi's friend, is getting direct instruction from a former squad number 1 member, which is a lucky break. However, his teammate Ominiko seems to have a problem. He apologizes for not getting the score he was aiming for, much to Yudaka's surprise. Ominiko complains that he ranked 47th, which is too high for his role as the class clown. Yudaka realizes his teammates are deliberately managing their scores to avoid standing out. He asks their class representative, Hibari, about her score. She proudly announces she got 18th. Yudaka comments that she got a score that perfectly fits her role. Then there's Suzum, who casually reveals she ranked 1st. Yudaka thinks she's an attention magnet, but she retorts that her top score proves otherwise, putting an end to any worries about their summer break plans. Just then, Yudaka spots Aoi Mukai walking down the hall with her friend. Aoi cheerfully says she managed to avoid remedial classes. However, it seems her friend wasn't so lucky. Aoi's friend, Mikuru, is upset because she has to take a makeup exam tomorrow. If she fails, she'll be stuck in summer school until she passes. Aoi tries to comfort Mikuru, explaining that human potential can't be measured by a test, and that she just wants a quiet life. When Yudaka asks, Mikuru reveals she failed math. Suddenly, Yudaka gets a frantic call from his handler, Mimizuku, telling him he has to make sure Aoi passes her makeup exam, or their entire summer plan will need to be reworked. Yudaka is shocked. Yudaka is now tutoring Mikuru in an empty classroom. Aoi suggests that he could just join her in remedial classes instead. Aoi points out that if he did, they'd see each other all throughout summer break. The thought makes Yudaka blush and his mind races, with his handler's voice in his head telling him not to let her drag him down. Yudaka hesitates. Seeing his reaction, Aoi looks downcast, saying it's fine by her since, unlike everyone else, she isn't going anywhere for the break. Hearing this, Yudaka suddenly blurts out that he'll invite her to go somewhere. He offers to take her anywhere she wants, be it the beach or the mountains. He shouts that he'll take her anywhere, then sheepishly adds, as long as you want to go with me, that is. To his utter surprise, Aoi smiles brightly and says, of course I do. Yudaka is left stunned and speechless. Aoi snaps him out of his daze, reminding him that he should probably finish studying first. Just then, the rest of the gang, Ominiko, Hibari, and Suzum, barge in, surprised to find them using an empty classroom. Ominiko jokes that the whole gang is here. The group gathers around, discussing the upcoming makeup exam. Suzum jokingly asks if Yudaka just wants her to tell him the answers, which makes Aoi burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Mimizuku is in a car, reporting on the situation. He notes that Yudaka's interaction with Aoi might be a perfect development and mentions that the recent intruders lack the skill to breach Amamori's defenses. As he drives towards a large corporate building, Mimizuku reveals there's a chance a mole within Amamori fed the intruders' instructions. He plans to launch an internal investigation, which means he'll need to evacuate Miss Aoi for a while. Elsewhere, two intimidating figures appear. One is a man with wild black hair and glasses, Konoha, who complains about attending meetings. He's accompanied by the imposing demon mask band, who seems to agree with the sentiment. As they continue down the corridor, Demon Mask Band compliments Konoha on his new glasses, a moment of casual conversation before the tension escalates. They enter a tense room where a man named Hachikoma is being held captive, badly beaten. Konoha, Demon Mask Band, and other intimidating figures loom over him. One of the operatives remarks that Hachikoma was captured for his failure, ominously referring to him as their next victim. Konoha continues to berate the captive Hachikoma for abandoning his post. However, another operative, Taki Utsumi, defends himself, stating he fulfilled his duty as a scout by providing intel on Yudaka. Hachikoma retorts that since they can't touch the powerful Demon Mask Band, the others will have to take the punishment. A text box officially introduces the antagonist as Fugitive Ninja Konoha, the Scops Owl. Another member of the group, a girl with twin buns named Ikru, the Grosbeak, complains that she was just getting warmed up for a fight. Konoha tells her to get off the desk, while someone else remarks that their defeated teammate, Tsubame, just had a bad matchup. Konoha gets into a tense confrontation with another member, asking if they came just to lick each other's wounds. Suddenly, a door opens and an authoritative voice tells them they shouldn't be fighting amongst themselves. A tall, imposing figure, their leader Hyasuk, steps in and declares that their true common enemy is public safety. Hyasuk rallies his team, stating they must make steady progress against their powerful enemy and that another opportunity will present itself soon. The scene ends with the ominous thought, it's almost summer. The scene shifts back to Aoi's friend, Mikuru, who is crying with joy. She ecstatically announces that she passed her makeup exam. Now that the exam is passed, Aoi and Mikuru are excited to finally hang out. Yudaka, however, panics as he realizes he doesn't even have Aoi's contact information. He awkwardly musters up the courage to ask for her details. Later, Yudaka is shocked when his phone buzzes with a notification. It's a message from Aoi Mukai. He panics, exclaiming that this is the first time his phone has ever made a sound. It turns out the message was from Yudaka to Aoi. He had introduced himself using his alias. "This is Nozuki. Thank you." Aoi is seen looking at her phone after receiving the text. Aoi happily hops away, looking at her phone. Mimizuku notices her cheerful mood and asks if something happened. Aoi beams, saying she's excited for summer break. Mimizuku then suggests she invite Nozuki, Yudaka, and her other friends on a trip to the beach, much to her surprise. The chapter concludes here. The story continues with a new chapter title, Kinda at the Beach. Yudaka, Umineko, and Suzum are standing on the beach. Umineko teases Suzum, asking why she and the beach just don't seem to mix. Yudaka is startled as Aoi and Hibari, now in bikinis, run towards them, excited about the toasty sand and pretty water. Suzum gets caught up in the excitement, exclaiming how great summer is, and playfully grabs onto a flustered Yudaka. Hibari immediately intervenes, pulling Suzum off of Yudaka. Hibari scolds Suzum to stop clinging to him and show some self-control, then adds, "You're so cute, Kana. I'll kill you." Meanwhile, Umineko points out to Yudaka that he looks a little red. Aoi thanks Yudaka for inviting everyone, but he's confused. Aoi clarifies that since Yudaka, as you saw me, wanted to go out, Mimizuku requested they bring friends along. Mimizuku is seen setting up a parasol nearby. The reason for the beach trip is revealed. Amamori is conducting an internal investigation, so all residents have been covertly evacuated to a temporary refuge managed by public safety, a fortress-like hotel by the sea called Fort Port. As they walk along the shore, Aoi tells Yudaka that besides them, there are many other ninjas here for other assignments, including some from the elite single-digit squads, numbers 1 through 9. Aoi notices Yudaka's inner tube and teases him, asking if he can't swim. Flustered, Yudaka insists that he just happened to have one and brought it. Yudaka looks out at his friends, feeling a wave of nostalgia. He recalls using an inner tube when he went to the beach with his family, which makes him quietly think about Aoi's family. While Aoi and the others splash happily in the ocean, Yudaka sits under an umbrella with a fully dressed Mimizuku. Mimizuku asks if he's tired already, noting there's no training today. Yudaka replies that he's just not used to this kind of environment. Mimizuku asks if his nervousness is a side effect of his job. Yudaka admits that exciting places make him nervous. It's too visible to the public, and there's nowhere to hide, so he feels more comfortable staying put. Mimizuku watches Aoi laughing in the sun and remarks that she seems meant to be out in the sun, just like her father. This catches Yudaka completely off guard, who asks with shock, "You knew him?" Mimizuku reveals a stunning secret. Aoi's father was a ninja who protected Aoi's mother, the same way Yudaka is protecting Aoi now. Yudaka is left speechless, wondering if Aoi's mother was also a target. Before he can process the revelation, Aoi appears, asking if he's not going to join them in the water. Mimizuku cuts in, bluntly asking Yudaka, "How do you feel about Miss Aoi?" From the water, one of the girls calls out to Nozuki, Yudaka's alias, telling him the water's great. Yudaka is startled, while Aoi quietly waits for his response. Sensing his hesitation, Aoi decides to rest as well, saying she's pretty tired. She sits down next to him and asks with a smile if he minds. Yudaka stammers that he doesn't mind as Mimizuku walks away, leaving them alone. Yudaka is left to ponder the difficult question he was just asked. How do I feel about Aoi? Mimizuku takes a phone call, confirming he's finished talking. He adds that ninja rarely gather in such large numbers, so this will be good experience. Hibari returns and offers to buy drinks for the tired pair. Aoi says she'll go too, while Yudaka, using his alias Nozuki, requests anything that isn't sweet. As he watches them walk away, Yudaka lets out a heavy sigh. Aoi, who stayed behind, asks him what's wrong, noting that his sigh sounded worrying. He internally panics, confused about his feelings. He reflects on his relationship with Aoi. She's his protection target, his classmate, and a friend who stays by his side when he's feeling afraid. He concludes that his own feelings aren't what's important. He turns to Aoi and boldly states that he wants to know how she feels about him. At the same time, Mimizuku had warned him that the girls were too attractive for their own good and that he needed to keep an eye on them. An unseen voice speaks to Yudaka, telling him there's a perfect word to sum up the way he feels. Yudaka then spots a blonde-haired guy talking with Aoi and Hibari near a shaved ice stand. He watches with a hint of concern. Feeling a pang of jealousy or protectiveness, Yudaka walks over and intervenes, asking the stranger if he needed something from them. The girls are surprised by Yudaka's sudden appearance. The blonde guy gets flustered, insisting it's not what it looks like. He explains that it's been forever since he last saw Mukai, Aoi, and he just wanted to say hello. Aoi's eyes widen in recognition as she exclaims, "Seriously? It's Hayami." He confirms they went to middle school together. Yudaka apologizes for interrupting, but Hayami waves it off, saying he's also staying in the area. As Hayami walks off with the girls, Yudaka watches him go, a sense of unease creeping in. Hayami glances back, offering Yudaka a piece of advice, to make sure he's always by Aoi's side. Yudaka thanks him, thinking to himself that Hibari is more than capable of protecting Aoi. Hayami then reveals his true connection, confirming Yudaka's suspicion. He was one of the ninjas who protected Aoi back in middle school. Hayami introduces himself as Squad Number 6's ace, Hayabusa, the peregrine falcon. He smirks, saying the rumors about Squad 6 are true and that this summer practice is going to be fun, setting up a clear rivalry. Later that evening, the group, now dressed in yukatas, walks through the hotel corridor after a relaxing bath. They all comment on how huge the bath was and how great the view was. The rival, Hayabusa, explains that Squad Number 6 is a promising new group and that he, as their ace, is skilled in everything from infiltration to combat. Yudaka naively thinks it's a good thing that such a strong ninja is on their side. However, the friendly atmosphere quickly dissipates. An ominous thought hangs in the air. It would be a good thing if all ninja were actually allies. As the boys and girls separate for the night, Suzu mentions she was on the fence about rooming with them, hinting at the underlying tension between the squads. Continuing from the last chapter, the scene opens in the hallway of the resort hotel. Yudaka is startled when a cheerful blonde girl peeks out from a doorway, greeting him with a lively hey. With a bright smile, she tells Yudaka that if he's ever feeling left out, he's welcome to visit. Flustered, Yudaka can only stammer in response. Just then, his superior, a man with glasses, steps in and tells the girl that it's too late for visits. The girl cheerfully wishes them a good night, but as she leaves, she turns back and playfully sticks her tongue out at Yudaka. Their superior lightly scolds her, telling her not to make faces. Later, in their room, the superior informs Yudaka and his partner, Udo, about an upcoming event. He announces that during the trip, they will have a joint exercise with the other ninja squads, much to the boys' surprise. He explains that since ninja squads rarely gather in large groups, this is a perfect chance to learn from each other, and he's sending the two of them to participate. Yudaka immediately panics, exclaiming that he's the wrong person for a large gathering. Overwhelmed by his social anxiety, Yudaka throws a tantrum on the bed. He shouts that he doesn't want to go, having already had enough of crowds for one day, leaving his superior to question his choice of an ace ninja. As they walk to the event, Yudaka apologizes to Udo, feeling that he'll just be a burden. Udo reassures him it's okay. However, a member of another squad points out that Yudaka's supposed weakness might actually work against them, and then asks if he has an older sister in Squad Number 6. The boy, whose name is Hayabusa, clarifies that his own sister isn't exactly like him. Hearing this, Yudaka is baffled, exclaiming that he'd be proud to have a brother like Hayabusa, and asks what his sister is like. Before Hayabusa can answer, a woman with long dark hair suddenly grabs Yudaka from behind with a menacing grin, saying she's like this. Yudaka is frozen in shock. The woman bursts into laughter. Startled, Yudaka demands to know who she is while Hayabusa recognizes his sister. She playfully springs back, having enjoyed her little prank. Still laughing, she asks if she scared him. The two are formally introduced as members of Squad Number 6. Hayabusa, the peregrine falcon, and his sister, Mukadori, the starling. As his brother scolds her, Yudaka realizes that Hayabusa is the one who knows Aoi. Mukadori coolly tells her brother Hayabusa that since they are on the clock, he should refer to her by her codename, Ominiko. Changing the subject, Hayabusa turns to Yudaka and formally introduces himself, extending a hand for a handshake. A handshake is an unfamiliar gesture to Yudaka, who is taken aback. Hayabusa explains with a friendly smile that it's to mark their official meeting. Internally, Yudaka's anxiety flares up. He's terrible at dealing with genuinely nice guys, and his mind screams red alert. The members of Squad 9 and Squad 6 sit down together. Hayabusa cheerfully notes how amazing it is to have two single-digit squads together and suggests they should all get along since they're close in age. Ominiko smirks, commenting that Squad 9 seems to be struggling with fugitive ninjas. She mockingly suggests that Yudaka, whom she thought was the muscle of the team, should have just captured them all. She continues her teasing with a wide grin, saying it's because Yudaka is the only one in Squad 9 actually pulling his weight, a direct insult to his partner, Udo. Ominiko calls Udo a weakling who doesn't even take things seriously. While trying to get his sister to stop, Hayabusa attempts to smooth things over, saying this is a great opportunity to strengthen the bond between their squads. Udo scoffs at the idea, stating that he doesn't think he'd trust Ominiko to have his back. Ominiko retorts, saying she'd be happy to strengthen bonds, but only with Yudaka. As Udo fumes silently, Yudaka unexpectedly speaks up. He tells Udo that if he can't trust Ominiko, then he's not a very good judge of character, leaving Ominiko looking puzzled. Yudaka continues, surprising even himself, and asks Udo directly, "You think you could trust me to have your back?" The question hangs in the air, a challenge to his own teammate. Before Udo can answer, Yudaka's self-doubt kicks back in, and he mutters that if Udo did trust him, he'd definitely fall flat. Hayabusa tells him he shouldn't admit that out loud. However, Yudaka stands firm in his defense of his partner. He declares that Udo is indispensable to their team, regardless of what Squad 6 thinks. "We make a good team," he says, earning a curious look from Ominiko. Yudaka's declaration of loyalty seems to amuse Ominiko. She leans in with a sly smile, dropping a bombshell. "What do you mean? You didn't know? Even though your mission might become ours?" she asks, her words dripping with implication. Before Yudaka can fully process her words, she explains that public safety is already considering reassigning Squad 9's mission to them. The revelation hits Yudaka hard, shattering his newfound confidence as he instantly assumes it's only a matter of time before the better squad takes over. Picking up on the tension, Ominiko seizes the opportunity. With a spark in her eye, she proposes they turn the upcoming joint exercise into a contest of the ninja arts, leaving Yudaka to sweat nervously. She lays out her grand idea, a ninja battle royal. All 8 squads currently stationed at Fort Port will engage in a massive free-for-all, with the dozens of ninja fighting until only one squad is left standing. And the prize for this brutal competition? The winning squad will officially take over Aoi's guarding mission. Ominiko smiles, utterly confident as she states that her squad will win anyway. Yudaka realizes this bet could be a good chance for them to cut through the bureaucratic red tape. Ominiko presses him, mockingly asking if his claim about them being a good team was just empty talk. Meanwhile, Hayabusa sternly warns his sister, Muku, not to make him repeat himself. Ominiko feigns innocence, stating that since Squad 6 is supposed to determine the exercise's rules, a competition like this wouldn't be fair. Yudaka doesn't understand her angle, but before he can question it, Hayabusa cuts his sister off with a sharp, "Just shut up for a while." Hayabusa's demeanor becomes cold and intimidating. He agrees with his sister, stating that making a bet when the winner is already decided isn't fair at all. his confidence radiating arrogance. His statement leaves Yudaka completely baffled. Ominiko complains at her brother's interruption, while another member of Squad 9, the energetic Kajira, looks on with equal confusion. Tired of the condescension, Kajira speaks up, his eyes filled with determination. He ignores the taunts and accepts the challenge on behalf of his squad. Let's do this contest in the ninja arts. Kajira declares that they are fed up with public safety underestimating them. He looks Ominiko in the eye and proclaims with conviction that they will win because they're a good team. The scene ends, marking a turning point. The chapter concludes with a title card, showing Squad 9 and Ominiko in their room, reiterating Kajira's defiant words. We'll win. Because we make a good team. The perspective shifts to Squad 9's superior, Mimizuku, questioning Kajira's decision. He asks why Kajira is even considering the challenge from Squad 6, warning him against it. Kajira calmly explains that since Squad 6 volunteered for the mission, he has no reason to turn down their challenge. Seeing his determination, and with Udo and Yudaka standing by him, Mimizuku concedes, stating that if Kajira is on board, he has no authority to interfere. The contest is set. That night, beneath the full moon shining over Fortport, the terms are finalized. The joint exercise will be a battle of ninja arts to see who takes the cake, Squad number 6 or Squad number 9. Later, Udo asks Kajira why he gave in to Squad 6's provocation. Kajira explains that as the one in charge of their team, he couldn't just let their insults slide without a response. Kajira adds that a victory guarantees they can continue their mission. Yudaka observes that Kajira isn't one to usually let his emotions take over, suggesting he was genuinely upset by the insults to their squad. Yudaka admits he's glad Kajira is the type of person to stand up for them. But Udo brings up a critical point. What happens if they lose? With a steady gaze, Kajira replies that it is their job not to. The next morning, the full Squad 9, including the analytical Hibari, meets with their superior, Mimizuku. He crosses his arms and comments that the terms of the competition aren't too shabby after all. Hibari finds the whole situation bizarre, but Mimizuku explains that given Squad 9's precarious position, a high-stakes competition like this might be exactly what they need to prove their worth. Mimizuku changes the topic, telling the rest of the squad to come with him for some fun time. Panicked, Yudaka asks about his duty to Aoi. Mimizuku tells him he needs to train and that he has already called in backup from another squad to help. Yudaka is filled with dread at the thought of working with strangers. Anything but that, he screams internally as Mimizuku commands him to protect Miss Aoi alongside the backup. The scene shifts to Yudaka with Aoi near the hotel. Aoi is full of energy, striking a dramatic ballerina pose and shouting for a boy named Nozaki, declaring she's excited to hit the beach. Yudaka can only look on, nonplussed. Aoi smiles brightly at Yudaka, telling him that Mimizuku gave them permission to explore the hotel grounds. Full of excitement, she grabs him by the arm and says, "So let's go." As they walk, a new person appears, a flashy boy in a Hawaiian shirt named Nozaki. He greets Aoi and Yudaka. Yudaka, meanwhile, is nervously wondering where the backup Mimizuku mentioned is. Nozaki smoothly inserts himself into the conversation. When Aoi vaguely recalls him as a supposed classmate from middle school, he eagerly corrects her, insisting their connection was real and trying to establish a familiarity she doesn't seem to fully share. Upon learning they're headed to a nearby market, Nozaki feigns a happy coincidence and asks to tag along. Before the socially anxious Yudaka can protest, Aoi innocently agrees. Yudaka is left fuming internally, realizing he's now stuck with his unwanted, overly familiar backup. Forced to work together, Nozaki cheerfully tries to rally the team, while Yudaka can hardly believe how Nozaki can act so normally after their tense meeting. Aoi calls for them to hurry up, oblivious to the underlying tension. Nozaki says he's looking forward to seeing how the most powerful ninja of their cohort operates. However, his bravado quickly disappears as they enter the crowded market street, and he immediately starts stumbling, prompting a concerned Aoi to question his clumsiness. Nozaki laughs it off and teases Aoi, telling her to be careful not to slip like she supposedly did all the time in middle school. Aoi protests that she never did that, but Nozaki playfully insists she did. Just as Aoi stumbles slightly in the crowd, Nozaki catches her, using it as a perfect "I told you so" moment. "Whoa there," he says, holding her steady. Aoi insists that didn't count, and the two continue their playful bickering. Yudaka watches them, feeling increasingly isolated. His anxiety spikes when he overhears some girls remarking on what a good-looking couple Nozaki and Aoi are. Overwhelmed by his social anxiety and the feeling of being a third wheel, Yudaka suddenly stops, bows deeply, and shouts, "Pardon me," completely startling both Nozaki and a bewildered Aoi. Aoi asks him what's wrong. Flustered and blushing, Yudaka manages to stammer out that he's afraid of getting lost in the crowd and wants to walk closer together, immediately regretting how strange he must sound. To his surprise, Aoi bursts into a bright, cheerful laugh. Finding his awkward honesty endearing, she smiles and happily grants him permission to walk next to me. As Yudaka moves to walk beside Aoi, he and Nozaki share a silent, tense glance, a subtle rivalry brewing beneath the surface. Unaware, Aoi cheerfully orders 3 croquettes for the group. While they wait, Nozaki observes that Aoi seems different now, more relaxed and happy compared to how she was in middle school, when she seemed harder to approach. He notes that now, she seems to be genuinely enjoying herself. Nozaki then turns the conversation to Yudaka. He mentions that the rumors say Yudaka only knows how to fight and asks if they were wrong. Yudaka dejectedly confirms that, unfortunately, the rumors are all true. Feeling insecure, Yudaka can't help but feel like he doesn't know what he's doing in a normal social situation like this, recalling his teammates' advice to always keep his cards close to his chest. In a moment of vulnerability, Yudaka admits to Nozaki that he's not good at conversations and doesn't feel comfortable around people. He says the only reason he can manage it all is because Aoi is such a nice person. He continues, explaining that he was always a loner until now. While he never hated being on his own, he acknowledges that recently, things have started to get a little better. As he speaks, he looks over at Aoi, who is walking ahead, happily enjoying her food. He has a moment of profound realization, admitting to himself that things are better now because Aoi is by his side, making everything fun. Hearing this surprisingly honest confession, Nozaki looks at Yudaka with a new understanding and asks a thoughtful question. "Are you actually even a ninja?" Nozaki remarks that Yudaka seems just like a normal high schooler, which flusters Yudaka. Their conversation is interrupted by Aoi's cheerful return, thanking them for waiting. Aoi hands a bag of fresh croquettes to Yudaka. Just as he thanks her, the shop vendor calls out, telling Aoi that she forgot to take her change, causing her to rush back. Seizing the moment while they're alone, Nozaki drops his friendly demeanor. He looks directly at Yudaka and asks a single, pointed question that cuts through all the pretense. "Do you like Aoi?" Yudaka is left completely stunned as the chapter comes to a close. The scene opens with the director observing Squad 9's training. He notes that if they continue this hard, it will hurt their chances in the competition. The squad members, Kajira, Hibari, and Yudaka, are exhausted after the session. Hibari complains about being drained, to which Kajira cheekily remarks that she's cute when she's tired, earning a sharp "shut up" from her. The director, adjusting his tie, looks on with a serious expression. He reflects on their performance, noting that all 3 of them as a group couldn't manage to land a single blow on him. Turning his back to the squad, the director states that he knows enough about their capabilities now, and they don't need to keep going. His expression is stern and decisive. However, his tone shifts as he turns back with a smile, praising them for being so skilled. Yudaka is taken aback, wondering if the director's words are praise, as he'd been expecting criticism about how the average ninja has nothing on them. Yudaka is shocked to hear the director declare he won't be participating in the ninja arts battle. Kajira and Hibari clarify that the director isn't officially part of Squad 9. He and Number 9 are just cooperating to protect Aoi, so it's not a matter of him being left out. The director explains there would be no point if they won because he participated. Kajira, Hibari, and Yadaka are reminded that the four of them, including Yadaka, were meant to win this battle together. The director warns them that fighting squad number SIXS members head-on will be difficult, as all four of them can apparently use Kekai. He specifically points out that among them, a ninja named Hayabusa has abilities on another level. A shot of a confident-looking boy, presumably Hayabusa, is shown. The director explains that a Kekai is a ninja's secret weapon, and few would reveal theirs merely to win a competition like this, which implies they must have a weakness. Kajira confidently declares that he's planning to use his from the start, telling the others to shut up. The director continues a strategic advice, saying that if they can ensure Yadaka is able to use his full abilities, they can win this match. Kajira questions what makes the director so sure, and Yadaka calls his assertion completely subjective. The director simply smiles, explaining that for the past month, Yadaka has worked very hard in his training sessions with him. The director adds that Yadaka declared he would never lose again. With a final look of encouragement, he tells them, "You can win. I know it." The scene then transitions to a sunny beach, a stark contrast to the intense training environment. The scene shifts to Yadaka, sitting with Nozaki by the water. Nozaki, cutting straight to the point, asks Yadaka directly if he likes Aoi. The question completely short-circuits Yadaka's brain. He's so stunned that his mind drifts off into the vastness of space, unable to process the question as he stammers out Ali. Still lost in his mental cosmos, Yadaka is snapped back to reality by Nozaki calling out, "Paging Yadaka, back to Earth." Nozaki teases him, asking if he only has one brain cell since that simple question was enough to trigger an information overload. Yadaka, flustered, tries to deflect, questioning why Nozaki is even asking if he likes her. As Nozaki looks on, Yadaka blushes and touches his face, admitting with a flustered expression that he has no idea what his own feelings are. Just at that moment, Aoi Mukai herself appears, holding a burger and cheerfully asking, "No idea about what?" Yadaka is startled by her sudden appearance, panicking internally. Yadaka's inner monologue spirals. He realizes that because of Nozaki's question, his feelings have sunk in, but he has no way to process them. He fears that at this rate, his crush will become a weakness that could be taken advantage of. Suddenly, chaos erupts in the crowded street. A woman screams for help as a thief who stole her bag runs through the crowd, yelling for people to get out of his way. Yadaka, Aoi, and Nozaki witness the commotion. Yadaka's mind races, trying to figure out how to stop the thief without revealing his ninja skills in front of Aoi and the large crowd. Yadaka flinches as Aoi gets closer, asking what's happening. He's still reeling from his earlier emotional turmoil and is now faced with a new crisis. As the thief barrels past them, Yadaka watches him go. A look of grim determination crosses his face as he thinks to himself, "So much for most powerful in our field." In a swift, almost unnoticeable motion, Nozaki intercepts the thief. He makes it look like a simple accident, but he has actually tripped the culprit. Yadaka watches as the thief starts to fall. The thief hits the ground, and people in the crowd shout to call the police. Nozaki calmly tells Aoi that the thief just bumped into his shoulder, making it seem like an accident. Aoi, relieved, comments that Hayabusa saved them. Aoi turns to Yadaka and points out his now unbuttoned shirt, revealing a comical yakisoba is life design underneath. Flustered, Yadaka can only ask this as she questions his fashion choice. Hayabusa looks on with a smirk, impressed. He realizes that in a split second, Yadaka took down the thief with just the flick of a button, deducing that Yadaka was one step ahead of him the entire time. However, Hayabusa also notes that Yadaka is missing 4 buttons, meaning he had to use all of them. This leads him to a comical conclusion. Yadaka was so embarrassed and flustered that he actually missed his target 3 times. Aoi, oblivious to the ninja intrigue, smiles and says the inside of the hotel should be safe now, declaring the mission complete. She says goodbye to Yadaka and Hayabusa, heading off to check on everyone else. With Aoi gone, Hayabusa turns to Yudaka with a confident grin. He declares that since this is the perfect opportunity, he's taking Yudaka's title as the most powerful ninja. He admits he knew Yudaka would be an interesting guy and now feels motivated too. Hayabusa announces he's going full throttle right from the start, with no holding back. Yudaka meets his gaze with equal determination, stating that was his plan as well. As Hayabusa walks away, he tells Yudaka not to worry. They'll take good care of Aoi after they win. The scene shifts to nighttime, where Hayabusa meets with his teammate, Mukadori. She asks him how his mission with Yudaka went. Hayabusa, smiling, replies that Yudaka is interesting and skilled, for sure. Mukadori laughs, saying how embarrassing it would be to let a lower-ranked squad beat them. Hayabusa agrees and gives the order. The moment they cross paths with Squad Number 9, they will all instantly unleash their Kekai. Back with Squad 9 in the hotel lobby, Yudaka looks completely shocked. He processes the information he just gained from his rival, repeating in disbelief that Hayabusa said to go all out from the start. Kadra nonchalantly asks if that's a bad thing. Panicking, Yudaka explains that it means they'll use their Kekai from the get-go. His outburst is cut short by a sharp slap to the back of the head from Hibari. Hibari smiles, telling Yudaka this is good news, as the battle wouldn't be interesting otherwise. Kadra chimes in with a grin, agreeing that there's no fun in whipping somebody's but if they're holding back. Despite his anxiety, Yudaka agrees with his teammates. The director appears, smiling, and comments to Yudaka that he always seems to take the hard way. The director reminds him, but you have to win, since that's your job, right? Bolstered by his superior and his friends, Yudaka stands with his team, ready and determined, shouting, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Hayabusa rallies his own team, Squad 6. He declares they'll hit their opponents so hard they can't even make excuses for losing. With a confident flourish, he gives the command, "Let's crush them." A traditional art panel explains the history of the Battle of the Ninja Arts. It was a method by which ninja have settled challenges since time immemorial, gathering a large group of contestants to battle to the death until the last one was left standing. The director clarifies that this is how it used to be. Now, there's a bit more safety involved, and it's a routine part training. He explains that in this exercise, if your wooden tag is broken, you're disqualified. Furthermore, each squad will also be given a marked red tag. A close-up shows the red tag, marked with a shuriken symbol. The rules are explained. Unlike the plain wooden tag, the breaking of a red tag will forcibly disqualify the entire squad, and the squad that broke it will receive a point. Yudaka realizes that the Battle of the Ninja Arts is essentially a point-collecting competition to see who can break the most red tags. An operator announces that all 8 participating squads have finished their preparations and it's time to begin. The squads are all assembled. Hibari remarks that it's about time, and Yudaka shouts, "Got it!" As the announcer declares that the Battle of the Ninja Arts has begun, Hayabusa and Squad 6 eagerly set off. A member of Squad 6, identified as Shime, the Hawfinch, questions the strategy. She asks if they're sure they want to use their Kekai for a simple competition, worrying that since they are a single-digit squad, everyone will make fun of them for going all out against these guys. Another member, Inaga, the long-tailed tit, asks what Squad 9 is like. Hayabusa reminds her that they are also up against a single-digit squad, number 09. Shime elaborates on Squad 9's background, explaining that their leader, number 9, worked his way up from a normal family and has no pull with the ninja elite. Because of this, he can only call in misfits for his squad. Squad 6 lists the supposed misfits of Squad 9. Kajira, who was disinherited by his family, Hibari, who comes from a family of fugitive ninja, and Yudaka, who is known as the failure in his prestigious family for being born without a Kekai. A flashback shows Yudaka continuing the list of his team's oddities, noting that there's even one member who doesn't have any ninja blood in him at all, referring to how number 9 just got lucky when scrounging his squad together. Meanwhile, Squad 6 finalizes their strategy. Believing that if they can bring down Yudaka, Squad 9 is finished, Mukadori scoffs that he's a well-known failure in his family. They decide on their plan, capture Yadaka first, and then bring down the other squads. As the newly formed Squad 9 runs in formation down a hallway, the corridor ahead becomes dark and ominous. Kajira suddenly stops, sensing danger, and asks his teammates if they heard something just as their opponents make their move. Kajira dismisses the noise, concluding he was just hearing things. But when he turns around, he finds the hallway empty and his teammates gone. "Huh, where'd you guys go?" he asks into the empty space. Suddenly, Hayabusa appears right behind him, a smug look on his face. "You noticed us." "Impressive," he says. He adds that when someone has good senses, you just have to distract them, making things simple. He then lunges at the startled Kajira. In a flash, the other members of Squad 6 take down Kajira's teammates, and their red tag is snapped in half. With the rest of Squad 9 seemingly defeated, Squad 6 looks ahead to their next target. Shime stands over the defeated squad members, stating that squad number SIXS members are all elites approved by Hayabusa, who is headed for the top. She scoffs that a motley crew like squad number 9 can't compare to their concentration of pure talent. An announcement declares that squad number 48 has been eliminated, awarding 1 point to squad number 6. Hayabusa smiles, commenting that taking out a squad just 5 minutes into the competition is pretty good. However, Shime's confidence is shattered as 2 more announcements ring out almost immediately. Squad number 52 has been eliminated, point to squad number 9. Then, squad number 37 has been eliminated, another point to squad number 9. She looks on in disbelief. The scene flashes to Yadaka, who is shown in a dynamic flurry of action, single-handedly taking out another squad and breaking their tag. The defeated ninjas are stunned, exclaiming, "Is that the Yadaka guy from all the rumors? He's a monster." Elsewhere, Kajira pops down from a vent above another unsuspecting squad, shouting that what they said was a terrible thing. Hibari swiftly moves in and breaks their wooden tag, but is annoyed to find they don't have a red tag, meaning all that effort was for no points. Yadaka and Kajira regroup after their separate attacks. Kajira suggests they head to the next spot where a squad might be hiding, and Yadaka quietly agrees. The entirety of Squad 9 stands together again, ready for their next move. Seeing their rapid success, Shime's Squad 6 panics, exclaiming, "You've got to be kidding. They're gaining points way too fast." The members of Squad 6 try to figure out Squad 9's strategy. Shime wonders how they know where all the other ninja are, unable to believe they figured out all the hiding spots in a single day. Mukadori smirks, commenting that the one good thing talentless hacks know how to do is take things seriously. Shime notes that with how fast Squad 9 is moving, the other ninja squads don't stand a chance. She then notices Hayabusa is smiling and asks him why. He replies simply, "'Cause Squad number 9's pretty good." Hayabusa's smile grows wider and more predatory. He declares that Squad 9's unexpected skill just makes stealing Yadaka's title all the more worthwhile. Shime agrees that they have to take down Squad number 9 before they get more of a lead. She reaffirms that, as she said, Yadaka is their priority, assuming he's the one holding the red tag. Just then, a scout runs up, reporting they have eyes on a ninja squad. Sensing the imminent confrontation, Hayabusa begins to power up, his body crackling with electrical energy. "Stand back," he orders his team, a dangerous look in his eyes. The score is updated. Squad number 41 has been eliminated, bringing squad number SIXS total to 2 points, tying them with squad number 9. With only 4 squads left, Yadaka's team realizes they need to have the most points before they inevitably run into squad number 6. Kajira, however, is brimming with confidence. He declares that it's all going according to plan, and they can take it easy and win with style. He smugly suggests that they aren't the ones being underestimated. Their opponents are the ones sweating right now. As Squad 9 advances down another dark corridor, Yadaka's eyes widen in alarm. He seems to have a premonition or sense the impending danger, and his thoughts scream, "Please stop." Just as he feared, Hayabusa appears at the end of the hall and lunges forward. The two rivals clash in a powerful confrontation, sparks of Hayabusa's electrical kekai flying as they meet. Hayabusa grins, impressed. Haha, you're way too good at picking up on things, he tells Yudaka. His eyes gleam with power as he declares, I'm here to take it away, just as promised. The title of Most Powerful is mine. Yudaka can only look on in shock as the chapter comes to a dramatic close. The scene opens on a man with wild, curly blonde hair. With a crazed look in his eyes, he declares that he's here to take the title of the Most Powerful, just as he promised. Suddenly, his hand crackles with electricity. Elsewhere, Yudaka and his two squad mates look on in shock and apprehension at the sudden display of power. An immense blast of lightning tears through the hallway, shattering the chandeliers and sending two ninjas flying from the sheer force of the impact. One of the observers notes that the attacker, Hayabusa, is going all out from the very start. Yudaka, facing him, recognizes the electricity as a kekai technique. Yudaka recalls a past battle against an enemy he couldn't even touch, reminding himself he's been in this situation before. Across from him, Hayabusa smirks, asking if he's finally figured it out. Despite his experience, Yudaka is still hit by the electric shock. Hayabusa is surprised, noting that a normal ninja wouldn't be left standing and that he must not have used enough charge. With a confident grin, Hayabusa decides to turn up the voltage. A caption introduces him, codename Hayabusa with the kekai generator. Hayabusa orders the members of his squad, Squad Number 6, to engage their own kekai. His teammate, a girl with straight, light-colored hair, looks on unimpressed. In a bizarre display, the girl suddenly sticks out an unnaturally long tongue. Yudaka's female teammate can only stare in disbelief and says, Hey, wait a sec. Hayabusa and his teammate look down the long, empty hallway, wondering where the rest of Yudaka's squad could be, as he appears to be all alone. The scene flashes back to a mission briefing. Yudaka's commander explains that since this battle is point-based, engaging the powerful Squad Number 6 directly from the start is not to their advantage. The commander gives the difficult order. Yudaka is to be left behind as a decoy while the rest of the squad runs. The plan is set in motion. As Yudaka prepares to face Squad 6 alone, his two teammates turn and flee down the corridor. The commander's voice finishes the instructions. While Yudaka buys time, the rest of Squad 9 is to flee and collect as many points as they can. Back in the present, Hayabusa's team checks the scoreboard. Squad 9 has 3 points, while they only have 2. Shime, the girl with the long tongue, wonders where Squad 9's red tag is. The camera focuses on the tag on Yudaka's uniform. It's a blank, white piece of wood, not the valuable red tag that scores points. Hayabusa realizes that Yudaka isn't the one holding the red tag. He's just a decoy. Yudaka, meanwhile, thinks about how the real tag is with his team's kekai user. A voice from his team encourages Yudaka to hold strong until they can take down one more squad. Hayabusa, however, taunts him, saying he has no idea who he's really up against. Shime impatiently calls out to Hayabusa, but he tells her not to worry. He declares that Yudaka is the priority, and their plan is to crush him quickly before going after the others. In a shocking twist, Hayabusa and his team completely ignore Yudaka, dashing right past him down the hall, leaving him behind. As they run away, Yudaka stands firm. He brings a finger to his lips, preparing to unleash a new technique, the ninja art of mind and soul. The technique works perfectly. Hayabusa, Shime, and their other teammate are frozen in place, suspended in midair as they are caught in Yudaka's trap. Yudaka breaks through Shime's defense, eliminating her from the battle. She is in utter disbelief, realizing she is now all alone with her enemies. Yudaka recalls his commander's words, reminding him that this is his moment to shine. By successfully keeping Squad Number 6 in check, he is paving the way for his team's victory. Even Hayabusa, though caught in the trap, can't help but be impressed. He looks back at Yudaka with a slow, knowing smile, acknowledging his opponent's unexpected skill and admitting, I knew you'd be good. Meanwhile, Yadaka's teammates are on the hunt. Hibari, with her long ponytail flowing, and Kajira, her partner, chase down an opposing team, demanding they stop running with their red tag. As their opponents try to flee, Hibari and Kajira leap into action, easily cornering the enemy team and leaving them with no escape. Kajira focuses her gaze on the enemy's red tag, knowing that once they break it, their squad will be victorious in this skirmish. With a powerful blast of her air kekai, Kajira sends the entire enemy team flying, shouting in triumph that she did it. Hibari swoops in to break the red tag, earning their team the point. Her partner congratulates her on a job well done. With their battle won, Hibari's thoughts immediately turn to their stranded teammate. "What?" she exclaims, a look of worry on her face as she asks, "Where's Yadaka?" The scene cuts back to Yadaka, who is exhausted and coughing, but still standing his ground alone in the hallway, waiting for Hayabusa's next move. Yadaka notes that while he stopped one of Squad SIXS members, the rest got away. At the same time, Hayabusa receives an update. Squad 41 has been eliminated, giving a point to Squad 6, confirming his other teammates succeeded. With his other squad members having scored, Hayabusa feels the pressure is off. He smirks, surrounded by crackling electricity, and confidently states that he can handle Yadaka all on his own. The score is now tied, with both Squad 6 and Squad 9 having 3 points each. A new member of Squad 6, a woman with long dark hair, appears and vows that Squad 9 will pay for trying to get one over on them. The story continues in Chapter 37, 3 against 2. Yadaka knows the score is even. He realizes that with every hit, he takes a jolt of electricity, making it hard to stay on his feet. His only option now is to break Hayabusa's red tag. Hayabusa discusses strategy with his defeated teammate, Shime. He reveals they don't actually have to fight Yadaka. They just need to buy time until their other two members, Mukadori and Aina, can break Squad 9's red tag to win. The scene shifts to that very confrontation. In a ruined courtyard, Mukadori of Squad 6 faces off against Hibari of Squad 9, promising payback. Hibari and Mukadori engage in close combat, while in the background, their respective partners, Aina and Kajira, also begin their fight. Kajira unleashes her kekai, a powerful, focused blast of air, aiming it directly at one of her opponents from a distance. With a cheeky apology, Kajira shows off a bit. After blasting one opponent away, she unleashes a massive, inflated version of herself, using her air kekai to send another opponent flying and shattering the ground. As Aina dodges the attack by leaping high into the air, Kajira looks up in surprise, exclaiming that he jumped. Aina reveals he's figured out her ability. He knows she can use her kekai to shoot small, precise blasts of air, not just the big ones. Kajira is stunned, asking how he knew since he'd only seen her big blast. Aina winks and points, cheekily explaining that he knew because just before she attacks, she makes a little kissy face, which is a tell. Kajira realizes with horror that she's been wasting air. Before Kajira can make another sound, her teammate Hibari suddenly appears and smacks her in the face with a wooden bucket lid to shut her up. As Aina watches from a distance, Mukadori comments that she initially thought Squad 9 was just a group of misfits, but it turns out one of them can actually fight. Kajira complains after getting hit by the lid, but Mukadori isn't focused on her. She looks at Hibari, correctly deducing that if anyone other than Yadaka were carrying the red tag, it would be her. Surrounded by a dark, fiery aura, Mukadori introduces herself and her ability. Her code name is Mukadori, and her kekai is Oil Fire. She declares that the fight is now 2 against 1. Hibari corrects her, pointing out that with Kajira, it's 2 against 3. But Mukadori just smiles cruelly, saying that she doesn't count weaklings. With that, Mukadori unleashes her kekai, sending a massive wave of oily black fire swirling towards her opponents. Mukadori's kekai is explained. Her ability allows her to produce a flammable oil directly from her body, which she can then ignite. Her teammate, Aina, leaps back to avoid the flames. Aina explains that the hotter Mukadori burns, the more oil she produces. With a crazed expression, Mukadori invites her opponents in for a hug, calling it a fair maiden's embrace that they'd better not run from. The fight resumes. Kajira inflates herself for a massive attack, while Mukadori's flaming body is deflected by Hibari and Aina moves into attack. As Aina lands a hit on Hibari, she grunts in pain. In the background, Mukadori recovers and leaps back into the fray, her hair a comet of black fire. Mukadori targets Hibari's male teammate with a powerful flaming kick, sending him flying. Hibari intercepts, deflecting Mukadori with a kick of her own and sending her tumbling away. "Keep out of this," Hibari yells, taking on the fight herself. Now, facing Hibari directly, Aina mocks her. He claims he's not taking his eyes off her because she's the only one on her team that can fight. If they take her down, they'll win. Aina continues to taunt Hibari, reminding her of his earlier comment about not falling in love. He smirks, suggesting that if she could really fight, her face so proud of wouldn't have gotten burned. Ignoring Aina's taunts completely, Hibari charges forward with a determined cry, her eyes locked only on Mukadori. Hibari grabs Mukadori, revealing her plan. Because Mukadori only had eyes for her, she didn't realize that her earlier attack wasn't enough to actually defeat Hibari's teammates. Mukadori is horrified as she realizes what's happening. Hibari is willingly letting herself be burned by the oil fire Kekai just to hold her in place. Is she an idiot? Mukadori thinks. She's getting burned. With a final push, Hibari slams Mukadori into the ground, pinning her opponent at the cost of her own body. Hibari, through gritted teeth, shouts that this is what they get for underestimating them. Kajira watches in horror, screaming out her teammate's name. With Mukadori pinned, Aina is momentarily distracted. Kajira seizes the opportunity, and Aina turns just in time to see her touch a finger to her lips, preparing an attack. Your lips, he thinks, are as soft as fresh blossoms. Kajira unleashes her attack. Not a clumsy blast, but a thin, almost invisible string of air that shoots from her mouth and attaches directly to Aina's wooden tag. Kajira gives the air string a sharp tug, ripping the tag from Aina's neck and shattering it on the ground. A notification sounds. Squad number SIXS Aina has been eliminated. A close-up shows Kajira's face, a slight, satisfied smile playing on her lips after successfully eliminating her opponent. Aina has a final thought as he is defeated, musing that someone as perfect as him needs to have a suave entourage as well. The tables have turned. Mukadori realizes with dread that it is now 3 against 1. Hibari, still smoldering from the flames, mocks her, saying it looks like she's finally learned how to count. The chapter comes to a close. The story moves into chapter 38, Buying Time. Yadaka receives the notification that Aina has been eliminated and lets out a victorious Bia. Elsewhere, both his commander and Hayabusa receive the same startling news. Back in the courtyard, Mukadori stands alone, surrounded by the 3 members of Squad 9. She admits that she was right and that she had underestimated them, offering a sarcastic apology. But Mukadori is far from defeated. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she says that thanks to them, she's finally fired up. It's time for round 2. Just as Mukadori prepares to attack, Hibari's male teammate steps forward and tells her, "Not so fast," putting a stop to the fight. He declares that they are going on the run, a decision that leaves both Mukadori and Hibari completely shocked. A flashback reveals the true master plan from Squad 9's commander. He explains that he won't give the red tag to Yadaka. If they can't win on points, their mission is to force a one-on-one showdown between Yadaka and Hayabusa. The flashback continues, revealing more of the commander's strategy. He states that since Yadaka is the only match for Hayabusa, the other 3 members of Squad 9 will lead the rest of Squad 6 on a chase, buying time while Yadaka breaks Hayabusa's red tag. Yadaka's teammate questions the plan, asking how they can be sure Hayabusa will even have the red tag. The commander simply tells Yadaka that he's been trained for this and that he knows he can win. Yadaka dutifully agrees. Back in the present, Hayabusa reveals the red tag, confirming the commander's prediction. He asks Yadaka, "So what now?" Yudaka now understands the commander's logic. Those who are the best, like Hayabusa, always trust in themselves the most. As Yudaka wonders if he should focus on running, Hayabusa's defeated teammate Shime asks if he can beat Yudaka and then help Mukadori. She worries, however, that Mukadori's motivation is too unpredictable to rely on. Hayabusa, crackling with confidence and electricity, gives a sinister smile. Of course, he says, having no doubt that he can handle Yudaka on his own. Yudaka accepts the challenge. Then I'll believe you, he says, before launching himself forward to meet Hayabusa head-on. The two rivals clash in an explosive flurry of kicks, their power shattering the metal railings of the walkway around them. From the sidelines, Hayabusa's teammates cheer him on, urging him to break Yudaka's tag and secure their victory. After the exchange, Hayabusa asks if Yudaka is okay. Yudaka confirms that he's fine and that his tag isn't broken, though he looks visibly stunned. In his thoughts, Yudaka admits the electricity hurts so much it feels like it's frying his insides. His commander's voice echoes in his mind, reminding him that he's the only one who can break Hayabusa's tag. So to your job, Yudaka. The two opponents face each other, both preparing the ninja art of mind and soul. Hayabusa declares he's been waiting forever for this day, when he can finally call himself the most powerful. Yudaka simply resolves that he will win. Their electrically charged fists collide with devastating force, creating a massive explosion of energy that engulfs them both. Yudaka cries out in pain as the full force of Hayabusa's electrical kekai courses through his body from the impact. Despite the pain, Yudaka manages to land a solid kick on Hayabusa, who is shocked that his opponent can dish out this much punishment without even using a kekai. Yudaka catches his breath, realizing this is the power of a ninja who specializes only in battle. Elsewhere, a voice reminds Hayabusa that failure will not be tolerated. The scene cuts to Mukadori chasing down the rest of Squad 9. As she runs, Hayabusa's voiceover states that he will win because he knows Yudaka's weakness. Mukadori taunts the fleeing ninjas, saying that running away doesn't make up for the vast difference in skill between them. She reveals a set of strange, clawed attachments on her feet. With a wild look in her eyes, Mukadori leaps into the air and flies down the hallway, quickly closing the distance on her prey. Hibari looks back in shock, realizing that Mukadori is using her own oil to slide along the floor, allowing her to move with incredible speed. Mukadori and Hibari clash in a fiery blur. Mukadori boasts that she can control her flames precisely enough to not burn her surroundings. In the heat of battle, she breaks Hibari's tag, eliminating her from the match. Mukadori comes to a stop, looking down the now empty hallway. She realizes with a jolt that the rest of Squad 9 has vanished. They abandoned Hibari. Lying defeated on the ground, Hibari understands she was used as a decoy. The moment Mukadori caught up, she was meant to buy time while the rest of her squad ran away. Ugh, what a pain, she mutters. Yudaka hears the notification that Hibari has been eliminated, and his face falls in shock. At the same time, Hayabusa begins to explain Yudaka's weakness, saying that it's simple. Hayabusa suddenly sweeps Yudaka's legs out from under him, catching him completely off guard and sending him off balance. As Yudaka falls, Hayabusa follows up with a powerful kick, sending his opponent tumbling violently across the ground. Hayabusa reveals Yudaka's true weakness. It's all in his head. He tells Yudaka not to get distracted by the announcements, as Yudaka tries to refocus and prepare another ninja art. Hayabusa uses the ultimate dirty trick. He points and yells, "Oh, look, it's Aoi." Yudaka, who clearly has a crush on this Aoi, immediately falls for it, turning with a blush on his face. Hayabusa uses the opening to land a cheap shot right to Yudaka's gut. He tells his stunned opponent not to call it a low blow, because in a ninja versus ninja fight, anything goes. As Mukadori pursues the rest of Squad 9, Yudaka struggles to stay conscious, noting that each of Hayabusa's electric shocks lands hard and is close to knocking him out. From the command center, Yudaka's commander watches in disappointment. Hayabusa gloats, saying that you can't fall for such a simple ruse and still call yourself the most powerful. Chapter 39 begins, titled Good Ninja. Hayabusa continues to mock Yudaka for falling for his simple trick, putting on his sunglasses with a smug look. Hayabusa continues his relentless assault, but Yudaka manages to duck under a kick and come up swinging, narrowly avoiding the attack. Hayabusa dodges Yudaka's counterattack and, in a fluid motion, throws a small object directly at his opponent's face. Yudaka looks on in horror as he realizes the object is a flashbang grenade, which explodes in a brilliant flash of light just inches from his eyes. Temporarily blinded by the intense flash, Yudaka stumbles back, crying out in pain as his vision whites out. While Yudaka is blinded, Hayabusa seizes the opportunity, delivering a massive, powerful kick that sends Yudaka flying. Yudaka struggles to get back on his feet, lamenting why everyone keeps overestimating him lately. Hayabusa taunts him, telling him to stand up because he knows he's got more than that. Yudaka descends into a panic, his thoughts racing. He worries about how much time is left and how his teammates, Omaniko and the others, are doing. He knows that unless he beats Hayabusa, they have no chance of winning. The scene cuts to Omaniko and Kajira, who are still on the run. Omaniko apologizes for not being able to save Abari, but Kajira tells him that now isn't the time for apologies. Just then, Mukidori appears from around a corner, sliding on her oil to catch up with them. "Found you," she yells. Mukidori ignores Omaniko, dismissing him as a pipsqueak who isn't worth her time. She makes it clear that the red tag is all she's after. Omaniko playfully asks Mukidori if she really likes him that much. She snarls back that she does, right before demanding he give her the tag. Omaniko and Mukidori clash. He dodges her kick, and she looks on in surprise as he twists his body in an unnatural way. Performing an acrobatic handspring, Omaniko comments on Mukidori's fighting style, saying it's like she ignores anatomy. He says he hates her kekai. Omaniko proudly declares that he can't be constrained by the limits of humanity. Kajira thinks he's being gross, while Mukidori analyzes his strange movements, realizing he mixes normal combat with superhuman powers. Mukidori comes to a realization about Omaniko. She notes that he's not entirely dependent on his kekai, which leads her to a conclusion. He must have acquired his powers later in life. Omaniko explains that while most ninja with kekai are born with them, a select few acquire them later on. He asks if she would hate him for it, but she simply answers no. But, she continues, it's because of aberrations like you that even talentless ninja think they can become special someday. In her eyes, people who acquire kekai make the system seem cruel because they never give up hope. Mukidori suddenly wonders where Omaniko's partner, Kajira, has gone. She muses that in the life of a ninja, it's always the ones who put too much faith in themselves who die first. The scene flashes back to the past. A younger Mukidori is at a Komuro family funeral. Guests gossip that with the oldest Komuro boy having no kekai, it's the end of the line for their powerful family. The flashback continues. It is revealed the boy is Mukidori's little brother. She explains that their dad wasn't a strong ninja, but because he was the head of a prestigious family, he was forced into a single-digit squad. Her brother asks if their dad was a good ninja, but she says she doesn't know. Mukidori's brother looks down, despondent, but an older man's hand rests on his shoulder, telling him don't. Sometime later, Mukidori's brother, his hands now wrapped in bandages, cheerfully greets his sister good morning in the courtyard of their home. Mukidori grabs his bandaged hands, but he explains he joined the advanced students for training to get better, faster. He pleads with her, please, no more, asking her not to follow the same path as their father, who got himself killed and abandoned them. The flashback ends. Mukidori believes that the talented have a duty to put the talentless in their place. Her brother's voice echoes, vowing that he won't let her take on any of the burden. Back in the present, Omaniko asks Mukidori if she's that worried about him. She tells him not to ask silly questions as she dodges his attack. With a crazed, tearful smile, she screams that of course she is worried, because they're family. Mukadori unleashes a massive torrent of her oil-fire kekai, completely engulfing Umineko in a wave of black flames. Umineko collapses to the floor, seemingly defeated. He sarcastically remarks that her genuine words hit him right where it hurts. The tag he was protecting shatters on the ground. But as the smoke clears, Mukadori realizes the broken tag wasn't red. It was a fake. Umineko smirks, telling her she's gotten it all mixed up. The battle isn't over yet. From the shadows, Suzume emerges, revealing that she has Squad 9's real red tag. Mukadori realizes Umineko's earlier attack was just a bluff. Suzume taunts her for looking down on her little brother. Umineko apologizes, explaining they weren't trying to trick her. They only gave him the red tag because nobody else on the team could be trusted with it. Suzume looks on with an annoyed expression, exclaiming, "Excuse me?" A flashback shows the team's planning session. Yudaka is relieved he's not carrying the tag. They reason that Hibari is too quick to anger and Suzume gets too invested. So Umineko was the only logical choice. Suzume fumes, calling them a stupid group of misfits. The focus returns to Yudaka's fight with Hayabusa. He grits his teeth, realizing that Umineko is still in the game and fulfilling his difficult role. Umineko looks on with a small, proud smile, thinking to himself that Yudaka is a good ninja. Across the courtyard, Mukadori realizes she has wasted too much time on the decoy and gives chase after Suzume. As Suzume flees, she communicates with her team, asking for a status update. Meanwhile, Mukadori is determined to win, saying she can't lose to Suzume, and that while she doesn't trust Umineko to have her back, she will win this competition. Another flashback shows Mukadori's brother training tirelessly. He vows to win and prove that he could be a strong member of the family, too. He will prove it to his sister, who looks at his bandaged hands with concern. Back in the present, Yudaka finds new strength. He can't let his teammates carry the burden alone. He declares that becoming powerful is possible, even for someone talentless, even without a kekai. Hayabusa notes that Yudaka's answer isn't what he'd expect from Umineko, and that Yudaka must be feeling the pressure. From the command center, the commander simply says, "All right. Yudaka, I heard." Hayabusa thinks to himself that if Yudaka is saying all this, it would be rude to worry about him. He recognizes that those were the exact words Yudaka needed to hear to find his resolve. With renewed determination shining in his eyes, Yudaka puts a finger to his lips. "I'll win this," he says with conviction. The chapter comes to a close. In the observation room, Mr. Mimisuke analyzes the state of the battle. He notes that with both squads 6 and 9 down to 2 members, the outcome hangs in the balance. Hibari, having returned, asks for an update. The situation is critical. The victory for Squad 9 depends on one of two outcomes. Either Mukadori takes Umineko's red tag first, or Yudaka manages to get to Hayabusa's tag before she does. But Mr. Mimisuke isn't worried. He confidently tells Hibari that he taught Yudaka a new skill last month, hinting at a hidden trump card. The final battle begins. The fate of Squad 9 rests on Yudaka's success. He and Hayabusa face off from a distance before charging at each other with incredible speed. The two ninjas clash in a burst of energy. Hayabusa immediately unleashes his electric kekai, surrounding his attack with crackling lightning. Yudaka is thrown back by the electrically charged blow, unable to fully defend against the powerful assault. Hayabusa scoffs, pointing out that the rubber soles of Yudaka's shoes are a cheap trick that won't protect him for long. Yudaka, though caught off guard, remains defiant. Not planning to draw out the fight, Hayabusa presses his attack, landing a swift and powerful kick on Yudaka. The sheer force of Hayabusa's kick sends Yudaka flying backward, struggling to regain his footing. Yudaka crashes hard into the wall. As the dust settles, Hayabusa mockingly asks if he's gotten used to the electric shocks yet. But in that moment, Yudaka figures out a crucial weakness in his opponent's ability. He realizes that Hayabusa isn't constantly surrounded by electricity. After a major discharge, he needs a moment to charge back up. Yudaka formulates a new plan, get Hayabusa to unleash a powerful attack, then strike him during the brief window while he's recharging. Acknowledging Yadaka's newfound focus, his teammate praises his quick thinking. Hayabusa, however, decides to switch tactics to psychological warfare. He sneers, suggesting Yadaka's only motivation comes from a childish fear of being separated from his crush, Aoi. He continues to taunt Yadaka, claiming he is undermining the integrity of his job just to stay near his crush. Hayabusa boasts that he can easily shake Yadaka's resolve, even if his objective is straightforward. The taunts hit their mark. Yadaka is visibly distressed, his focus shattered as he screams that Hayabusa is wrong and frantically tells himself not to respond. Taking advantage of Yadaka's emotional turmoil, Hayabusa leaps into the air and smashes the ground, sending a shockwave of debris flying everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Hayabusa's verbal assault continues. He questions Yadaka's relationship with Aoi, asking what he thinks she'll feel when she learns he only approached her for a mission. Hayabusa presses on, telling a stunned Yadaka that the more Aoi trusts him, the more disappointed she will inevitably be. He reminds Yadaka that he can't stay by her side forever. Hayabusa's words trigger a flashback for Yadaka, reminding him of the strict rule for ninjas on a guarding mission. There is a line you must never cross. From the observation room, Mr. Mimisuke correctly identifies Yadaka's core weakness. He lacks the self-confidence to prioritize his tasks, making him vulnerable to mental attacks. Hayabusa delivers what he believes is the finishing blow to Yadaka's spirit, telling him he doesn't deserve to be the strongest. The words echo, affecting not just Yadaka, but his concerned teammates watching from the sidelines. Mr. Mimisuke recognizes this as the critical moment. On the battlefield, Yadaka lowers his head, his expression hidden as he processes the onslaught of physical and mental attacks. Sensing a shift, Hayabusa wonders if Yadaka is getting into position to attack. In the observation room, Mr. Mimisuke reveals that the time has come to unveil the new technique he and Yadaka developed. With newfound resolve, Yadaka declares that he is going to take all the doubt, fear, and emotional turmoil and put it all to the side. Yadaka's teammates, including Kajira and Hibari, watch with bated breath, their expressions a mix of shock and concern, sensing a pivotal moment is at hand. Hayabusa is taken aback by Yadaka's sudden change in demeanor. Yadaka calmly explains that he's simply brushing off the taunts because Hayabusa was talking about things that are not relevant to the immediate situation. Yadaka concedes that Hayabusa's words might hold some truth, but that is a problem for another time. With renewed determination, he declares he will find the answer to those questions later, because right now, he has a battle to win. Watching from the observation room, a proud Mr. Mimisuke smiles. He commends Yadaka on his mental growth, recognizing this as a significant accomplishment. He recalls the long and difficult journey it took for Yadaka to reach this point. A flashback shows him teaching Yadaka the importance of prioritizing tasks, using simple analogies like not trying to water plants and take customer orders at the same time. As Hayabusa charges forward again, Yadaka finds his focus. With Mr. Mimisuke's voice echoing in his mind, he zeroes in on his single, most important task. Right now, my only job is beating you. The principle behind the technique is simple. The heart is what keeps every human going, regardless of whether they possess a special power like a kekai or not. And because every human has one, that shared anatomy is also a common weakness. Yadaka's eyes sharpen as he prepares to exploit it using the technique known as the 6 arts of capture. Focusing all of his energy and intent into a single point, Yadaka unleashes the powerful new move he learned from his master. Wholehearted charge. The attack lands squarely. A shocked Hayabusa wonders where this sudden burst of power came from. Yadaka reveals it's an extra art taught by Mr. Mimisuke, though privately he thinks of it as his true main move. Yadaka stands over the fallen Hayabusa, catching his breath. He explains to his stunned opponent that the move was an extra art taught to him by Mimisuke. Back in the observation room, Hibari asks what that move was. Mr. Mimisuke explains the wholehearted charge, a technique that waits until an opponent's lungs and heart are at full capacity before striking like a charging boar to incapacitate them. The technique requires perfect timing. You must wait for the opponent to be at their physical peak, then strike with all of your might. The resulting shock to the system, caused by the sudden influx of blood from the targeted strike, can lead to full body paralysis or even cause the opponent to lose consciousness. Hibari is astounded, questioning how Yudaka could keep track of his opponent's heart rate during an all-out brawl. Mimisuke admits this advanced application was the actual move he wanted to teach, and he had originally scheduled a full month for the training. But Yudaka learned it in just 3 days. Mimisuke declares that this rate of learning is not normal, exclaiming how scary Yudaka's potential truly is. We flash back to a surprised Yudaka first hearing about the 6 arts of capture. Mimisuke explains the origin of the arts in a flashback. At the height of the ninja era, those without special kekai powers devised these techniques to hold their own. However, they were incredibly difficult to master, and the knowledge was eventually lost. Yudaka asks how Mr. Mimisuke knows of these lost arts. Mimisuke explains that his own family's kekai isn't suited for offense, so to make up for it, they secretly pass down the 6 arts from generation to generation. He reveals that his own father taught them to him. Yudaka, realizing their importance, hesitates, asking if it's really okay for him to be taught such a valuable and secret art. Mimisuke reassures him with a comforting pat on the head. He explains that these arts were originally developed to level the playing field for kekai-less ninja. By teaching Yudaka, he is simply returning the arts to a ninja who should rightfully know them. Returning to the present, Mr. Mimisuke remarks on how impressive it was for the attack to land on the very first try. He concludes that Hayabusa is one very unlucky ninja. But the match isn't over. Yudaka realizes with a start that he was so focused on landing the attack that he missed his chance to break Hayabusa's tag. To his surprise, Hayabusa staggers back to his feet. Enraged and wounded, Hayabusa unleashes a wild, uncontrolled burst of electricity, lashing out in all directions. Despite the massive discharge, Hayabusa puts on a brave face, claiming he has no issues. He looks at Yudaka, who is panting from exhaustion, and asks if he can still keep fighting. Yudaka sees right through the bluff. Hayabusa is clearly struggling to stay on his feet, prompting Yudaka to call him out. Liar. The facade of strength shatters. Hayabusa finally succumbs to the damage, collapsing to his knees. He admits to himself that he almost lost consciousness. His limbs are still prickling, and it feels as though all the blood has been drained from his body. The attack was far more effective than he let on. From the ground, Hayabusa looks up in disbelief. He overhears Yudaka muttering about messing up and scoffs. You call that messing up? Hayabusa continues to taunt him, suggesting that since the move didn't work the first time, he should probably retire it. But his words lack their earlier conviction, as it's clear the attack had a major effect. A brief flashback shows a moment of camaraderie between the two rivals after a previous sparring session. Even then, Hayabusa acknowledged Yudaka's potential, admitting, well, it was worth a try. Back in the present, the two exhausted fighters grit their teeth and charge at each other one last time, their fists colliding with a massive burst of electrical energy. The impact sends a shockwave across the arena. As they struggle against each other, Hayabusa reflects on his own journey, wondering how long it's been since anyone has posed a real threat to him. His mind flashes back to his childhood. Even as a boy, his electric kekai was overwhelmingly powerful, allowing him to effortlessly defeat another trainee who could only murmur in awe of his power. Other trainees would whisper about his prodigious talent, spreading rumors that he knocked out an adult when he was only 6. For the young Hayabusa, victory was a given, and defeat was a disgrace he never had to face. As he offers a hand to his defeated peer, the boy slaps it away, bitterly remarking, "Must be nice, being born with so much talent." The words strike Hayabusa with the force of physical blow. The comment haunted him. From that day on, Hayabusa felt the immense pressure of his gift. He came to believe that he only surpassed others because of his natural abilities, and that being born gifted meant he had to be invincible. Back in the present, the force of Yudaka's punch sends Hayabusa reeling. He reflects that he isn't seeking praise for his hard work. He just wants his effort to be acknowledged beyond his innate talent. Sensing his opponent is on the ropes, Yudaka sees his chance. While Hayabusa is off balance, he vows to go for the tag, while protecting his own at all costs. The two exchange a rapid flurry of strikes, their movements blurring as they trade blows at close quarters, each refusing to give an inch. Yudaka dodges another desperate kick. He can see Hayabusa is panting, his movements becoming slower. He just needs to weather this final storm. Struggling to remain standing, Hayabusa thinks to himself that he has fulfilled the duty that came with his blessed birth. All he wishes is for others to acknowledge the work he put in. Seeing the raw struggle and pain in his opponent's eyes, Yudaka yells out, his voice filled with emotion, "It's not just talent." With newfound respect, Yudaka admits that Hayabusa is powerful, more so than anyone he's ever fought. And it is precisely for that reason that he must defeat him here and now, to push himself even further. Hayabusa's eyes flare with crackling electricity. He understands. For him as well, defeat is not an option. He, too, must reach a place where talent alone is not enough. Power surges around Hayabusa as he musters his remaining strength. He roars that he won't let up, demanding that Yudaka give him the title of the most powerful. Yudaka pants, searching for an opening for another wholehearted charge. But Hayabusa, having been hit once, is now on full defense, guarding his chest. Hayabusa internally compliments Yudaka's good instincts. Recognizing the stalemate, Hayabusa makes a shocking declaration to his teammate, Ominiko. He's going to use Ninpo, a decision that clearly startles her, as it seems to be a drastic measure for a simple match. Hayabusa gives a quiet thank you, seemingly to Ominiko. She names the technique he is about to use, Kamaritachi. Yudaka looks on, confused and wary. Hayabusa extends his hand, which crackles with energy. But instead of a direct attack, he throws a small object, which Yudaka barely registers as it flies past him. Suddenly, a sharp object slices through the air from behind, forcing Yudaka to skid to a halt to avoid being hit. Yudaka realizes in shock that Hayabusa has switched his Kekai's application from electricity to magnetism. All around him, pieces of metal debris from the damaged arena begin to levitate, held in perfect position. Surrounded by a vortex of floating chains, screws, and broken light bulbs, Yudaka is trapped. Hayabusa stands in the center of it all and declares, "For you, I'm using every trick I've got." Gathering all the floating metal into a single, menacing projectile, Hayabusa unleashes his ultimate technique. He funnels all his remaining energy into the attack, declaring, "Ninpo, Empyrean Arrow." The narration explains the nature of Ninpo. It is the pinnacle of a ninja's power, a union of their unique martial arts and the supernatural abilities granted by their Kekai. These ultimate techniques are not easily learned. They're honed through centuries of battle and passed down through generations of ninja clans. Hayabusa explains that this pinnacle of the deadly ninja arts is now heading straight for Yudaka. He pours every last spark of his energy into the metal projectile, giving Yudaka the full treatment. With a final, desperate roar, Hayabusa unleashes his Ninpo, Empyrean Arrow, launching the superheated, electromagnetically charged projectile across the arena. The arrow screams through the air, a blur of destructive energy aimed directly at a terrified Yudaka, who can only brace for impact. Panting from the massive exertion, Hayabusa is confident in his attack's power. He doesn't think it will be lethal, but he knows no one has ever walked away from it. Ominiko realizes the incredible cost of the technique. Hayabusa used his own arms as rails to accelerate the scrap metal. In other words, to achieve that level of power and speed, Hayabusa effectively turned his own body into a living railgun, leaving his arms burnt and smoking in the aftermath. But as the smoke clears, a figure is still standing. Kajira cries out in relief as she sees Yudaka emerge from the dust, seemingly unharmed. The relief is short-lived. The delayed impact of the attack hits him all at once, and Yudaka collapses to the ground, unconscious. Kajira runs towards the scene in a panic. The operator confirms over the comms that Yudaka is down after being hit by Hayabusa's ninpo. She tries to stay calm, but fear for her teammate takes over. Despite the dire situation, Kajira's faith in Yudaka remains unshaken. She steels her resolve, declaring that Yudaka will win for sure, but that she must prepare a contingency plan just in case. She realizes that with Yudaka down, she is their last hope. She must somehow break Hayabusa's tag. But the thought of facing both an exhausted Hayabusa and her own sister, Umineko, all by herself, is daunting. As she wrestles with her doubt, a voice cuts through, telling her to stop talking like Yudaka and asking if she truly believes she is capable of pulling it off. It's Yudaka's voice, filled with conviction. He tells her, "Of course, I believe you can do it." His unwavering faith gives her the strength she needs. Kajira marvels at the absolute trust her squad places in her. She wonders if Yudaka's infectious optimism has spread to the rest of them. Clutching her tag, she feels the weight and power of their belief. With newfound determination, Kajira leaps into action, charging directly at Umineko. Another member of squad, 9 cheers her on, shouting "Good going, Muku." Landing before her opponent, Kajira smiles confidently. She tells Umineko she won't get away, cruelly adding that the explosive sound from earlier was likely the sound of Yudaka's last moments. Umineko fires back with her own verbal jab, telling Kajira she's out of her depth and that a talentless ninja like her never should have made it to a single-digit squad. But Kajira's resolve is firm. She reflects that since her teammates have put their faith in her, she must put just as much faith, if not more, back in them. Fueled by this realization, Kajira finally snaps. She screams at Umineko to shut up, stunning her by calling her sis. Before she can press her attack, Kajira is thrown sideways by an unseen force, her momentum completely broken. Umineko is left bewildered by the sudden intervention. Yudaka suddenly appears between them. Umineko, recovering from her shock, asks Kajira what's gotten into her and why she's suddenly grown a backbone just because her squad has a chance of winning. Yudaka steps in, telling Umineko not to dish out insults if she can't take them in return. Surprisingly, Umineko backs down, apologizing and admitting she crossed the line, which leaves Kajira speechless. Umineko's demeanor completely shifts. She gets flustered, telling Kajira not to talk to her like that, because she's the older one. Kajira realizes with a start that her sister is totally panicking now that she is finally being talked back to. Seizing the emotional advantage, Kajira declares that Yudaka will win. If she can't run anymore, she'll stand her ground and fight even her own sister to protect Yudaka's tag until he recovers. Umineko warns her not to get ahead of herself. Umineko's demeanor hardens. She reasserts her dominance, claiming Kajira could never win against her and that it's time to reteach her that lesson. Knowing she can't turn her back, Kajira prepares to face her sister head-on. Kajira charges forward, but her attack is effortlessly deflected by Umineko, who seems to be holding back. Umineko grabs Kajira, shouting, "You idiot!" But Kajira clings to her sister's arm, her goal clear. She just needs to buy a little more time for Yudaka to recover. As Kajira is slammed against the railing, Umineko tries to shake her off, warning that she'll get burned by the residual Kekai energy. But Kajira refuses to let go, screaming, "Why don't you ever listen to me?" The question hangs in the air, juxtaposed with an image of a younger, innocent Kajira. In the present, her face is a mask of determination as she shouts back her answer, "Never have." In a brief flashback, we see Umineko standing protectively in front of her younger sister. In the present, she insists that she's always known how Kajira felt, and that everything she does is to protect her. But Kajira's loyalty is not with her sister. With fierce determination, She roars that she will not let anyone break Yadaka's tag until he wins. Meanwhile, across the arena, Hayabusa staggers to his feet. He realizes there's been no announcement of Yadaka's elimination, which means he's still in the game. From the crater of rubble, Yadaka begins to stir. Pushing himself up, he grits his teeth and declares, "This isn't over yet." The next chapter begins, titled, "I Want to Join You." Hayabusa looks at the slowly rising Yadaka, calling him a monster for being able to stand after taking his ultimate attack. A flashback reveals what's truly at stake. Umineko reminds Hayabusa that the winner of this battle will take over Aoi's guarding mission. Hayabusa confidently waves her off, assuring her of their victory. In the present, a battered Yadaka considers this. He thinks he might be fine with losing, as long as Aoi is kept safe. He even contemplates giving up, knowing his superiors wouldn't be mad given how tough Squad 6 is. But something stops him. He struggles to understand why he can't let it happen. His mind fills with the faces of his teammates and Mr. Mimisuke, all encouraging him to grow stronger. He remembers his promise to Aoi. He couldn't join her before, but he swore that next time, he would be there. That promise fuels him. With newfound strength, Yadaka leaps back into the fray, dodging another desperate attack from the exhausted Hayabusa. Another memory of Aoi surfaces, strengthening his resolve. He wants to be by her side. At the same time, he notices Hayabusa's attack lacked its signature electricity, realizing his opponent is also past his limit. This realization crystallizes his motivation. It's no longer just about the mission or proving himself. With a powerful shout that echoes through the arena, Yadaka declares his true desire. "I want to protect you." He prepares for one final, wholehearted charge, vowing that he will never fall for the same trick twice. The two rivals meet in a final, desperate clash, their depleted energies colliding in a brilliant explosion. Both are thrown back by the force of the impact. Hayabusa knows that was his last charge, and he's confident Yadaka's hands are too damaged to fight anymore. But Yadaka isn't finished. Twisting in midair, he launches himself forward with a powerful kick, declaring that he is going to climb even further ahead. As he flies toward his opponent, he roars that he will become better than Hayabusa. In a flash of brilliance, he reveals a secret. His fists aren't the only way to use the wholehearted charge. Channeling the full force of the technique through his leg, Yadaka aims not for Hayabusa's body, but for his target. The kick connects perfectly, shattering Hayabusa's tag. The announcement rings out. Hayabusa of Squad number 6 has been eliminated. The point and the victory goes to Squad number 9. In the observation room, the final results are announced. With the Battle of the Ninja Arts concluded, Squad number 9 has 4 points to Squad number SIXS 3. As only one squad still has its red tag, the winner is clear. The official declaration rings through the arena. Squad number 9 has won. On the field, Yadaka finally lets out a breath of relief, collapsing to his knees as his teammates cheer his name. The rest of Squad 9 erupts in celebration. Kadra shouts in triumph, while even their usually stoic teammate flashes a peace sign, admitting that for today, Yadaka was a little cooler than him. The victorious team rushes out of the observation room to greet their champion. Below, the shattered remains of Hayabusa's tag lie on the arena floor, a symbol of their hard-fought victory. Hayabusa struggles to his knees, utterly defeated. Kadra, standing beside him with Umineko, offers a simple and respectful congratulations on his win. Hayabusa curses his loss. Umineko tells him to stay put and wait for the medics, but he can only stare at his own hands, lamenting his failure. Turning to Umineko, Hayabusa makes a vow. He will get stronger, so strong that she will never have to worry about him again. His earnest declaration seems to take her by surprise. Umineko replies with a simple "try it," before adding that she'll stop him as many times as it takes. Her tough words are a challenge, her own form of encouragement. Yadaka calls out, interrupting the moment. Kadra approaches her defeated opponents, apologizing to Hayabusa and her other teammates. She explains that she needed to win this for her own reasons. Hayabusa simply acknowledges her resolve with a quiet. Yudaka looks over at Kajira, who meets his gaze and says, "We lost." He's momentarily confused by her statement, given that their team just won the match. The teammates gather, agreeing it's time to head to the medics. But Yudaka stops them, saying there's something he has to do first. Hayabusa calls out to Yudaka, stopping him. He holds up a hand, saying, "Here, you forgot this." Yudaka and his teammates look on, confused. Hayabusa grins, reminding Yudaka of his earlier words. "You said you'd answer me later, yeah?" He recalls his taunt about Yudaka's motivation being his fear of being separated from Aoi. Yudaka remembers his promise to confront those feelings later, after the fight was over. He nervously acknowledges, right? Hayabusa presses him, asking when exactly later is. He then casually mentions a summer festival with fireworks happening in 2 days, giving Yudaka a pointed look. With a triumphant grin, Hayabusa declares that later is the day after tomorrow. He playfully tells a completely flustered Yudaka not to worry, as Aoi will probably ask him out anyway, leaving Yudaka in a state of utter panic as the chapter concludes. In the Fort sickbay, Yudaka rests in bed, his arms heavily bandaged. The battle of the ninja arts against Squad Number 6 is finally over, but he can't help but feel they went overboard, getting too fired up in the process. From the hallway, his friends discuss the aftermath. To keep his mission a secret, they've told Aoi that Yudaka just has a cold. In reality, the fight was so intense that it left 2 single-digit aces injured. The battle left the hotel a wreck, but since it's one of public safety's strongholds, a crew of non-combatants is already hard at work fixing the damage. Seeing their cheerful efforts, Yudaka feels a pang of guilt over the destruction. A friend reassures him, saying not to worry. The damage is just proof of a job well done, and most importantly, they won against Squad Number 6. For now, all he needs to do is rest and recover. His friend then brings up the festival, and Yudaka is shocked to hear it's still happening. He's reminded of a promise he made, a promise he seems to have forgotten until now. The memory hits him. He had promised Aoi that if he won, he would invite her to go somewhere. Back in the present, he squeezes his phone, looking at a message from Aoi asking if he's feeling okay. He remembers his promise. The scene shifts to the summer festival. Aoi and her friends, all dressed in beautiful yukatas, are waiting for him. Yudaka, now out of his hospital gown, arrives and is completely stunned by the sight of them. Aoi turns to him with a radiant smile, thanking him for inviting her to the festival. Overwhelmed by how great she looks in her yukata, Yudaka can only stammer out a compliment. The rest of the group banters nearby. Hibari teases Kana about her dazzling yukata, who playfully retorts. Yudaka asks if the 2 injured members are okay, and they reassure him that there's nothing wrong. Full of excitement, Aoi points towards the bustling stalls, suggesting they explore the festival until the fireworks start. An adult who appears to be their guardian tells Yudaka to go have fun, as he just fought a ninja battle himself and will wait at the car. Yudaka agrees and happily runs to join his friends. At a goldfish scooping stall, Aoi and Kana are comically frustrated after failing multiple times. Yudaka, watching them, seems puzzled about why they're taking it so seriously. Suddenly, Aoi's demeanor shifts. She declares that this isn't just a game, but a goldfish rescue operation. With a look of intense seriousness, she asks a stunned Yudaka to hold her sleeve for her. With her sleeve held by a blushing Yudaka, Aoi prepares to dive in with her scooper. Yudaka can't help but feel flustered by the close contact and her sudden intensity. Despite her determination, she fails again. After losing the game, the stall owner thanks them and kindly reassures them that he'll make sure the fish are taken care of. The group continues to enjoy the festival, moving from one activity to the next. They try their luck at a shooting gallery and then at a ring toss game, fully immersing themselves in the festive atmosphere. The fun doesn't stop as Hibari runs around with his prizes, and Kana kindly offers Aoi a bite of takoyaki, saying, "Say, ah." At the summer festival, Nozaki bursts out laughing while Aoi, dressed in a lovely yukata, fans her mouth after eating something spicy. Aoi challenges Nozaki to try the food he was laughing about. Despite his initial hesitation, he takes a bite, and immediately his cheeks puff out as he tries to endure the intense heat, proving her right. Suddenly, a loud boom echoes through the festival as the first firework explodes in the night sky, catching Aoi and Yudaka by surprise as they're talking. The rest of the group is shocked that the show has already started. As they react, Yudaka quietly murmurs to himself, lost in thought as he watches the sky. The friends stand together, watching the colorful explosions. Aoi sighs, remarking on how quickly time flies when you're having fun. Just as they wonder where they should go to watch, Utsumi gives a confident thumbs up, proudly announcing that he had already saved a perfect spot for them by the water earlier. As they walk, Aoi notices Yudaka's pensive mood. He forces a smile, admitting he feels a bit down because he's never felt time go by so fast, and he can't believe the festival is almost over. Aoi looks at him intently before turning back towards the fireworks. She tells him that nothing's over yet, reminding him that they're all still just first years with plenty of time ahead of them. As the fireworks continue to paint the night sky, Aoi lists all the events they still have to look forward to. She reassures him there's plenty of summer left, followed by the Culture Festival, Christmas, and New Year's. Yudaka, still processing her words, asks if she intends to celebrate all of those events. She turns to him with a bright, determined smile and exclaims, "Duh, with you and everyone else. So you better be ready." Her enthusiastic promise leaves him utterly stunned. Aoi continues, her eyes sparkling under the fireworks. She tells a captivated Yudaka that his high school years are going to fly by much faster than he could ever believe. As Yudaka listens, he reflects on his own feelings. Normally, the thought of crowds at festivals and other events would make him shudder with anxiety. But when he's holding Aoi's hand, everything feels different. He thinks back on his guardian's question, "Do you like Aoi?" When he's with her, all his worries seem to vanish, and everything is fun. For the first time, he allows himself to truly consider the answer. Watching Aoi's joyful face illuminated by the festival lights and fireworks, Yudaka's mind becomes clear. He feels a sense of certainty build within him as he looks at her. The realization finally hits him, simple and undeniable. As the fireworks paint the sky, Yudaka admits to himself for the very first time, "I've got a crush on Aoi." The moment the thought solidifies, Yudaka suddenly collapses to the ground, clutching his chest. His heart is pounding so hard it hurts, and he wonders if this overwhelming physical reaction is what it means to like someone. Aoi rushes to his side, her face etched with concern. She calls out his name, completely startled by his sudden fall, and asks if he's okay. Flustered, Yudaka reassures her that he's fine, but insists she keep her distance. Internally, he panics, realizing he needs to get his overwhelming feelings under control immediately. With great effort, Yudaka resolves to push these newfound feelings aside for now. In the background, Kana worriedly checks on Nozaki, who also seems to be feeling unwell. Amid the festival's excitement, a friend notices a sudden change in Nozaki, asking with concern what's gotten into him. Despite his unsettlingly wide eyes and a strained, almost creepy smile, Nozaki dismisses the worry, claiming that there are no problems at all. Aoi notices something is off, but Yudaka deflects, saying nothing's wrong with him. But she is the one who is all wrong, leaving her confused. She presses him, asking if he noticed something strange. In a clumsy attempt to distract her and regain his composure, Yudaka pretends she has some dirt on her clothes and moves closer to brush it off, patting her shoulder. Metaphorically, Yudaka is hit by Cupid's arrow. He pulls it from his chest, looks at the box representing his mission, and decisively stabs the arrow into it, choosing to lock his feelings away. Putting on a strained smile, Yudaka tries to reset the mood. He declares that this emotional turmoil is all kinds of wrong, and that it's time for them to get going, attempting to revert to his professional mindset. As the night sky illuminates with a spectacular fireworks display, the group, consisting of Kajira, Nozaki, Hibari, Yudaka and Aoi watches in awe. Dressed in their yukatas for the summer festival, they share a moment of peace and joy. Aoi, completely mesmerized, exclaims, "Wow, this is such a great view," capturing the perfect, fleeting happiness of the evening before the imminent chaos. Aoi, completely unaware of his inner conflict, beams with happiness, ready to enjoy the rest of the festival. Yudaka, however, is sweating, struggling to keep his feelings contained. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to Hayami, Yudaka's former opponent. Yudaka is stunned to see him here at the festival, wondering why they keep running into each other. Yudaka confronts Hayabusa, who admits he snuck out of the hospital to be here. Oblivious to their history, Aoi cheerfully invites him to watch the fireworks, but Hayabusa politely declines. As Hibari leads Aoi away, Yudaka stops, wanting to talk to Hayabusa about their recent battle, feeling there are things left unsaid between them. Hayabusa acknowledges that he came just to speak with Yudaka. He admits frankly, "You were right. Squad number 9 makes for a good team. You gave us a thrashing." From a distance, Yudaka's friends admire Hayabusa's sportsmanship. Hayabusa's tone then turns serious. He warns Yudaka that by defeating him, things have now been solidified. From now on, Yudaka is going to be on the receiving end of much more attention from the ninja world. He explains that the ninja world is full of factions. Some of these groups, especially the powerful Nezumi and Yuzen clans, are obsessed with bloodlines and look down on those without a ninja pedigree, like Yudaka. The revelation is a lot for him to process. This new, heavy information is too much for Yudaka to deal with right now. Metaphorically, he shoves this new box of worries aside, placing it with the other feelings he just tried to suppress. Yudaka is suddenly overwhelmed. He realizes he might have set too much aside. The metaphorical stack of boxes containing his suppressed emotions and new worries has grown into a ridiculously tall, teetering tower. He looks up in horror at the looming tower of problems. The issue isn't just that the pile is too high. It represents the sheer volume of complex issues now present even within public safety. The metaphorical boxes begin to creak and strain, looking like they're about to explode. Yudaka feels a wave of panic, realizing that if all these suppressed feelings and new worries were to burst open at once, he would be in serious trouble. He'd probably be crushed by the pressure. The atmosphere turns grim as a taller man issues a dire warning to Yudaka, speculating that public safety might eventually give up on protecting Aoi. Shocked by this revelation, Yudaka can only utter, "What?" as his blonde-haired companion looks on with a concerned expression, murmuring Yudaka's name. As if sensing his inner turmoil, Hayabusa poses one last, piercing question. "What will you do if it's no longer your job to protect Aoi?" The question cuts through Yudaka's panic, forcing him into a moment of silent contemplation as he confronts whether his desire to protect her is a duty or something more. After a moment of thought, Yudaka finds his answer. He declares that even if it weren't his job, he would still protect Aoi so she can have an ordinary life. Accepting his resolve, Hayabusa waves goodbye, vowing to power up so he won't lose to Yudaka again. Yudaka rejoins his friends, apologizing for the delay. But his attention is immediately drawn to Nozaki. He points in shock, exclaiming, "Wait. You look kinda red, Nozaki." Nozaki quickly tries to dismiss the concern, stammering that it's nothing. But Hibari steps in, placing a hand on Nozaki's forehead to check his temperature, and says, "Let me see. Yup, this is..." Continuing from the previous chapter, the group is at the summer festival. Umineko, a man with dark hair, notices that his friend Nozaki isn't looking well. He points out that Nozaki has a high fever, likely from a cold. The group discusses Nozaki's condition. They decide to get back to the hotel and even offer to carry him. Meanwhile, Usami, watching from afar, gets a call and wonders if Yudaka also has a cold, questioning if he pushed himself too hard. Usami continues his thought, realizing that this is a pattern. He knows that when Yudaka's mind goes into overdrive, he tends to overheat. Below, The fireworks continue to light up the sky over the city. Elsewhere, a group of delinquents complains loudly. They are upset that the fireworks show is almost over and they haven't gotten to their destination yet, shouting for everyone to get out. On a rooftop overlooking the festival, the leader of the delinquent group, a man with black hair and a tattoo on his neck, smirks. With his accomplices, a girl with space buns and a blonde man, he declares that it's time for the big finale to the group's bogus ordinary life. From his vantage point, another figure watches Yadaka's group enjoying the fireworks below. He remarks with a sense of pity that they look so happy, hinting at the chaos that is about to unfold. Back with the group, Aoi, a blonde girl in a yukata, asks Nozaki if he's all right. He admits to feeling under the weather from overthinking. Annoyed with himself, he apologizes for making everyone worry over what he thinks is just a cold. The scene pans out to a wide shot of the bridge and the city. A voiceover reveals a critical piece of information. The residents of Amamori have been secretly evacuated, leaving the area around Fort Port supposedly safe, but ominously empty. Aoi expresses her desire to take care of Nozaki, wanting to get him some cooling forehead sheets before Usami arrives. Nozaki insists that he's fine, turning it into a competition to see who can lower their temperature the fastest, but Aoi is adamant, saying she just wants to care for him. As the group walks near a building, someone tries to reassure Nozaki, telling him not to worry and that it's only a few minutes from Fort Port by car, letting Aoi go on her own. While waiting, Nozaki sits alone on a guardrail, lost in thought. He touches his chin and wonders to himself why Aoi is being protected by public safety. Nozaki's thoughts spiral as he looks at photos of Aoi on his phone. He questions how a normal high school girl could end up with assassins coming after her. His friend approaches, asking about his sudden curiosity. Nozaki confesses that he's suddenly become more interested in knowing about Aoi. Just then, Aoi and the others realize someone is missing, and she asks about the whereabouts of Fujimiya. In a dark alley, the missing Fujimiya suddenly appears, but not as a friend. He violently slams Nozaki's brother against a wall, his face twisted in rage. He declares the brother is in his way and that it's time for him to die, calling him a lousy excuse of a brother. Despite being pinned and facing death, the brother glares back at Fujimiya with defiance. He challenges him directly, stating that if Fujimiya wants him dead, he's going to have to do it himself. The scene cuts back to the street. Yadaka stands alone, searching for Aoi. He realizes that Hibari's communication is down. Just then, a speeding vehicle comes barreling down the road, right towards the group. The group stands frozen in shock as the van speeds towards them. It swerves violently at the last second, crashing into a nearby pole with immense force, sending debris flying. The friends react in panic to the sudden crash. They question what just happened, trying to determine if it was a simple car crash or a deliberate attack, as Umineko protectively holds onto Aoi. The driver, a rugged man in a plaid shirt, falls out of the crashed vehicle. He grimaces in pain, but confirms the crash was intentional, stating, "But this works." The driver gets to his feet, putting on a pair of sunglasses. He's a bearded man with a menacing aura. He remarks that adding a shock factor makes for a more charismatic first impression, revealing he is a fugitive ninja. Across from him, the blonde-haired ninja, Umineko, crouches in a defensive stance, recognizing the technique used. "Akekai?" he questions. The attacker, cracking his knuckles, confirms with a sinister ding, "Ding, we got a winner." The fugitive ninja lunges forward, unleashing a powerful attack. He smashes his fist into the ground, sending a shockwave of force and debris hurtling towards Umineko, who is thrown back by the impact. The attacker taunts the thrown-back Umineko, calling him Umineko and asking how he liked his prize. Elsewhere, Yadaka watches in disbelief, wondering how a fugitive ninja could have possibly known their location. Seeing the immediate danger, Yadaka springs into action, shouting orders. He tells Suzume to knock Aoi out and get her to safety. As Yadaka runs towards the fight, Suzume confirms he's already on it, holding the now unconscious Aoi, ready to retreat. But escape isn't so simple. As Suzum prepares to flee with Aoi, another enemy appears. A man with long white hair leaps into the air with his sword drawn, shouting that they can't run from him, cutting off their escape route. Yadaka leaps into action, intercepting the white-haired attacker's strike just in time to protect Suzum and Aoi. The attacker, Hojiro, recognizes him, remarking with a smirk that they meet again. Hojiro taunts Yadaka, telling him not to be hopeful just because he only sees two of them. In the background, a third figure appears on a rooftop, Ikaru, the girl with pigtails, ready to join the fight. With a wild cry, Ikaru unleashes her attack. Her hair extends like sharp ribbons, flying toward her target with deadly speed and precision. Ikaru's attack misses as her target dodges. She complains that it was a surprise attack, but her leader calmly points out it's not a surprise if she shouts first. Meanwhile, as Suzum escapes with Aoi, he worries that there are too many enemies for Yadaka to handle alone. Yadaka, with a confident smile, reassures Suzum. He tells him he'll be okay and will stop the attackers, entrusting him with the task of taking care of Aoi. Hojiro scoffs as he watches Suzum dash away with Aoi in his arms, questioning if they really think they can escape. Suzum, however, knows the fight ahead won't be easy for Yadaka. Just as Suzum tries to get away, another enemy blocks his path. The blonde, tattooed ninja from the rooftop leaps down with a manic grin, ready to pulverize him amidst the wreckage of cars. An immense explosion erupts, engulfing the area in a blinding light and a wave of destruction. Hojiro and Ikaru can only watch, momentarily stunned by the sheer force of the blast. The smoke clears to reveal a massive crater in the city street. From a distance, the attacker's leader looks over the devastation and asks Hojiro if he managed to kill them. Hojiro grins, unconcerned. He notes that someone has come to their rescue, implying their target survived. He casually adds that as long as the girl, Aoi, is still breathing, their mission is still on track. In the aftermath of the explosion, Yadaka pants heavily, surrounded by his exhausted and injured friends. He looks back at the destruction, realizing with dread what just happened, and knowing that if they had been any later, they all would have been annihilated. The entire group of assassins now stands together, facing down Yadaka and his weakened friends. Hojiro gives the ultimatum: hand over the girl, and in return, they will be pulverized into nothingness. Yadaka stands firm before the overwhelming threat. He flatly rejects their offer, calling it the worst deal he's ever heard. With a determined gaze, he brings a finger to his lips and declares that protecting her is his job, ready to fight to the end. The story is to be continued.